Chapter 1 Disability. Konoha Village Battlefield. In the Second Ninja World War, after a roaring explosion on the battlefield, a heart-piercing pain came from his body, and he plunged into darkness. I faintly heard someone using a hoarse voice, calling Nawaki, Nawaki. He woke up in a dim, and he was already lying on the soft bed. All around him was white. Where am I? I didn't have a supper with my friends, drank a little wine, and I went to the hospital. At this time, he was guarding the side, with a forehead protector on his head, with this strange mark on his hand, with a cross in the middle, two circles on both sides in circular symmetry, each with a gap outward. He suddenly stood up happily and shouted, "Master Nawaki, you finally woke up. Suffering from such a serious injury, we can survive, and we deserve to be a member of the Senju clan." Immediately ordered the ninja at the door to find a medical ninja. Liu, who just opened his eyes, said in his heart, "Nawaki." The forehead protector sign and the sign on the arm just now belong to the Konoha Senju clan. According to the Hokage plot, the enemy detonated the trap in Senju Nawaki. It should have been blown up. Have you crossed? Isn't it a dream? The intense burning sensation in the body made Liu understand at this moment that this is not a dream. This is a medical ninja wearing a white dress and headband. Konoha forehead protector arrived and checked Liu's body. He sighed it's a pity and said nothing else, turned his head and said to the ninja next to him, "You are a ninja of the Senju clan, right? Please come with me." "Yes, it is." The two left some distance, deliberately avoiding Liu, and communicated in a low voice. Although he survived the explosion, he suffered extensive burns all over his body and comminuted fractures of his left hand and left foot. "I think it will take a long time to recover. If only this is the case, it's okay." His left hand and foot were severely injured. The injury was too serious. Although I don't want to say that, he can no longer live as a ninja. After saying this, he left in a hurry. There are still many wounded sent back from the front at Konoha Hospital to be rescued. How is it possible? Master Nawaki wants to be a Hokage person. Secretly clenching his fist, he came to Liu and comforted him. "The people at Konoha Hospital can't cure you, young master. You will definitely be cured when Tsunade-sama on the front line comes back." "Okay, I see. You go out and leave me alone." How could Liu be fooled by a few words from others, and everyone who was waiting in the ward went out, leaving no one around. Liu, who was completely bandaged like a mummy, gritted his teeth and endured the pain, his limbs squirming hard in turn. Hey, Liu's heart tightened. "I don't feel any pain at all in my left hand and left foot." Trying to condense the chakra in the body, feeling that it is impossible to concentrate and condense at all, the chakra in the body scurrying. Liu fell to the bottom all at once, and his injuries were much heavier than Xiao Li's injuries in the Chunin exam. "I just crossed into the Hokage world, and I was thinking about starting the game with a knife. The equipment is all based on hitting. Who was chopped by the stump? I joined the army of crossing. I will spend my day with a wheelchair and crutches in the future." When people go through various systems, they are full of ambition for the future. They don't even have a normal body. When they come to their favorite Hokage, the ninja can't do it, and they are physically disabled. Nawaki is Tsunade's younger brother. She will definitely find a way to heal herself. Liu comforted herself inwardly. "And keep meditating in my heart. System, come out quickly. Give me a miracle elixir to turn the decay into a miracle. Open a plug-in." It's a pity that he didn't respond to the cry in Liu's heart, and Liu, who felt too tired, still fell asleep deeply. Deep Yuruaki, wearing an umbu mask and wearing a black robe, sneaked past Konoha's patrol. He turned the window and entered Liu's ward. After using the phantom, he stretched his hand to the sleeping Liu. Liu seemed to have a reaction, secretly opened half of his eyes, and secretly saw a dark figure from the gap in the eye, stretched out his hand and slowly brushed his whole body. After a few minutes, the person nodded and murmured, "A useless man." He quickly turned around and jumped out of the window, quickly blending into the darkness. When Li Yu saw the dark shadow leaving, he immediately opened his eyes, then panted heavily, his heart beating so fast, Li Yu was shocked in a cold sweat for the rest of his life. Li Yu, who was supposed to be in the illusion, should be chakra in his body, causing him to release the illusion in an instant, otherwise he didn't know that someone would visit him late at night. F***CK, with an animal mask. Ombudsman. No, it may be from the root organization. It seems that some people in Konoha village don't want to see Senju Nawaki alive, but fortunately, he was seriously injured and disabled and saved a small life. Should I be happy or sad? Since I didn't kill me this time, my little fortune will be saved for some time to come. Thinking of so many, Li Yu still can't bear the pain and fatigue, he fell asleep. Just thinking about it in a muddle-headed manner, sending a Tenten to live a decadent life. A week later, Konoha's second ninja battle ended with Konoha's victory. Tsunade is still the same as the original. Because of the death of Kato Dan and the Panasemia, the party learned that his younger brother Senju Nawaki, who was seriously injured, had woke up in the hospital. Those who followed Konoha shinobi couldn't wait to return to Konoha village and rushed as quickly as possible to the hospital. Wearing a blood-stained Konoha green Jonin waistcoat, Tsunade didn't have time to change it. He threw himself on Li Yu lying on the bed with excitement. Tsunade deserves to be Hokage #1. But after a while, watching Tsunade tremble all over, eyes full of tears, his emotions lost control, and the restless heart in Li Yu's heart calmed down again. I put a bandage on my left hand and gently patted Tsunade's soft back, thinking to myself, it's nice to have a sister who cares about herself. I was an orphan in my previous life. I devoted myself to scientific research to unlock the genetic code for mankind and came here inexplicably. Li Yu's eyes gradually became firmer, and when he came, he was calm. Since I borrowed Nawaki's body to come to the Hokage world, I will inherit your fetters and the things you want to protect. The stranger yelled, "Sister, I'm fine, I'm okay," and stretched out his right hand, which was still able to move, and swung it a few times, enduring the pain. Tsunade slowly raised his head and looked at Nawaki with tearful eyes. Li Yu immediately made a big thumb with his right hand. Hokage is my dream, how could I die so easily? Although I saw Li Yu's flamboyant acting skills, it also dispelled most of Tsunade's sad emotions. At this time, the ninja of the Senju clan next to him reminded, "Master Tsunade, Master Nawaki was seriously injured. I need you to see if you can heal it." After Tsunade heard this, he didn't talk nonsense, and immediately stood up, checked Li Yu's physical condition with chakra, and started treatment. At this time, Li Yu, who was lying on the bed, also looked at Tsunade with nervous and expectant eyes, hoping that she could heal herself. But when I saw Tsunade, his brows were frowning more and more, and I knew the situation was terrible. At this time Tsunade stopped the therapeutic chakra, looked at Li Yu's eyes solemnly, and said that Suju did not speak, but was repeatedly thinking about fighting between heaven and man. Suddenly exhaled and made up his mind, "Sister, I will definitely find a way to heal you. It is your dream to become Hokage." After saying that, he kissed Li Yu's forehead, ordered the ninja of the next family, turned around and hurriedly left the hospital. Although he didn't say anything, but watching Tsunade leave, and the body he felt with him, he probably knew what was happening to him. Oh, it's true that Nawaki's treatment is different from that of Xiaoli. He didn't say that Nawaki didn't want to be a ninja. Instead, he understood his brother's intentions and agreed straightforwardly. Under Tsunade's whole body treatment, most of the pain in his whole body has disappeared. Li Yu felt his left hand and left foot again, but still had no feeling, chakra could not condense. His injury was in the same place as Xiao Li's injury during the Chunin exam. He had the same comminuted fracture of his left hand and left foot. I hope Tsunade can heal himself with an operation. I plan to wait for Tsunade to read through a large number of medical books before performing an operation similar to Xiao Li's. Liu has foreseen that after seeing his Tsunade for a while, he will tell himself that if he wants to become a ninja again, he needs an operation. There is a 50% probability that he will heal himself, and he will die if he fails. Currently, Liu intends to lie down in the hospital for a while. The arrival of a person made Liu change his mind. Chapter 2 Turnaround. As night fell, the night ushered in uninvited guests. That familiar appearance, cold temperament, purple eyeshadow, pupils like snake pupils, the whole person exuded a different kind of personality, charm and dangerous aura. Say in that hoarse voice, Nawaki, look at you like this, I won't be a ninja anymore. The life and body of the ninja are so fragile. Seeing Orochimaru wearing a purple kimono, he almost couldn't help but blurt out Uncle Snake, and then changed his words. Teacher, you came to see me. Seeing Orochimaru, thinking of Orochimaru's various researches, and physical interpretation of various ninjutsu studies, there is a feeling of oppression and coldness in my heart. I stretched out my hand at Liu and probed it. Nawaki, Tsunade has already come to treat you today? Why is he still looking like he's going to die? Teacher, my elder sister did give me a treatment. The burns on my whole body have been cured, but unfortunately my left hand and left foot were injured too badly, and my elder sister has nothing to do at present. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and replied with a smile, oh, if you can survive, it's not bad. Seeing Orochimaru's expression, Liu, a jealous spirit, shivered like a male compatriot urinating. I'll go, Orochimaru will still laugh, it's terrible to laugh. Suddenly Orochimaru smiled and suddenly asked. Nawaki, how do you feel that you have a different feeling from before? Does this escape from the dead make you understand something? Liu was taken aback. Uncle Snake's observation was really keen. After a few words, he immediately noticed that something was wrong with him. When he saw Tsunade, he was not found out. Maybe it was because of care. How did Nawaki also have Liu, a 25-year-old soul, immediately calmed down, pretending to be sad? Teacher, my body is not enough to be a ninja. I saw on the battlefield this time that humans are really easy to break things. Hokage used to be my dream, but if you die, you will lose everything. Using familiarity with the plot, knowing what Orochimaru said in the plot, and successfully empathizing with him. When Orochimaru heard these words from Nawaki, his face couldn't help showing excitement, with a hint of enthusiasm, and said, I didn't expect a war to make you feel so much. Nawaki, come and help me, I happen to be short of people, life is so fragile and short, why not take a short time to find a new path? Just waiting for Orochimaru's words. Although I am disabled, at least I belong to the Senju clan. Orochimaru's research should be very interesting to my body. I used to be the younger brother of Sun and Tsunade and the only pure male of the Senju clan. I didn't dare to go too far. Now that I am actively planning to study with Orochimaru, Orochimaru cannot help but invites him. This is how Liu saw Orochimaru's visit and had a sudden whim. With acting skills in place, Liu immediately changed his eyes, from sad to full of hope for the future, shining light. Teacher, in that case, you can take me away, I won't let the teacher down. Orochimaru saw that his disciple had chosen himself so firmly, and he was ready to secretly take Nawaki away without talking nonsense. Teacher, wait a minute. At this time, he took off the chest necklace and placed it solemnly on the pillow. This is first Hokage's necklace, which Tsunade personally gave to Nawaki. When Orochimaru saw this, he smiled at the corner of his mouth, and thought in his heart, it seems that the disciple is letting go and making up his mind. It's really interesting. Remove the necklace, carefully put it on the bed cabinet, and by lifting the quilt, secretly push a letter under him under the pillow. Liu, who got up from the bed, said to Orochimaru, Teacher, Let's go. Orochimaru didn't talk nonsense. He picked up Liu, performed body flicker technique, and left Konoha Hospital. During the period, he did not disturb the Senju family and the patrolling Umbu ninjas at the door of the ward. They easily took the people and returned to Orochimaru's secret research room. On the second day, Tsunade found that Nawaki had disappeared in the hospital. He was furious with the guards of the Senju family and activated the ninjas in the village. He couldn't find them everywhere. After searching for a while to no avail, he left the village as in the original plot. Taking advantage of the familiar plot, I have already known Orochimaru's character foresight. As long as I arrange it properly, I must have my own control. Liu came to Orochimaru's research room and started to research, and showed that he had a remarkable ability in cell rejection in his previous life, and he has a deep understanding of human genes. With the addition of Nawaki, the progress of Orochimaru's various researches has been accelerated. Orochimaru saw Liu's changes over time, and said to Liu, "Nawaki-kun, your research abilities are really high. You were born for research. How come I haven't discovered your talent in this area before? Seeing you look more and more like me. I have a new research content for you here." Liu's heart moved, and he knew that he could finally start researching. "Have you studied Hashirama's cells? This has been waiting for me for a long time." Trying to complete Orochimaru's research so much, let him believe in his own talents, so Orochimaru had to need my strength to speed up the study of Hashirama cells together. I'm studying a unique kind of cell, but this kind of cell is extremely aggressive and can woodize all experimental subjects, which is impossible to control. As he said that, he took Liu to a secret laboratory, and placed various containers with unknown liquids and strange things in them. Orochimaru stared at Liu's eyes and expression and said, "Nawaki-kun, this is the cell of first generation, can it unlock the powerful vitality and wood-style opportunity?" Orochimaru's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and a cold air rushed to the sky. It was a temptation. Liu was taken aback, tightened his mind, and immediately made a surprised expression. "Really, teacher?" The eyes immediately changed from surprise to excitement and enthusiasm. The whole body trembled, and the drama was possessed. He continued, "Although I don't know where the teacher got it, I have long wanted to study it. The Senju clan, who don't want to know the secret of first Hokage wood style. It's a pity that the family has fallen, no one has the energy to study." Seeing Liu's reaction, Orochimaru was still satisfied. As long as he didn't react too violently, he needed Liu's to help him study it. "Then let's start the research together, Nawaki-kun." With a flick of a finger, in the process of concentrating on research, more than 2 months have passed. Konoha's second ninja battle is almost complete. Next day. "Are you sure you want to use yourself as an experimental subject?" Orochimaru looked at Liu with a cane in his left hand, his eyes firm, and an inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. With this kind of courage and perseverance, as well as the talent that amazed him, he really didn't want to be completely sure. Let the other party do the test. We have done many experiments and collected a lot of experimental data. Teacher, I believe in our results. I belong to the Senju clan. No one is more suitable than me. Besides, I am disabled. Liu secretly worked on various self-tasks in Orochimaru and often did other research while not in the laboratory. He secretly made a gene fusion medicine and made special improvements at the genetic level. Before preparing to go to the experimental platform, inject a gene fusion drug in advance. With Orochimaru's lack of knowledge about genes, it is difficult to know the specific situation. Liu once again pretended to be a fanatical scientist and said excitedly, "Teacher, I have decided, I can give everything for the research, even my life." Orochimaru saw what the eldest disciple said, and there was no point in persuading him to continue. "In that case, you are dead, don't blame me. It is a pity that I am a talented disciple. When I closed my eyes, a burst of endless darkness struck, and my whole body lost all consciousness. Orochimaru gave Liu several injections of drugs according to the previously specified plan, and replaced Liu with a pair of Sherinan, a single hook jade, and a double hook jade. When I woke up the next night, I first felt the intense pain in my eyes, and the darkness in front of my eyes. I stretched out my pair and gently lifted them up and fumbled around. At this time Orochimaru saw Liu wake up and said in surprise, "Nawaki-kun, I didn't expect you to wake up, how is your body and eyes?" Although Liu couldn't see it, he felt that as long as his mental power was concentrated, the powerful chakra flowed through his body, and there was a refreshing sensation in his eyes, and the pain disappeared instantly. Liu removed the gauze from his head and looked at his whole body. Never felt so good. Whether it's visual, chakra control, chakra volume, all have been greatly increased. Haha, with this surging body, your future is limitless. Please ask the teacher in the future to worry about me more. Glancing at Liu's bloody eyes, a single pair of guyu was turning, Orochimaru's eyes were full of envy, and he turned and left. Seeing Orochimaru's departure, Liu immediately jumped off the operating table, moved all over, immediately took a few impressions, and used transformation technique and clone technique. Compared with the previous self, it is very easy to send, and I feel that the used chakra can recover quickly and easily. It's a pity that I don't know wood style ninjutsu, and I can't try wood style. I feel my eyes again, and I can switch Sherinan freely. Guessing that I have sage body plus wood style plus Sherinan, it seems that I have got it right. Give it a try, a bike to a motorcycle, it's not right, it should be a rocket. Chapter 3 Joining Umbu. Liu felt that he couldn't wait to experiment with his wood style ninjutsu. He sneaked out of the laboratory in the dark and rushed back to the gathering place of the Senju clan. Upon arriving at the gate of the family gathering place, someone noticed Liu's arrival and jumped out of the two ninjas to block the way. Who? Swish swish swish. Several figures surrounded Liu. Liu shouted, "It's okay to be my own person, I'm Nawaki, I'm back." After the Senju clan perception ninja confirmed his identity, he went into the gathering place. Liu returned to his room, immediately removed the scroll from the shelf, opened it, and tried to seal. Wood style wood clone. Separate two clones, let them fight each other, and fight with a stick of incense. It should be because chakra is not enough, the ninjutsu is automatically released and turned into two pieces of wood. The entity clone is powerful, wood style is really easy to use, wood style is really fragrant. In the future, like Uchiha Madara and Lord Madara, wood style can have 8 wood style clones, and all of them can open Susanoo. That's awesome. Now that he knows his potential, in line with the understanding of the plot, the future can be expected. The battle has been based on wood style, and Sherinan can only be activated by those who must kill, disguised as a ninja of the Senju clan who turned on wood style. The next day, Liu returned to Orochimaru's laboratory to prepare to bid farewell to Orochimaru. Seeing that the research materials on his desk were missing, and the bare desk, Liu couldn't help but raised his mouth, and said with pride, "Fortunately, I have already destroyed the gene fusion medicine, and the information under him is not scary. But Mr. Orochimaru, it's really fast. When I came to my resting room, I saw Orochimaru was there. Nawaki-kun, are you awake and how do you feel?" "Teacher, I feel very healthy and the experiment is very successful. I'm going to try out the strength of this body." Orochimaru said without surprise, "Nawaki-kun, it seems that you have your own ideas, so I will not keep you. I look forward to your future achievements." After leaving Orochimaru, Liu found a remote corner, lifted his clone, and turned into a log. A pale man with a long-haired shawl came out from the side shadow and smacked his lips. "Oh, I'm really cautious as a student. I learned wood-style ninjutsu so soon, I didn't follow it secretly, nor did I see that it was a wood clone just now. showing a long tongue, licking his lips, showing feverish eyes. Nawaki, you are really my good disciple, so cunning. Are the people of the Senju clan naturally good at studying ninjutsu forbidden technique? It doesn't matter, I'll finish it as soon as possible. According to the data, I will try to find an experimenter. The power of Master First Generation. The body Liu is still in the Senju clan. Check the wood style ninjutsu scroll and fairy scroll left by First Generation. Wood style separated several clones and spent several days to learn all wood style ninjutsu on the scrolls. Liu, now 12-year-old Senju Nawaki's body, ninja level, genin, chakra attributes, all attributes, chakra level is at the level of Jonin, sage body plus Sharinan. Knowing the information left to Orochimaru, Liu would definitely not be able to create a second self, a fusion medicine missing a gene, and Orochimaru's wisdom would sooner or later discover it. Before Orochimaru found out, he worked hard to improve his strength and find an identity to hide his identity, mainly because Liu did not want to leave Konoha at the moment. After thinking about this, Liu immediately got up and went straight to the Hokage building, ready to find Third Hokage directly. Hokage Third Generation Office. Upon entering, I saw a ninja wearing a red hat with the word fire written on it, with a pipe in his mouth, and his hair was all white unimaginable, and standing next to him was a ninja with silver white hair and a forehead protector. This should be the period when Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is young and strong. Next to him are Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Shumo. It is said that the strength is still higher than Sunin, and he is now the boss of Hokage Umbu. Although Liu was a little excited at this time, he still calmed his mind and said, I have seen Lord Hokage, Lord Whitefang. Sarutobi Hiruzen astonishment. Nawaki, before you disappeared, Tsunade had inconvenient hands and feet. Tsunade left the village to find you. Master Hokage, I used the family secretary in hiding to recover and open the family's precious blood inheritance boundary, wood style. The words behind Liu were successfully transferred, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze surprised him. What, wood style, have you successfully awakened wood style? Heitake Sakumo behind Third Generation has golden light in his eyes. Liu then used wood style. Wood style wood clone. At this time, Liu's body stretched out a large number of wooden tentacles from both sides, which combined to form a clone of wood style's unique entity. Liu sighed and separated 4 clones, which didn't feel too difficult. Each clone had Genin's chakra volume. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaimed, eyes moist. Well, where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. First generation's wood style, finally someone inherited it. Liu reluctantly accepted the baptism of the will of fire of the third generation, and expressed his approval, which is appropriate to say. My dream is to become Hokage. Hearing Liu's answer, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in relief, narrowed his eyes, and took a puff of the cigarette in his hand. The answer does not seem to be beyond the expectations of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nawaki, I saw you start wood style. In order to better protect you in the village, you can join me directly under Umbu. So you can use a code name to hide your identity. Master Hokage, I have this intention and I agree to join Umbu. Hearing Liu's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to Konoha's White Fang next to him and said, Shuomao, this child will be handed over to you, take care of him, his information must be kept secret at the highest level, Konoha's hope in the future. Liu immediately disarmed the wood clone, followed Konoha's White Fang, left the Hokage building, and entered Umbu. Konoha's White Fang personally registered Liu and went through the formalities, and pointed to the mask on the wall. You pick a mask yourself. Liu immediately took off an oval mask made up of green and white. The whites of the eyes were green, the eyeballs were black, there were green curved stripes beside the eyes, and a bifurcated curved stripe extended from his forehead. Green compounded its own wood style, codename, Ziu. Ziu, you will arrange for me to be directly under the Umbu group. First go to familiarize yourself with the rules of Umbu, the handprints of entering and exiting the enchantment. Liu received the Umbu ninja standard equipment, black tights, wristbands, armor, ninja sword, mask, ninja bag. It took a long day to learn Umbu secret codes, handprints in and out of Konoha village enchantment, Umbu rules, Umbu mission scope, pursuit, assassination, protection of Hokage, dangerous missions. In this way, Liu started the life of Hokage Umbu, practicing chakra every day, practicing Jiyin and wood style ninjutsu. There is also the medical ninjutsu scroll left by Tsunade, and the talent of the Senju family cannot be wasted. Healing jutsu, detoxification, simple medical ninjutsu, should be enough. Liu stayed in Umbu for nearly a week, and his basic mission was to patrol and monitor the village. Liu was assigned to the Umbu team of 4 people. The leader was a strong man with solid body muscles. He was codenamed Iwayuki. He was good at earth style and physical skills. Among the other 2 team members, there is a female member with purple hair and a slender figure, codename, Moon Eagle, who is good at Konoha swordsmanship. The other is thin, about 1.4 meters tall, talking shy, codename, Water 7, good at water style and wind style. The remaining one is Liu, a little taller than the other 2 players, codename, Ziu, good at wood style and medical ninjutsu. The above are all Umbu data records. Hokage still takes care of Liu. The team has 2 physical ninjas and 1 long-range attack. This may be a superficial team effect. Liu used the concept of playing games in colleges before. Iwayuki is a meat escape to resist injury, Water 7 puts water style out of smoke, wind style accelerates the team, Moonhawk personally protects, and he just a nanny adds blood. It belongs to run if you can't beat, and it is extremely protective. This team is not very aggressive, it is not useful for the task of frontal combat, and it is very difficult to protect and retreat. Hokage has taken care of Liu so well. I really want to give 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen a wave of 666. When Liu started his daily patrol, he was very excited at the beginning. Everything was fresh. During a period of Tenten patrol, there was no mobile phone meeting, but he saw many big families in the village. Chapter 4, Umbu Mission. Today, Liu still wears a mask, and gathers with his teammates in Umbu to prepare for the daily mission Konoha village patrol. Captain Iwayuki suddenly changed his usual routine. Today I received a task and went to patrol within 20 kilometers of the village. Without saying much, he followed him, quickly crossed the barrier, and left the village. Driving a long distance outside the village, running high intensity on the road, extremely exhausting chakra and physical strength, Iwayuki deliberately slowed down in front of the road to observe the situation of the team members on the road. However, he was surprised to find that the other 2 players were struggling, but Liu had nothing to do and could still keep up. With the help of sage body, chakra, and physical strength, Liu can recover astonishingly fast. The Senju family's physical skills are not bad. Captain Iwayuki kept his best condition as he was about to leave the Konoha safety zone. Stop and rest for 10 minutes, then continue on the road. The team stopped to rest in the woods. Liu held the tree with one hand and was about to lean against the tree to sit down. Suddenly he was shocked. Through the contact between his hand and the tree, Liu could instantly feel the situation in a large area of the woods. Liu closed his eyes and used his wood-style chakra to feel seriously. He took over a large area in the direction of the team's advancement, and there was no trace of a ninja, so he felt confident. It was the first mission in the Hokage world, and I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Afterwards, Liu was about to withdraw his hand. On a whim, he took a look at the road passing by the village. The heart I just let go of immediately raised my throat. 1, 2, 3, 4, goosebumps all over. 2 teams, 8 people. I carefully explored with the big tree and found that there were so many people on both sides of the place just passing by. The distance is too far, can only blur the feeling of how many people there are. The specific situation is not clear. I suddenly found that the ability to perceive through trees, but also haven't practiced well. When I was on the road, I passed by quickly, but I didn't find it. It was really good to hide. I must have discovered our teams passing, and did not attack or come out to say hello. Liu immediately got up and came, in front of the captain standing guard, and informed the captain and team members of the situation. After listening, everyone couldn't help but breathe in air conditioning. Iwayuki considered and decided again and again. Almost rested. Let's go back and follow up, prepare to fight over time. Ziu, you are responsible for sensing the situation at any time. The team quickly turned around and rushed back. We drove another distance with my teammates and stopped immediately. Liu touched the nearest tree with his hand, felt again, and said as he sensed. 2 kilometers away, 2 people are approaching at high speed, and the 8 are approaching. Behind the 2, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 ninjas are moving fast again. Captain Iwayuki made a decisive decision, and everyone was ready to fight. The Konoha shinobi are chasing 2 ninjas, the 2 squads should be other shinobi ninjas, waiting to be picked up. No wonder let us pass and not attack. Liu took advantage of the fact that the team members were not paying attention, and half of his body was covered by a big tree, and he made a seal with one hand, and stretched out the wooden tentacles from his body to form a wood clone, giving him 50% chakra to hide in the tree. According to Liu's calculation, he will have to rush to support later. With the sage body's quality chakra recovery rate, he can recover 20 to 30% of chakra. The captain gave an order to continue to move forward and support. This time I speeded up my journey. Liu's wood clone uses a dozen detonating charms on his body to set up traps. 8 Umbu ninjas and 2 teams were pursuing them with all their strength. 4 suspected rock shinobi village ninjas were killed on the way out, and the other 2 Chunin. There is also a Jonin and an elite Chunin, who are good at speed and run fast. An Umbu Jonin running in front of the team urged to step up the pursuit. Important information is stolen, and they can't be taken away by them anyway. Throwing out a few kunao at any time was easily avoided by the ninja in front, and continued to shorten the chasing distance. The pursuit was too intense. Konoha Umbu ninja did not fully notice that there were 2 teams of ninjas in ambush ahead. One end plunged into the enemy's trap, shot from both sides, a lot of kunao. Swish swish. It was too late to pull out the knife behind to resist. Some of them are supreme, but also mixed with detonating charms. Boom boom boom. No, get away. 2 Umbu Jonin, one leaned on the body replacement technique, avoided kunao and initiating amulet, and sealed after landing. Earth style earth style. 2 earthen walls rose on the ground to block the teammates, and another wave of Quan did not shoot. 8 Umbu ninjas were attacked in an instant, killing 3 Umbu elites instantly. 1 fell to the ground with serious injuries, and the other Umbu elites were injured to varying degrees. The 4 Umbus formed a tens of thousands of sub-arrays to protect the badly injured ninja in the middle. Only 2 Jonin, 1 special Jonin, and 1 elite Jonin were left after the contact. I thought it was a good advantage, but I didn't expect that within Konoha's area, so many people could sneak into an ambush here, surrounded by 10 ninjas. At this moment, the squad from our side finally arrived. Chapter 5 Wood Style First Appearance. The arrival of the Zio team caused the enemy village ninja to change his mind. In an instant, the 4 rushed to Konoha Umbu, who was surrounded, and the 6 rushed to Liu's team. A Jonin, and an elite Jonin, directly seal. Fire style flame bomb. 2 fire styles came straight to the team. Earth style wall. Water style water barrier. Iwayuki and Mizuchi took the seal and each performed defensive ninjutsu. Immediately fire style hit the earth wall, sparks splashed all over, hit the water wall, and water vapor surged. With a dozen shuriken darts, follow fire style to fly directly to Liu team. Pull out the knife behind. Ding jing dong. Yueying immediately stood in front of Xia Liu, blocked a few shurikens for him, and pulled Liu to jump and avoid. Shishi. On the shoulder and thigh of the Moon Eagle, put a shuriken on each. Liu's heart was tight. What happened just now? The first time I saw the battle, I suddenly started to stay in a daze, and I asked a woman to stand in front of him to protect. This wave of enemy operations immediately scattered Liu and several people. A Jonin and an elite Chunin went straight up and entangled the captain Iwayuki. An elite Chunin immediately attacked Shuichi. The three Chunin, formed in a triangle formation, made seals while running. Suddenly Yueying, standing in a position, holding the hilt in both hands, stood in front of Liu, ready to block the next attack. Liu could see the nervousness of the Moon Eagle, but still dared to stand directly in front and face the three enemies squarely. Liu, a man from the 20th century, looked at the shuriken flying from the front, and for the first time faced the enemy's dripping eyes and slaying aura. It's like watching horror movie scenes, and entering a teaching building with horror stories alone. I don't feel very horrible. If I experience it myself once, can I really laugh it off? The frontal contact just now was dominated by instinctive avoidance. Now looking at Moonhawk's back, he feels quite low. A rush of blood rushed straight into his forehead, and his eyes became sharp. Liu took advantage of the mask to turn on Sherinan instantly, separated his feet, bent his knees, arched his waist, held Kyu in his right hand, placed it on his chest, and put his left hand in the ninja bag. At this time, Liu didn't realize it by himself, and had already become a pair of two Gojade Sherinan. Liu instantly threw out a dozen shurikens and flew towards the three of them. The three Chunin dodged sideways, and the seals were completed in their hands. Earth-style rock iron cannon. The three of them opened their mouths and spit out continuously. Whizzing. A large piece of rock shot straight over Liu's hand seal. Wood-style wood ingot wall. In an instant, a row of wooden pillars bends from the ground to form an arch to protect the Moon Eagle and Liu. Liu knots the seal again, crossing his hands. Wood-style the Sea of Trees born. Using the first generation of Impure World reincarnation, the wood-style Sea of Trees used for third Hokage was born, and the low-profile version of the Tree World was born. The ground quickly broke open, and a large number of thick trees broke out of the soil, grew rapidly, and entangled the three Chunin. Although the three ninjas stopped immediately, they were quickly mixed up by branches and vines to absorb chakra. Nani, it's wood-style. How could there be wood-style ninjas in Konoha village? Other small battlefields saw this movement so loud, they stopped their hands, and the two sides gathered separately. It's actually wood-style. Wood-style. First generation's wood-style. Just after fighting, the two Konoha Umbu ninjas were injured again and lost their fighting ability. Konoha has 6 ninjas left, and there are 7 enemy village ninjas. One of them, Jonin, who is good at lightning style, looked at the situation and turned around with information and was cut off by the remaining 6 ninjas. No, I can't let him go. 3 Umbu ninjas quickly seal. Fire style flame bomb. Fire style great fireball technique. 2 fireballs and 1 great fireball, 3 flames rushing forward. Earth style multiple earth flow walls. 4 earth walls rise from the ground, blocking the flames. Liu followed Sherinan and successfully copied the ninjutsu of the enemy and ours. Sherinan, don't be too cool in fighting. Seeing the Shueikija seal next to him, the wind attribute chakra gathered. Wind style great breakthrough. Liu, itchy hands, immediately used the great fireball that he had just learned. Fire style great fireball technique. The fire caught the wind, and a bigger and stronger flame rushed to the dirt wall of the enemy village ninja again. Boom! Several ninjas were burned directly behind the earth wall, all injured in varying degrees. Konoha shinobi, a wave of shurikens were sent without an attack and successfully killed 2 injured shinin. Konoha Umbu rushed forward together and got close to the remaining 4 ninjas to fight. Seeing that there is an advantage in the number of people, Liu immediately wounded 1 on the ground, 1 severely wounded, and 2 Konoha Umbu ninjas who had lost their combat effectiveness, and used healing jutsu and healing jutsu. Help them bandage and stabilize their injuries. When I turned back, I found that Yueying was already standing beside Liu. Liu asked, "Moonhawk, how is the battle?" "It's just over, the captain and 2 Umbujonin have already gone after the ninja who fled." At this time, the ninja, who is good at lightning style, rushed to Liu's ambush. "Good to come. Quickly seal your hands, and cross your hands to close the seal." Wood style the sea of trees born. Several thick tree vines broke out of the soil and quickly stretched out from the side towards the lightning style ninja. "It's wood style again, did you catch up so soon?" I saw the lightning style ninja, relying on the lightning style to stimulate the cells in the body, quickly avoiding the entanglement of the trees and vines, and cut some trees and vines with a ninja knife. Liu secretly said speed and response are so fast. Seeing to escape, the entanglement of trees and vines. Boom! Boom boom boom! The detonating talisman blasted the man back, and the tree vines behind instantly caught up with him, entwining his body. The person tied up is sturdy, with only 1 head exposed. In fact, when ninjutsu was launched, it only used the tentacles of the tree to cooperate with Sharingan to lure the enemy into the trap. Otherwise, at the speed of lightning style, I really want to run, but it's really hard to catch. Liu found the intelligence scroll from the ninja, raised Erlang's legs, put his hands on the back of his head, and lay on the vine beside him, waiting for Umbu to go back and forth. Through the induction of the trees, it was known that 3 people approached quickly. It didn't take long to see a Waoki among the 3. "Captain, you can count on coming." "Ziu, why are you here, aren't you treating the wounded?" "Captain, my avatar, here to see if I can pick up the omissions." Hand over the task scroll to the captain. Seeing the injuries on their bodies, they used only chakra and used medical ninjutsu to help the 3 Umbujonin recover their injuries. Put down the ninja who fainted with wood style after the treatment. "Captain, wood clone chakra has not consumed much." Liu wood clone was lifted and turned into a piece of wood. Wood style clone. Several Umbu cast their eyes of envy and awe. First generation's wood style is really good. The entity clone is much more advanced than shadow clone. Chapter 6 Comparing with Minato. "Yueying, you are injured, I will help you heal. Take off the shuriken from the moon eagle, use the healing technique, place the palm on the wound, and emit a green light. In a while, the injuries on the arms and thighs will be healed." Yueying replied embarrassedly. "Thanks. It's okay, we are teammates." Liu said calmly. "Obviously you are very nervous, you have been in front of me several times during the battle. Maybe you gave me courage." Yueying lowered his head and whispered, "Ziu-kun, it's still very powerful. I don't really need my protection." Liu looked at Yueying's purple hair, combined with the Hokage plot, and the female character inside, Yu Zian also had purple hair. "We are team members and should help each other." At this time, the clone was lifted, and a memory appeared in his mind. A smile appeared at the corner of Liu's mouth, and the task was completed. While a few people were chatting and waiting in place, the leader Iwaoki and the other 2 Umbujonin had already returned. In this way, the patrol mission was interrupted, and several people from Umbu returned to the village. Go back to the Hokage building, see 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and report the patrol. In this battle, the enemy was captured, 1 Jonin and 3 ordinary Chunin. Kill 1 Jonin, 1 elite Jonin, 3 elite Chunin, and 3 ordinary Chunin. There was no ninja sign during the battle. According to ninjutsu, it is guessed to be a rock shinobi village ninja. The specific situation is to be confirmed by the torture department. Hokage third generation pondered. Shuo Mao, this time the information leaked in the village, we need to patrol and supervise both inside and outside the village. Fortunately, the Awayoki patrol team found that the situation was not right in time and came back to support. Because the team completed the task well. Special approval, Shuichi, Yueying, and Zio are promoted to Chunin. Liu raised his brows and became Chunin. Umbu was indeed upgraded faster than ordinary ninjas. Like Naruto and the others, they had the Chunin exam for so many test items. In the end, only Shikamaru became Chunin. Leave the Hokage building. After this incident, 3 ninjas survived because of medical ninjas. Tsunade, at the post-war meeting, each team proposed to be equipped with medical ninjas accelerated the implementation of this proposal. Taking advantage of this mission, I can finally rest for a while. Liu was resting, so he didn't wear a belt. Umbu's mask and clothes were walking on Konoha Street, not knowing where to go. During this time, Kakashi and Might Guy, not long after they were born, are not even the top 12 of Hokage. Walking aimlessly, I came to the martial arts field. I saw a golden-haired man who was practicing and throwing his shuriken. Suddenly, there was an aura, Namikaze Minato, the golden flash of the future, 4th Hokage. Those who know the plot also know the charm of Namikaze Minato, a gentle man. I don't know how his relationship with Kushina is. Liu quickened his pace. Namikaze Minato, hearing someone approaching, looked back and said hello first. Nawaki, how did you come to the practice range? Do you want to practice too? It's good for Orochimaru-sama. As a disciple of Sunin, how could he not know him? Liu courtesy Kaido. Teacher, I'm so obsessed with research, I often don't see him, let me practice by myself. Minato, how about Jiraiya-sama? Didn't you guide you to practice? Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Jiraiya, I went to collect materials to write a book. Liu slandered in his heart, either I went to peek at the woman to take a bath, or I went to the woman to drink flower wine. I saw you cultivating here by accident, my hands are a little itchy. This was a challenge to Namikaze Minato. Liu wanted to know the strength of Namikaze Minato at this time. Hearing what Liu said, Namikaze Minato also sent an invitation. Also, fighting can better enhance the strength. Liu stood opposite Minato, holding Kuma in his hand, ready to shoot at any time. At this time, the boring 3rd Hokage, just after enjoying the scenery of the women's bath, wiped the unidentified red liquid under his nose with a handkerchief. He turned his attention to the duel between Liu and Namikaze Minato in the practice range. Konoha's younger generation, I don't know how it is growing up. Extremely looking forward to it. At this time, Liu and Namikaze Minato were facing each other with one hand. The competition officially begins. Liu was the first to throw a few shurikens against Minato, and Minato immediately fought back several shurikens, knocking them all down. Minato then threw it out again, several shurikens, quickly forming seals on his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly a large number of shurikens were shot at Liu's front, because they didn't wear a mask, in order to hide Sharingan's ability, it was not turned on. Seeing that there were too many shurikens at this time, Liu could only use the ninjutsu that Sharingan had replicated in the previous battle, and after Jin, he slapped the ground with one hand. Earth style wall. Then he jumped back again, Jin, and his hands were Siwei Shenhai Wuyin. Fire style great fireball technique. In the 3rd generation in the Hokage office building, with a pipe in his mouth, he exclaimed. Nawaki, this kid still knows fire style. I don't know where I learned the great fireball technique of the Uchiha family. I don't know yet. This child can have several kinds of chakra nature transformation. Attacking Minato, who was just jumping over the earth wall, in the air, fired an attack. The timing of fire style was just right. It's Minato, but the battle response is fast, with a body replacement technique in the air. I rushed towards Liu from the side and opened the way with my shuriken. Guangyu had no way to pierce Liu. Jian was too late to stop the blow with his hands. He was about to retreat. I wanted to pull the distance away, relying on chakra. Remote consumption of Minato's chakra. But Minato didn't give Liu a chance to retreat. Keeping up was to use his hands and feet together to fight his physical skills. Liu was not to be outdone either. Although Sharinan was not turned on, the Senju clan's physical skills were not weak. Liu sent out a strange punch. Minato jumped back and retreated based on the fighting consciousness. The punch was too strong because it was empty, and it was too strong to take it back, so he could only change the direction and hit the ground under his feet. Boom! The ground cracked and collapsed a lot, making Namikaze Minato's feet unstable. Namikaze Minato's estimation was wrong. Liu's punch is so strong, and the range of one punch is so strong. Right now, Liu quickly formed seals, his fingers pressed together, and he drank. Wood style, the sea of trees born. Trees and vines grew rapidly, entwining Minato from multiple directions. Minato, who saw this scene, was shocked. It's wood style. Minato, who had reacted, was about to use body flicker technique. Suddenly, he was wrapped around ankles by the tree tumbling out of his feet. All of a sudden, he was restrained by the vines that followed and couldn't move. The current Namikaze Minato has not yet learned the Flying Thunder God of second generation, nor has he created Raise-Non. Otherwise, how can you hold Namikaze Minato so easily? It also takes the advantage of wood style and strange power. In the future, to deal with Namikaze Minato, you must use a stronger wood style, the arrival of the tree world. Thinking of these Liu, he immediately dismissed wood style ninjutsu and put Minato down. Namikaze Minato's face is a bit pale at this time. Nawaki, this is the wood style of first generation. Will absorb chakra. It's the first generation's ninjutsu, but I didn't expect the Senju clan and some people to be able to awaken wood style again. That punch just now was the strange force of Tsunade-sama. I have only seen Tsunade-sama beat Jiraiya before. Namikaze Minato gave a warm smile while speaking, and stretched out the seal of reconciliation with Liuja. Liu smiled back. Minato, you will definitely fulfill your dream in the future. My dream is not your dream. Work hard together. The two smiled at each other. A smile appeared on third generation's face behind the crystal ball. Nawaki, not long after awakening wood style, it has already looked like first Hokage 30 to 40%. Seeing Minato and Nawaki facing each other, I sighed. The new leaves have begun to sprout. Chapter 7, Cultivation of Immortal Techniques. Saying goodbye to Namikaze Minato, returning home, sorted out the situation of the last two battles. Liu found that he had only learned wood-style ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and he didn't learn other types of ninjutsu at all. You can't always let go. The tree world comes, the flower tree world comes, the wood dragon technique, these large-scale ninjutsu. Fighting alone, putting these ninjutsu a bit like a cannon and mosquitoes. At least now, because of age and physical limitations, chakra is limited. You can only release the right ninjutsu counter-attack at the right time and maintain a lasting state in the battle. Liu immediately went to the family secret place to find out the ninjutsu scrolls of earth style and water style. The Senju family of escape skills with these two attributes are available. First generation is wood style. Of course, they will use water style and earth style, plus second generation Senju Tobirama, water style is great. There are many advanced ninjutsu on the scrolls. What kind of scroll is this? Summoning is written on the 2 scrolls. Liu jumped up happily. The summoning technique of the Senju clan should be the Wet Bone Forest. I can't wait to open one of them, which is about the summoning technique of the Senju family and an introduction. Many summoning techniques, and summoning techniques. Found it. First generation's 5-layer Rashomon can resist Suzuo's tailed beast bomb head-on and bounce off, claiming to be Hokage's strongest defense. Summoning, a prop in the summoning technique, requires the contractor to be imprinted in blood. Hai Suyuan Shen Rashomon has not been summoned, and Rashomon itself cannot be moved. It is defensive afterwards. It will disappear after the action. You can also summon the triple Rashomon like Orochimaru. According to the need, use the number of chakra, summon the number of different doors to resist the attack. I looked for instructions on how to summoning Katsuyu, then opened another large scroll, signed Senju Nawaka's name on it as required, pressed the blood handprint, and found that there were many names of Senju people on it, and the familiar Senju was on it. Hashirama, Senju Tsunade. The relationship between the Senju family and the Wet Bone Forest is quite deep. So, first generation Senju Hashirama's celestial technique was learned in the Wet Bone Forest. In that case, go to the Wet Bone Forest to learn fairy skills first, and use Wood Clone to learn other ninjutsu in the future. Liu bit his finger and shouted. Reverse summoning. At this moment, in a lively forest that has just changed the scene, the air is full of moist water vapor, surrounded by mist. At this time, a fist-sized Katsuyu emerged from the grass, came to Liu's feet, and said, Master Katsuyu already knows that you are here, let me show you the way. After speaking, he got in Liu's clothes, crawled to his shoulders, and took Liu to find Katsuyu's body. When I came to the huge mountain-like Katsuyu, I found that the size difference between Katsuyu and Hokage in the plot was too far, and Tsunade summoning was only a part of Katsuyu's body. Child, you are from the Senju clan, come to me and find out what I do. Master Katsuyu, I'm here to learn from you the magic of the Wet Bone Forest. Xianshu is not something that anyone can learn. Since you want to learn it, then give it to you. As for what you don't learn, it depends on you. Katsuyu on his shoulders led the way again and came to a lake with denser mist. Feel here and absorb natural energy, I will be attached to you, and when you are about to petrify, I will interrupt you. Liu, who has seen the original plot, does not learn immortality as soon as possible, and plans to learn immortality from Naruto. With the seal on the hand and multiple tentacles stretched out on his body, 10 wood clones were immediately separated, planning to practice together. Seeing this, Katsuyu split into multiple. You are really smart, so it might be faster to practice immortality. When Uzumaki Naruto practiced immortality, he made a toad and took a stick, but he couldn't beat it, so he could only practice 3 of them together. Katsuyu could split infinitely, so he didn't have this concern. 11 Liu sat down, feeling natural abilities. But learning immortal arts is not a simple matter, but a large number of people means greater power, and the Wet Bone Forest learning immortal arts still has a number of buff bonuses. Wet Bone Forest stayed for 3 days and almost learned the immortal technique. Unlike the toad of Mount Myaboku, the magic of the Wet Bone Forest shows a circle of green lines on the forehead, a green dot in the middle, and green eyeshadow at the corners of the eyes. It looks exactly the same as first generation Sage mode. Haha, Xianshu finally learned. Jonin's chakra is not enough, so Xianshu will make up for it. With the strong body of the Senju clan and the special nature of Katsuyu, we can make a few more clones to absorb natural energy. Naruto played against Pen 6 paths at the extreme limit, and could only enable Sage mode 3 times in a row, each for 5 minutes. As the Senju family, Liu can currently open it 4 times in a row for 7 minutes each time. Haha, the Senju family has strong physique, and has awakened to wood style, very close to natural energy. During the 3-day holiday, I spent cultivating the Wet Bone Forest immortal art. I still have to wear a mask and continue to work in EPUB. I continued to patrol the village every day and separated 2 avatars. They learned the ninjutsu of water style and earth style at home, and studied the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God by the way. There are so many precious scrolls stored by the Senju clan, which also strengthened Liyu's determination to restore the Senju clan. Reiznan practiced according to the plot Naruto's practice method, and see if he could cultivate Reiznan. As Muji A-level ninjutsu, adding attributes in the future can become a good thing for S-level ninjutsu. Chapter 8 Research Ninjutsu. It took a month to complete Reiznan. You don't need 2 hands like Naruto. With the chakra control of the Senju clan, you can rub Reiznan with 1 hand. Liu feels quite satisfied. By the way, I will find Namikaze Minato to study Flying Thunder God, the S-level space-time ninjutsu developed by 2nd Hokage, which uses the technique to achieve teleportation. The operator will leave flying on the target in advance. The Thunder God technique can make the caster or objects in indirect contact with the caster chakra move instantaneously. You don't need to seal it when you start it. If you can learn it, it would be nice. The Senju clan should also be gifted with space. In view of the boring tasks of EPUB's daily village patrols, Liu went to EPUB every day. The report and patrol were all wood clone, and the main body stayed at home to practice ninjutsu. Through the observation of EPUB's daily patrols, I know where Minato often practices. In this way, Liu found Namikaze Minato in a forest. He was gathering chakra with 1 hand, and watching his right hand carefully, chakra changed. Yo, Minato, do you study new ninjutsu? Minato stopped his hand and looked sideways at Liu who was approaching. Nawaki, I heard from teacher Jiraiya, you have joined EPUB, why come to me when you have time? Oh, Lord Jiraiya told you this, do you plan to let you also enter the EPUB experience? Maybe you have this plan. Looking at Namikaze Minato, the Supreme Flying Thunder God technique, I didn't expect to achieve something so quickly. Look at your supremacy art, you are studying the Flying Thunder God space ninjutsu left behind by the 2nd generation project. Minato was a little embarrassed when I heard Kaido. Good. Minato, see you gather chakra with 1 hand, and study nature transformation on chakra. At this time, Liu condensed with 1 hand, a ball of blue chakra silk thread, spinning at high speed with the palm of his hand as the center. Namikaze Minato gave out golden light in his eyes and exclaimed chakra materialization. Liu didn't talk nonsense, and struck Reiznan towards the nearest tree, and directly made a few dents on the surface of the big tree, leaving a hole in the middle, and a big hole was punched behind the big tree. Liu said triumphantly. Yes, chakra is substantive, there is no need to seal, the power is related to the amount of chakra injected. In front of 4th Hokage in the future, I forcefully installed a wave, created Reiznan in advance, and exchanged the practice experience of Flying Thunder God by the way, and researched with people who will use Flying Thunder God in the future and carry forward it. Minato, I will take this ninjutsu for you to practice Flying Thunder God ninjutsu, what do you think? Namikaze Minato was very excited, but still hesitated. Flying Thunder God is the advanced ninjutsu that teacher Jiraiya asked for 3rd Hokage. It must be approved by 3rd Hokage. Minato, you are at odds. I belong to the Senju clan. Senju Tobirama has ninjutsu in the family. I plan to study with you and share my experience. In that case, alright. Don't look at Namikaze Minato's smile. In fact, he is very shrewd. He clearly wants to learn from me, Reiznan, so I have to send it to him to learn. Forget it, for Reiznan, I am more optimistic about Flying Thunder God, who can play and run, and can combine various ninjutsu. Liu happily handed over Rasengan's training method to Namikaze Minato, and also got the training experience of Flying Thunder God of Namikaze Minato. He also discussed the Flying Thunder God technique and reminded Minato if he added the powerful seal technique. This is also for him and Uzumaki Kushina to pave the way. Get the Flying Thunder God experience you want, go back and practice yourself. In Liu's plan, a ninjutsu must be needed, so let's study it first. The advancement of Sharinan is too sleepy, let alone the advancement of Mangekyo. It takes a best friend, the death of the deepest bond, to open it. Judging from the plot of the original story, in the final battle between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, Itachi can inject pupil power into Sasuke's eyes, which also shows that pupil power can be interoperable. In this case, try to study whether it can swallow the pupil power of other Sharinan, so as to quickly upgrade Mangekyo Sharinan. Where do I start? Right, Izanagi. Yes, Izanagi. Using all the pupil power and the light of the eyes, in a very short time, all the unfavorable factors of the performer, including death, can be instantly transformed into dreams, and all the advantages of the attacker can be transformed into reality, which is the freedom to control reality, the ultimate illusion that is cast on oneself at the boundary of dreams. Improve this technique to capture all pupil power into another pair of eyes. Where can I get this technique? Liu suddenly started to stay in a daze. Apart from the Uchiha family, where else would there be any? Danzo, that old boy. Danzo estimated that it was Uchiha who destroyed the clan and got a lot of Sharinan and Uchiha's secret arts. Liu beats his head. Yes. The Senju clan has been working against the Uchiha clan for so many years, second generation Senju Tobirama, studying forbidden technique and various ninjutsu. As an old opponent, he should be able to do some Uchiha ninjutsu. Liu ran into the family secret room again, looking for research materials left by second Hokage. When you open the scroll, there are a lot of Uchiha's ninjutsu, Uchiha Shuriken, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire Technique, How Huomike, Izanagi. I go. Susanoo. Fortunately, after fighting with the Uchiha family for many years, it's almost complete, but Izanami is short of it. Sharingan's detailed description has advanced abilities, up to Mangekyo's description. Susanoo's detailed description, the initial form, the first form to the fourth form, and the complete body. There is actually the prestige Susanoo below. Susanoo is equipped as armor on Nine Tails, combining the overwhelming strength of Nine Tails and Susanoo's extremely strong defense. Isn't this the Battle of the End Valley, the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the unique trick that Madara performed? This second generation has all recorded it. After reading these, close the scrolls. The most important thing is to study ninjutsu and find a suitable target to capture the pupil power. Chapter 9 Application Jonin 1. Time is fast, extract chakra every day, research and develop ninjutsu, and patrol the village. Complete UMBU's A-level missions 1 time, B-level missions 26 times, and C-level missions 147 times. Liu is currently learning immortal arts, and the amount of chakra has been raised to the level of elite jonin. These tasks should not be too simple. Yes, just go over it. For C-level tasks, wood style is divided into several clones to do the tasks separately. The A-level mission started as a C-level patrol mission, and it was promoted to Chunin because of the change. Liu really didn't want to do B and C level tasks, so he deliberately found 3rd Hokage and submitted an application. Hokage Building 3rd Hokage Office. Ziu, I have agreed to your application. I will test your Jonin's assessment personally. You are ready to go? Yes, Master Hokage, it's ready, you can start at any time. Oh, I'm pretty confident. I haven't moved my body for a long time, my body is a bit rusty. The 3rd generation started to move around while talking, followed by Konoha's White Fang, and a group of Umbu ninjas, and entered a secret Konoha martial arts field. There are 4 ninjas, in 4 directions, connecting the formation enchantment. Opening a gap, Liu took the lead to enter it. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the Hokage cloak, took off the Hokage robe, dressed in a strong suit, quickly entered the enchantment, and the fighting power was opposite Liu. The surrounding Umbu ninja whispered. Who is this Ziu? Master third generation will test it in person. Master Hokage is treating you seriously, it seems that it is not a simple assessment. Danzo, who didn't know where he heard the news, came in from another entrance, followed by two root ninjas with a serious face. Danzo has not yet transplanted Hashirama cells. There is no bandage on his right hand, but his right eye is still covered with a bandage. When the Umbu staff saw Shimura Danzo's arrival, they sang in unison. Master Danzo. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen nod to each other. This is the first time Liu has seen Danzo, the biggest conspirator in Hokage Konoha village, the famous dung stick. Inadvertently glanced around and saw the person with pale face and snake-like eyes. Orochimaru, come too. Orochimaru's eyes were full of enthusiasm, and he said to himself. Nawaki, the teacher would like to see how you have grown during this time. There is a middle-aged uncle wearing glasses and a middle-aged woman not far away. Liu guessed in his mind. Mito Kato Homura and Yudatan Koharu. Hokage executives, it seems that everyone who can come is here, they all want to see me wood style. If this is the case, then I'm not welcome. If you don't show some strength, you may be in trouble in the future. The corners of Liu's mouth could not help but turn up, wearing an Umbu mask, no one could see his expression. I won't scare you to death this time, especially Danzo. Liu turned his gaze back to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked at Liu and was about to start fighting. The corresponding seal of the two parties. In an instant, Liu turned on the Sharingan of the double hook jade, threw out the shuriken directly, and made a seal on his hand. Shuriken clone technique. Opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, threw out his shuriken likewise, and made a seal on his hand. Shuriken clone technique. The shurikens collide in the air, all flying in the air. Ding ding. Clang clang. Where did this kid learn this ninjutsu, and he used it well? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Liu then took out 4 special kunao and shot them to the opposite side, condensing chakra with one hand. I saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen flew 2 kunao with the kunao on his hand, turning sideways to escape, and the other 2 kunao. At this moment, Liu's Flying Thunder God was activated, and he went to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant, and when he went up, he directly pressed Raise-Non with his hand. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a blue ball pressing over, he immediately gathered chakra on his hand and blocked the blow. His body turned a half circle in the air, and after landing, he wiped a certain distance and then stopped. The effect of this blow was mostly unexpected, and I didn't expect to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen so easily. Second Hokage's Flying Thunder God, very good. Third generation surprised. I didn't expect you to learn. The Umbu ninja on the stage marveled. What kind of ninjutsu is this? At this time, Danzo incarnate as the commentator said. This is second Hokage Senjuto Birama's space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God of Lord Second Hokage. The crowd sighed. The unexpected effect of Liu has passed, and the battle still depends on strength. I don't plan to be polite anymore. Water-style water traveling wave. At this time, the ground was centered on Liu, and a large amount of water condensed, turning the waves towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. An Umbu on the stage said, this is also okay, this kind of waterless environment can also perform such a powerful water-style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sloppy, he immediately seals, sprinkling old phlegm on the ground. Earth-style wall. A big earth cliff rises, blocking the impact of water, but the ground is already covered by water. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly jumped onto the earth cliff and quickly sealed. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. The horse on the ground raised a dragon head and sprayed a large number of earth bombs at Liu. Chapter 10 Application Jonin, 2. Seeing the operation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and knowing some plots, you will know immediately, and you will soon receive Fire Style. Fire Style Flame Bomb. The soil bullet that was shot out immediately ignited in the air and shot towards Liu at a faster speed. Earth Style Wall. Responding to an earth cliff wall of the same thickness. Boom. There were many burning pits immediately on the earth cliffs, and the ordinary earth walls could not stop Sarutobi Hiruzen's compound ninjutsu. It was the third Hokage, but I copied them all. Wind Style Vacuum Wave. A hurricane struck Liu, and along with it, the hurricane threw it at Liu and the earth wall under his feet like a whip, and attacked in a covering manner. Boom, boom. The stone chips flew, and the earth-style wall of the earth cliff broke into multiple ends in an instant, collapsed and fell into the water. Danzo said with emotion, "Sarutobi, this is going to be true, B-level ninjutsu is used." Liu escaped these multiple blows with Flying Thunder God. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen is like this, then I'm not welcome. Water-style Water Severing Wave. A strong current of water turned into a sharp water knife blade, sweeping towards Sarutobi Hiruzen on the earth cliff, sweeping back and forth. A large area of soil and rocks were swept down, the cut was smooth, and a large number of rocks fell into the water, and the sound of the water plopped continuously. It's the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped left and right, a little embarrassed, and dodged the current sweep. Danzo's eyes lit up, then he became a narrator. A grade water-style ninjutsu, Water Severing Wave. At this time, second Hokage stunt, on the battlefield back then, with this trick, it swept the heads of dozens of ninjas with one blow. Staring at Ziu more carefully at this time, the more I look, the more I like it. Water style is a bit like Mr. Tobirama. Wind style Vacuum Continuous Waves. When Liu heard Sarutobi Hiruzen shout out this ninjutsu, the goosebumps were all over. This is also an A-level wind style ninjutsu, but it can defeat Suzanu's defense. In the original plot, Danzo used a vacuum to split Sasuke's Suzanu with a big hole. Seeing this man's ninjutsu scope is so large, Liu didn't intend to hide it. Since you Sarutobi Hiruzen want to know my strength so much, then I will show it to you. Bite the fingers of both hands, form a seal, and slap the ground with both hands. Summoning Technique Triple Rashomon. Red, green, and blue, 3 huge doors, rising from the ground. The demons on the doors are hideous and terrifying, with their mouths open, representing swallowing everything. After the storm smashed the first 2 doors, due to lack of stamina, it was blocked by the third door, leaving a deep mark on it, and then a burst of smoke disappeared. A crowd of Umbu ninjas marveled. What kind of ninjutsu, such a strong defense, can also block the A-level ninjutsu of Master 3rd Generation? Danzo was all confused. At this time, Orochimaru couldn't stand anymore and turned into a narrator. First Hokage summoning technique is indeed amazingly defensive. It's not like Dilyabai, it's comparable to mid-level defensive ninjutsu. Summoning Rashomon requires a lot of chakra. I thought it's time to learn ninjutsu, this man from first Hokage. Liu never thought that Orochimaru would only learn it because of himself, Rashomon, this ninjutsu. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Liu, he actually used this trick to block his own attack, and he sealed the seal again. Fire style Big Flame Bomb. A huge scorching flame swept in, and shot straight towards Liu with an impact. Liu looked helpless. Come again. Water style Water Barrier. Pulling up a wall of water to block the flame attack, a large swath of heat surged. Chakra consumes a lot, so let you see wood style. Quickly seal your hands, clasp your fingers together, and let out a loud shout. Wood style The Sea of Trees Born. This time the ground and the earth cliff called by 3rd Generation, the trees sprouted quickly, broke out of the soil, spread quickly, and swept the entire enchantment. The wood style used this time is several times stronger than the previous ones. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he had to bit his finger. Summoning. Summoned the ape demon, turned into a golden cudgel, and smashed it indiscriminately, interrupting the tree vines that stretched over. Monkey, who is this? How did you summon me out? Liu saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the ape demon, and knew that the battle was almost over. He didn't control too many tree and vine attacks, but just acted symbolically. After all, third Hokage's face still needs to be given, and it is almost enough to force the summoning technique, and Liu also releases Sharingan. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that there were no vines reaching out, he brought the golden cudgel to Liu and said, "Ziyu, I am very satisfied with your assessment. From now on you are Konoha's Jonin." And solemnly said, "If you inherit the first generation wood style, you must also inherit his will of fire. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout." Liu listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's will to fire, and a wave of brainwashing came too fast, but he replied solemnly, "Since it has inherited first Hokage's wood style will carry first Hokage's will and will continue to guard the entire village. The village will also be prosperous and prosperous under your leadership." When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Liu's answer, he narrowed his eyes and nodded in relief. With a smile, he turned and left with great satisfaction. Liu's wave of rainbow farts is steady. Having seen Liu's wood style, Danzo wanted to draw Liu into their roots, so he followed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mito Kato Homura and Yudatan Koharu took one more look at Liu and left here. Liu walked to a place where there was no one and saw Orochimaru walk out of the shadows. "Nawaki, now your strength has become so much stronger, I am happy for you as a teacher. When do I have time? Come to my place to sit down, there is a little problem in research." "Oh, teacher Orochimaru. I must go to you when I have time, and ask you." Seeing that there was nothing unusual about Liu, Orochimaru turned around and left after hearing it. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the excessive consumption of chakra and take Liu. Seeing Orochimaru leaving, Liu returned home with a Flying Thunder God technique. The next day, I went to the Hokage building to register and receive Jonin's green vest. Continue to live Umbu's mission. Chapter 11 Kushina's Captive. During my time in Konoha, I became good friends with Namikaze Minato, studying ninjutsu and mutual learning. I also know that Namikaze Minato has already joined Umbu, and he often performs tasks, and his strength has improved a lot. They also exchanged one, with the Flying Thunder God technique Kunao. "Minato, do you have a girl you like? I haven't seen you for a while, and I heard that you didn't do the task," Kaido said with an unnatural face on Namikaze Minato. "It seems, yes. Like. Haha, it must be there, I won't ask who you are, then you work harder." Namikaze Minato thought of a red-haired girl in his head, and unconsciously dropped his head. Namikaze Minato who reacted and asked, "Nawaki, don't you have anyone you like?" This is Liu's mind. A purple-haired, fair-skinned, tall, and attractively curved man, he blushes before he gets old. Lowly controls, blames uncle, she can be her uncle at the age of heart. Liu was stunned by a single question, "That's what happened?" "Ha, let me just say, you just have someone you like, don't admit it." Liu, who reacted, felt that he was fooled. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Minato had this kind of time, looking at him with a warm smile, but couldn't beat him by the hand. Yueying and his own group have performed missions together many times, and they have also given him a handful of their own Flying Thunder God technique. I guessed that she was the older sister of Yueying, and Yueying could master Konoha's swordsmanship. This is when Liu received the communication from Umbu, has a mission, and waved goodbye to Namikaze Minato. Liu quickly put on the mask and went to the Umbu base to report. When I came back, I was on a patrol mission. I gathered with a few team members, Yuing and Shuakai. The three of us patrolled, and Iwayuki went to perform the mission alone. I just mentioned Yuing with Namikaze Minato. Liu looked more unnaturally. Yuing took a few glances and found that she was 16 years old and she was growing well. The straight eyes were fortunately covered by this mask to avoid this embarrassing situation. Shaking his head, throwing away the distracting thoughts. According to the plot this year, it should appear that Cloud Shinobi Village hijacks Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, but I don't know the specific time and place. I don't know if my appearance will change the plot. In this way, the three of them patrolled the village, swiftly racing through the village. Suddenly, I felt from a distance that the barrier was weak in the distance. Liu quickly looked for the nearest tree next to him, and carefully sensed it with his hands. A person quickly rushed out of the barrier, and Chakra was quite familiar. Namikaze Minato. No, Uzumaki Kushina may have something wrong. The three of Liu quickly went to the nearby residence of Uzumaki Kushina, and found that the people had disappeared. There were traces of ninja fighting, protecting Kushina's umbu, and 5 of them fell to the ground. Moonhawk, go to the Hokage building quickly and inform Master Hokage about this time. Shuichi, you treat the wounded on the spot to protect their safety. I probably already know that the enemy is out of the enchantment direction, I will chase after it. With a body flicker technique, Liu quickly ran in the direction where the barrier appeared abnormal, and crossed the barrier. There were a lot of enemies this time, and the 5 of Umbu could be resolved in one go. Among those who came, at least 3 Jonin were right. After running for a while, I found that I didn't know which direction the enemy had ran in, but Liu didn't feel anxious at all, closed his eyes and felt it. Found it? Chakra was activated, and his body disappeared in place. Flying Thunder God technique. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Namikaze Minato, who was carefully searching for traces of red hair on the ground, twisted the space beside her. Liu appeared next to him. Namikaze Minato didn't lift her head, she continued to find her hair, and said, Nawaki, you are here. Help find the red hair Kushina left on the ground. Namikaze Minato will also Flying Thunder God, Liu, and his exchanges are supreme, suddenly activated, and immediately knew that Liu was coming. Thanks to Namikaze Minato, his perception of space is really sensitive. I'm not afraid that someone else suddenly killed him. Maybe I haven't encountered it yet. Obito is wearing a mask, otherwise he will be vigilant. Superior. Ha, Minato is in a hurry. According to you, it's too slow to find with your eyes by moonlight. Look at me. Speaking, Liu put his hands on the tree and fully mobilized his senses, sharing the senses with the forest trees. 20 meters ahead on the rocks, on the grass 30 meters to the left. After listening to this, Namikaze Minato rushed out, Liu didn't finish his words. Minato, the enemy is located, 8 people, 7 ninjas, chakra attributes are mainly thunder attributes. 3 kilometers ahead, they stopped to rest. Minato, you just need to find a lot of hair, it's enough for you to make a girl. 7 Cloud Shinobi. The captain saw that the team members were a little tired, so he went out and went all the way on his way. Chakra consumed a lot, and he was almost out of Konoha's range in front of him. Everyone stopped, rested for 2 minutes, and then set off. A ninja with a big waist and a round waist put down Uzumaki Kushina who was carrying his shoulders. Long time driving Uzumaki Kushina with disheveled hair, even so, you can still see a beautiful red hair. Captain, this Konoha Jinchuriki just now is always messing around, I suspect it's doing little tricks. It's better to take advantage of the rest, I cut off her hands, anyway, the task is only to live. The captain Kaido with a ninja sword behind. Oh, another little maneuver on the road. When Uzumaki Kushina heard these words, his face was pale, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. Then you're welcome. Chapter 12 Flying Thunder God appears. Liu, who approached quickly, felt again that there were 2 Jonin, 1 elite Jonin, and 4 elite Jonin. The enemy team is very strong. Minato, you use the Flying Thunder God Master to attack, and I use a large area of ninjutsu behind me to break them up. The persimmons have to be soft, and finally deal with the 3 Jonin. At this time the 2 had already arrived near the enemy. Liu quickly seals. Wood style wood clone. Liu, who was the same 2 people, separated from the side, and quickly separated a certain distance. Namikaze Minato's attention is now focused on Kushina in the crowd, as gentle as him, and can't help but urge Liu to come. How about it? Surely not. Especially when I saw a ninja drew out a knife and walked towards Kushina, the special kunao in his hand clenched 3 pointers tightly. Seeing that the enemy's attention was all on Kushina, Liu secretly said, "Good chance." The 3 Liu took advantage of the mask to turn on Sherry-non again, and their seals. Wind-style Great Breakthrough. Earth-style Rock Slate. Water-style Water Traveling Wave. First, a violent wind rushed towards the crowd, everyone squinted. At the same time, a semicircular soil wall rose from both sides of Kushina, quickly covering her whole body, helping her to block the gale from attacking and the subsequent current attack. The next huge current rushed towards the 7 ninjas with huge waves from the other side. The hurricane just now made them unable to control their movement, and it was too late to use the escape technique to resist. They were blown out because of their poor strength. When the huge current came, they were forced to separate. It was not easy to have a sea-level wind style and a B-level water style in the front. One of the poor elite Jonin was directly stunned. Namikaze Minato screamed. Good. Directly rushed to the remaining 3 elite Jonin, throwing special karma to them. The remaining 2 Jonin fought with Liu's separates, so they went directly to the elite Jonin. Boy, the 3 ninjutsu just now are very good, and successfully broke our formation. Your chakra is not enough, right? Cloud Shinobi Village Elite Jonin said, pulling out the shinobi sword behind him and swiping it several times into the air, surrounded by lightning. Liuxin secretly said, "This is to use their village's best physical technique to solve me quickly." Liu took out 3 special kunao, threw them in 3 directions, nailed them to a few trees, and made a dull sound. Rubbing the balls with his left hand, holding Namikaze Minato's special kunao with his right, rushing towards the enemy. Reiznan, who hit Liu with a knife, was about to split Liu into 2. Liu in the air moved to the side of the enemy, throwing out the kunao in his hand. Kakuzu smiled evilly, and his body suddenly flickered and disappeared. A golden light flickered on the side of the enemy, and Namikaze Minato, who had quickly solved the 3 elite Jonin, appeared, flung a kunao with one hand and shot at the enemy, and with the other hand, Reiznan hit the enemy's armpit. Just as he turned his head away from kunao, suddenly Liu appeared from the other side again, and Reiznan hit the back with a blow. Elite Jonin hit 2 Reiznan shots and crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Just when Liu's body launched Flying Thunder God, the 2 avatars also launched Flying Thunder God, reaching the 2 trees, forming a seal together, and each taking a deep breath. Wind-style Vacuum Sphere. Wind-style Vacuum Wave. The elite Jonin, who had just hit the ground, suffered serious injuries, and he had not had time to react. Boom. The sound was endless, and with a few loud noises, the ground was in a mess. The corpse of Cloud Shinobi Village Elite Jonin had been divided into several pieces and bloody. The wind attribute restrains the thunder attribute, breaks through the thunder attribute chakra defense, a set of tactical coordination, plus 2 B-level ninjutsu, find the right opportunity to concentrate on the bombing. The reaction was not in time, and the opposing elite Jonin directly played GG. 2 avatars of Liu, chakra was exhausted and turned into wood. At this time Namikaze Minato, who quickly solved the 3 elite genin, came and stood shoulder to shoulder. The two looked at each other tacitly, smiled at each other, exchanged special kunao in their hands, and rushed to the 2 jonin quickly. When they were separated, Liu thought on a whim, and came up with a sentence: solve the enemy faster than anyone else. Liu, who rushed towards Jonin, suddenly noticed his eyes and improved his observation ability. At this time, Liu's eyes, inside the blood-red eyes, were 3 tomo, slowly turning. Only by fighting can I improve my strength faster. I originally wanted to try the power of the fairy magic against the elite Jonin, but it was a pity that he was taken away by a wave. I can only try this Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village. At this time, Liu's clone in a forest turned into a piece of wood. In an instant, Liu's forehead was in the center, a little green dot began, and a circular green pattern surrounded it. With green eyeshadow on the corners of his eyes, and a pair of 3 hooked jade-colored eyes, it was indescribable. In order to prevent the other party from seeing what he is like now, get the seal first. Illusory technique, dark action technique. The A-level illusion that first Hokage has used, the illusion that captures all the light from the enemy. The enhanced version of 3 Tomo Sharinan, the illusion that was launched, estimated that Mangekyo would be blind for a short time. Kiin again, cross your fingers together and let out a loud shout. Wood style, the sea of trees born. Using Sage mode to send out the sea of trees to be born, regardless of the range, growth speed, toughness of the trees, and the speed of absorbing the enemy chakra, it is increased by several times. In this way, the unsuspecting Jonin was tied into twists at once, and he closed his eyes as if his body was hollowed out, and he was dizzy. Liu, turn off Sharinan, dissipate the natural energy from his body, and the lines on his face disappeared. There was no heat on his body, and the space changed. Minato appeared next to him and glanced at the ninja who was tied up in a twist with only his head exposed. Nawaki, it's fast. Let's go back and find Kushina. Liu took off the mask and said afterwards, I will not go. Unlock Earth style in the distance, I'll clean the battlefield, and in the end I will look at you. For the sultry girl gave a look that you understand. For people who are full of talents like Namikaze Minato, you should understand. After speaking, Liu urged him to leave and disarmed Earth-style ninjutsu from a distance. Namikaze Minato is the same as the original plot. A princess hugs Kushina and runs around the tree. Minato teases sister on the moon, son teases sister on the moon. Seeing their backs away, Liu shook his head, the hottest girl, the hottest cub. At this time, Liu collected the corpses, one was stunned by the water, and the other was tied up. An umbu flare was sent to the sky, and he sat down, leaning against a big tree, and humming a little song. If there is something to eat at this time, it is really inconvenient to drive things. I'm starving to death. I must treat Minato when I go back. Yueying arrived with a dozen umbu. Respectfully call Master Ziu. Yueying heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Liu was okay, and asked, how is the battle? Perfectly completed, capture 2 ninjas. Liu directed umbu to take the body back, and the 2 alive sent to the torture department. Liu returned to the village and explained the results of this operation to Third Hokage. Ziu, it's great. The 9 tails Jinchuriki in the village came back and crushed the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi Village. During this period of holiday, I see you consider whether you are willing to take a graduate of the ninja school. Students who graduated with ninjas, Hokage-sama, I think it's okay. You still think about it, after all, there is still some time before graduating from this ninja school. Liu left with questions, Hokage building, not knowing what medicine Sarutobi Hiruzen sells in the gourd. Liu took advantage of the holiday and went to find Namikaze Minato. This time, he found Namikaze Minato and Kushina together. Nawaki, it's you. Thank you for the last time for the sake of time. It was the first time that Liu came to Hokage to meet Kushina. Although he was in a class at the ninja school before, he never said anything. Kushina said hello very warmly. Nawaki, Minato has already told me about the last time. Thank you so much. Liu smiled back and said, as a Konoha shinobi, Minato's friends should do it. I came to Minato this time to discuss the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing technique. In the future, I will often go to Namikaze Minato, study Flying Thunder God, and see if we can use the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family to develop Flying Thunder God second stage and Flying Thunder God Guide Mine. Flying Thunder God is a skill that transfers the tailed beast bomb of 9 tails to the outside of the village, which is characterized by consuming a lot of chakra. Knowing that Liu wanted to learn seal art, Kushina gave the 4-elephant seal and the 8-sign seal scroll to Liu as a thank you. The Senju clan was originally distant relatives to the Uzumaki clan. The family scroll collected a lot of ninjutsu from the Uzumaki clan. This time, Liu solved many sealing problems from Kushina. Chapter 13 The 37th S-Class Mission. Liu received the 37th S-level mission to go to the country of bears to pursue Taken village and Renmin Mizumi. According to intelligence, there is no water on the border of the country of birds. Upon receiving the mission, Liu went through the country of grass and rain, preparing to enter the country of birds at the fastest speed. The country of birds is located on the lakeside where migratory birds inhabit. It is also the first time for Liu to come to the country of birds and recalled the original plot. Not long after Sasuke had just defected from the village, Naruto, Tenten, and Neji teamed up to receive the task of curse the samurai in the country of birds. Simply put, it is a group of wandering ninjas who want to usurp the name and occupy this country. This kind of small country does not have its own ninjas. This mission will only encounter some wandering ninjas. First go to the capital of the bird country to find out the information. In addition to Liu himself, Iwayuki and 2 Umbu ninjas were included in this mission. As the captain of this operation, Liu ordered the other 2 Umbu ninjas to inquire about the news. He and Iwayuki used the transformation technique, changed their appearances, and wandered around in the capital city of the bird country. Every time the chase mission, the village betrayal, are the guys with the most jonin. For Liu, every time he travels on business. The scenery of the country of birds is pretty good. There are so many egrets, so it was named the country of birds. The economy and Konoha are too different, and it didn't take long for it to be of great interest. At the gathering point, I saw 2 Umbu who had come back from inquiring about the news. Mizumo hired a wandering ninja to protect him, and he had already gone to the country of bears. What? Mizuno ran away again. Mizumi ran so far and hired someone to protect him. Since Takigakura paid a high price to ask us Konoha to chase him down, it seems that he is not easy. The 2 small countries, the country of bear and the country of birds, both survive in the gap between the country of wind and the country of earth, and now they have to enter the deep gap between the country of bears to chase. The 4 hurried on the road this time, trying to stop him in the forest where Shuowu entered the bear country. The forest of the bear country was deep and it was easy to get lost. If he entered the forest, it was even more difficult to find his trace. Bear country. On the way overnight. Through induction, Liu found that 4 people were sitting on the ground and resting 2 kilometers ahead. Liu sneered. This Takinomura Mizuno can run, but I caught it. Designate good tactics, 4 people quickly and quietly touched it. 2 Umbu ninjas in 2 positions. Fire style great fireball technique. Seeing 2 fireballs flying at night, the water does not react slowly. Water style multiple water flow walls. 2 water walls were raised to block it, and the fireball attacked. The mist suddenly turned and the line of sight was blurred. Liu was not polite, threw out 2 special kunao, and shot them at the 4 from the side. Flying Thunder God was activated, and instantly between the 2 wandering ninjas, Nan with his left hand hit one person, and his right hand pierced one person's throat. Under the horrified gaze of another wandering ninja, one of his companions was shot and flew out, and one of them fell while clutching his neck. The two of Shuiwu quickly jumped away, trying to distance themselves from Liu. Iwayuki followed up with Mizuno, and battled him with physiques, and the wandering ninja quickly sealed the hand. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Separate a large figure of people. An Umbu of Konoha was surprised the secret forbidden technique of Konoha village, how could he be? Liu was also very surprised, Naruto's exclusive ninjutsu, anyone who has seen Hokage doesn't know. Nan opened, his eyes turned bloody, and the three Gojade quickly turned. Liu couldn't help but let out a cold voice. Haha, just illusion, bluffing. Unceremoniously throw out a special kunao again. Kyu passed through the bodies of the people in front, and Liu flickered again into the crowd. With Nan from top to bottom, he slapped people to the ground with one blow. Boom boom. All the avatars suddenly distorted and disappeared, instead of turning into white smoke. Only a silent figure was left lying in the pit next to Liu. Liu whispered to himself. I thought I didn't need Nan to deal with you guys. Now that I let me drive, let's make a quick decision. At this time, Shuiwu and Yan Xing fought a blow to Kuwu, retreating in the relay, and quickly forming a seal on their hands. Liu is also welcome. Nan looked at Shuimu and imitated his seal on his hand, faster. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The big water under Liu's feet condensed into a water dragon, and it ran towards the water without any impact. Water without dilated pupils, yelled. How can it be? As soon as the water dragon under his feet condensed and showed his head, he was bitten by Liu's water dragon and rushed out hundreds of meters with Liu, and he fainted directly. Ordering the two Umbu ninjas to clean the body of the wandering ninja, Liu closed Nan and went to the fainted Mizuno. He saw a gourd hanging from his waist, which contained some transparent liquid, emitting a golden light. Liu's heart beats, and his heart beats faster. Heroic water. Specialty of Takigakura village. The holy water obtained from under the giant tree every 100 years, drinking the heroic water can increase the chakra tenfold, but the heroic water has a duality, as the price of the chakra, it will swallow the user's life. Liu's unceremonious income. After solving Shuiwu, he sealed his body in the scroll, ready to take it back to hand in the task. Liu suddenly noticed an abnormality within the range of perception. No, there are a large number of ninjas, come to us. An Umbu stepped forward and said. Captain, can you feel which country the ninja is from? Liu put his hand close to the big tree next to him, feeling it carefully. Iwayuki was watching Liu attentively. When the two Umbu spoke, their hands touched Kuma, and Kuma was still glowing purple. One suddenly kicked Liu's back, and the other swept across. Upon seeing this, Iwayuki shouted Ziu, be careful behind. A sideways dodges the kunao who stabbed to the back, and stepped back. Squeak. The clothes were torn, and a smear of blood flew out from Liu's arm. After the two Umbu ninjas succeeded, they quickly jumped away and stood on the tree. Seeing that Liu just cut his arm, Iwayuki turned his head and rushed to a Konoha Umbu. Liu threw out the special kunao and rushed to another Umbu ninja first. Liu, who just wanted to attack, suddenly noticed that Umbu ninja was smoking and shouted. Iwayuki, be careful, blew yourself up. Boom. Hearing Liu's reminder that the rock is dangerous, he stopped the rushing pose with his hands on his chest, and was blown away by the aftermath. Liu easily used the Flying Thunder God technique that stayed in place and returned to the place. Yelled FK. I was overcast by Konoha's people. Iwayuki is leaving soon, and the ninja is about to chase. Liu found the injured arm, the wound had healed, and found that chakra was slowly unable to move. Liu's hand was sealed, and a wood clone appeared beside Liu. After breaking with the clone, Liu and the slightly injured Iwayuki turned and fled in the direction of the bird country. Yangzing looked at Liu, who was running, and his face became paler and paler, and he couldn't keep up with his speed. Ziyu, what's the matter with you? Why is your face so pale? Liu panting, Kaido. Iwayuki, Konoha Umbu's suffering is poisonous just now, it seems to be a poison specifically aimed at me, poison configuration. Stop in place and use medical ninjutsu to forcefully expel most of the toxins from the body. Liu didn't expect that the treatment would be so hard this time, and he was lethargic. Seeing that Liu couldn't run anymore, Yangzing said, I will carry you. Come up directly, force Liu on his back, and continue to set off for the country of birds. I fainted when I was groggy. Wood-style clone. The main body is seriously injured and we must buy time for it. Liu's avatar alone set up a detonating charm trap nearby, using the full detonating charm layout, and waiting for those who don't know which ninja from Ninja Village. At this time, there were about 30 figures of Taoist figures who quickly shuttled through the woods under the cover of night. Suddenly there were many explosions in a row. Boom boom boom. There are pitfalls. Enemy attack. Riding on the chaos of the explosion, Liu threw out 5 special kunao, flew to the place where the crowd was the most, and launched Flying Thunder God mercilessly. Ah! Puff puff. With multiple flashes, 6 ninjas with a 5-pointed star forward protector were killed on the spot. At the moment of killing, Liu turned around and left after recovering Kiwi. By the way, not in love with fighting. Just one contact, they killed 8 ninjas and 5 injured. Originally, the ninja of Xingyan village. Liu didn't want to waste chakra. The journey back to Konoha was far away. He didn't know that this attack could have a deterrent effect on Xingren, make them retreat, or make them afraid to chase them with all their strength. Damn it, Konoha's ninja. What about people? Is it hiding somewhere? Konoha's mouse was planted. Liu sneered while listening to the clamor behind him, speeding up the speed of catching up with the body. Chapter 14 Becoming Famous in One Battle, 1. Liu woke up on Iwako's back and asked in a languid spirit. Iwayuki, where is it? Ziu, you woke up and you are in the country of birds. Enter the capital immediately. Hold on. Don't carry me, I feel better. Although I can't mobilize too much chakra, my recovery is slow, but my body is okay. No, we can't go to the capital of the bird country. Iwayuki asked inexplicably why. Liu took out the map from behind and pointed at the map. Look at the country of soil on the top and the country of wind on the bottom. We are in the country of birds between the two big countries. The country of birds must pass through the country of rain when returning to Konoha. There will be a group of people behind to rushing us into this trap. Ziyu, how did you infer these? I have felt that among the people who chase us, there is one ninja who is good at earth style and one who is good at wind style. My worst guess is that someone in Konoha is going to die here this time, and the country of birds makes it hard for me to fly. I fainted just now, otherwise I won't enter the country of birds. I should take a detour to enter the country of wind or land while the encirclement has not yet formed. Start a detour now, go to the land of the earth, and gamble. After speaking, the two of them changed directions, and slanted straight into the land of earth. It didn't take long for the two of them to rush to the border between the country of birds and the country of soil, and they ran into more than 100 rock shinobi. Because of Zio's mental weakness, their perceptions were greatly reduced. Left suddenly rushed again, and finally was surrounded. Haha, Zio and Iwayuki from Hokage. It's you too. It seems that you can get rid of you here, without the need for other countries to take action. The credit is our brigade. Liu shouted. Wait a minute, how do you know that we will come? A rock shinobi who seems to be the leader said. In fact, We have a special tracking method. The encircling circle is slowly narrowing down to 2 kilometers from you. This time we spent a lot of money to kill you. Seeing this situation, Iwaoki knew that he had no hope of escaping, and looked back at Liu. Ziu, you must survive. As Konoha, you are the only one who inherits first-generation wood style. Knowing that you are running out of chakra, you must survive. Liu grabbed Iwaoki's hand. I have space for ninjutsu, enough to take you out of here. Iwaoki shook off Liu's hand. Space ninjutsu leads people to consume a lot of chakra. What can I do if I escape this time? Will the crisis be resolved? The more chakra you leave, the greater the hope of living. Ziu must return to Konoha alive. He rushed to the rock shinobi group without looking back. Liu looked at Yangzing's infinite back, as if he understood something. After a wave of spatial fluctuations, Liu appeared on the top of a mountain, watching the battlefield rock line rush into the crowd, and after killing 8 rock shinobi, he was cut into a hornet's nest by shuriken and kunao. After continuing the battle, Iwaoki Chakra estimated that it would consume almost the same amount of fleeing so far. Faced with so many enemies, it is not easy to be able to hold back 8 people. Liu's eyes were painful, and Sharinan was automatically turned on. The 3 Hokage turned rapidly, and the pupil power continued to increase, and suddenly stopped. Did not evolve into Mangekyo, but because of lack of pupil power, did not enter Mangekyo. After the pain, I found that there was no change in the eyes except for increased pupil power. Pity. After Liu just used Flying Thunder God, he could only mobilize 10% of chakra. Because of Iwaoki's death, Liu made up his mind, and Liu quickly ran to the country of birds. Since I can't run away, I won't run away. Liu intends to take the initiative to enter the encirclement zone, which is the border area between the country of birds and the country of rain. After a night of rushing, Liu found a mountain peak, sat down to rest, closed his eyes and regained chakra and spirit. At this time, the army surrounding Liu had also come to the foot of the mountain. Liu looked up and down. Iwagaku almost came, more than 500 people, Sand Shinobi came 100 ninjas, Rain Shinobi village 100 ninjas. After careful perception, there are 3 powerful chakras, special chakras. I saw people wearing purple clothes and red hats in the Iwagaku team from a distance. 4 tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and 5 tails Ba Jinchuriki Han, very good. The kingdom of the wind should be 1 tail Jinchuriki to divide blessings. Very good, lest I go to you later. The 3rd generation rock shadow Onaki flying in the air, 3rd Kazekage, Hanzo of the salamander are all here. You really look at me. This kind of formation made Liu feel like Uchiha Madara, facing the ninja army alone. Liu, who could only mobilize 30% of chakra, suddenly became proud. The people below, listen up. My Konoha Umbu ninja, code name, Ziu. Today, let you see that the strongest blood of the Senju clan inherits the limit. After that, Liu's forehead was in the middle, starting with a little green dot, round green stripes around it, the corners of both eyes were added with green eyeshadow, and a pair of 3 hook jade sharinan, the whole person burst into a powerful aura. Wearing a mask, the army could not see Liu's changes, and could only judge by his aura. Onoji said, "What's the matter, isn't he not enough chakra? 3rd Kazekage follow him, so many of us." Hanzo of the salamander there is no boy with full hair, so far from 1st Hokage. Liu threw out all the special kunao and dispersed it among the crowd. The space fluctuated suddenly, and Liu came to the center of the Iwagaku ninja army, quickly formed seals, and fastened his hands crossed. Would style the arrival of the tree world. With Liu's feet as the center, the trees and plants began to grow wildly. This time, the ninjutsu spurred by Xianju was not a little stronger than the Shuhei born in the past. Spreading rapidly, the vines entangled the ninjas, absorbed chakra, grew again, and entangled more people. Boom boom boom, detonating talisman flying. Go away, the ninja with your hand cuts the trees continuously, only leaving deep scars on them, and then automatically repairing them. Ah! This is the technique of first Hokage. After a dozen breaths, this large forest became quiet. With the help of Flying Thunder God, Liu disappeared in place, and came to the side of Oyemu, who had just been embarrassed. When he went up, he gave the old guy a punch. With the Xianshu bonus, the speed is greatly increased, and there is no time for hitting Onokiji. Onoki's blood following elimination is the most threatening, but it is Tsuchikage Onoki who finds the opportunity to use a soil substitute to escape. Onoki, panting in the air, clutching his sore belly, and panda eyes, shouted angrily, "I am going to kill you." Dust escape, the original realm stripping technique. Combining the three nature transformations of wind, earth, and fire to form dust escape. A cube transparent enchantment imprisoned Liu. At this time Oyemu smiled triumphantly. "Boy, I was so happy that you hit me just now, Dayu. This is the time to wait." In previous games, the easiest way to hit the enemy 100% was when the opponent was using skills. Thinking that it would be okay to fly into the air, Liu shot a huge Raise-Non in his hand and hit it directly behind Ohike. Old guys try Xiao's, Hokage is a hit. Xianshu big ball Raise-Non. Onoki was spinning around in the air, and had a close contact with the ground directly. Boom. Hit a big hole. Nearby ninja shouting, "Master Tsuchikage! Master Tsuchikage!" The Flying Thunder God technique was planted on his body, and it was useless to fly. Watching Liu descend from the sky, all the remaining Iwagakure ninjas throw Kunao. Jin releases ninjutsu, countless. Liu sneered, probably staying in the air, just intending to trick the army into a wave of skills. Go to the pit again with the Flying Thunder God technique mark on Oyemu. Ancestral Weird Power Fist. A punch was done again, but also on the back of Onoki, who got up. Boom. The ground cracked, centered on Onoki, and the rubble spread and sank again for several minutes. Ono screamed miserably, "Ah!" A cool song was given to Oyemu, and he passed out directly. "Lord Tsuchikage! Lord Tsuchikage!" The two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure yelled at Liu in the pit with fierce eyes. Chapter 15 become famous in the first battle, 2. Liu launched the Flying Thunder God and disappeared again, this time focusing on the teams of Kage and Hanzo of the Salamander. Coming to a mountain peak, Liu quickly closed his seal and crossed his hands. Wood-style birthday of the flower and tree world. Surrounding all the ninjas in the center, the large branches that bulged under the ground split the mountains, passed through the rocks, and covered the entire ground. Surrounded by hundreds of ninjas, shouting and running away. "Help! What is this? Do not come!" Tossed the kunao and shuriken in his hands in a panic. The elite ninja who had almost escaped was still glad that they were not tied up. The trees cover the whole area, and on the trees grow several huge flowers, big and charming red flowers, slowly blooming, emitting a lot of poisonous pollen. All the people in the entire area fell, only a few guards following Hokage left the area fast enough. A ninja in Iwagakure pointed at the battlefield next door in surprise and shouted, "Look, what is that? Such a big flower. It's terrible wood style, the scope is so big." Lao Zi said to Han. "The kid, put two big ninjutsu, chakra consumes almost. We will go over, we will beast together later, and we will get rid of him." He turned back and ordered you take Tsuchikage to retreat, stay away. Here, Liu also knows that the natural energy is running out, so he should get rid of Kage and Hanzo of the Salamander. Magnet-style sand-iron Shiger. Fire-style detonation flame array. The two unceremoniously resorted to ninjutsu to Liu, and Fen Ying's flying stone-like sand iron shot at Liu at an extremely fast speed, which was very difficult to hide. The ground slowly sank and revealed multiple detonating symbols. Whizzing. Boom. The sand iron hit, the detonation talisman exploded under his feet, Liu's body turned into a pile of mud and disappeared. Soil clone. Liu landed in the distance to seal. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Pat the ground with both hands, input chakra into the ground, and produce countless wooden hands, which can be manipulated at will. Quickly grab Third Hokage and Hanzo of the Salamander. Third Hokage couldn't react and was caught by a huge wooden hand. Hanzo of the Salamander relied on his good physical skills to avoid the catch of a dozen wooden hands. Liu's body flicker technique came behind the captured Fen Ying, hit Sage Art Big Ball Raise Non, and flew out directly. Hanzo of the Salamander sees this, bit his finger. Summoning technique Sanjiao Fish. One-tail Jinchuriki shared the blessings and saw the wind and shadows, was beaten up and injured, and ignored One-tail, and instantly turned into a beast. It turned into a huge yellow big civet cat, surrounded by black curses. Ninjutsu false sleeping technique. Wow haha, I finally came out, I want to kill you little ants. At this time, 5 tails and 4 tails Jinchuriki arrived and saw that One Tail had become a beast. They looked at each other. Communicating with the tail beast in the body, followed by tail beastization, 2 bursts of white fog, a white horse and a red gorilla appeared. Seeing this situation, Liu used Flying Thunder God to open the distance. Suddenly, I realized that the 8-minute Sage mode was over, and the green lines on the face and the eyeshadow disappeared. It seems that I will let you see how first generation subdued the power of the 9 big-tailed beasts. With the seal on the hand, a wood clone in the territory of Bear Country, Peng's voice turned into a piece of wood. Liu enters Sage mode again. This battle is too hasty, ready for the last Sage mode, solve the 3 of you in one go. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Passing chakra to the tree grows rapidly, and a giant wooden golem appears, with a wooden dragon wrapped around its body, whose size and combat power are comparable to the complete Susanoo. Standing on the head of the giant wooden golem, Liu controlled the giant wooden golem, making a big jump, swinging a giant punch to the head of One Tail. The 3-tailed beasts were shocked when they saw this wooden golem, but they knew it, the fear of being dominated by first Hokage Senju Hashirama. One Tail sees the approaching giant fist, making a difficult and unpleasant sound. 4 blessings, let me go back, hurry up and wake up. Hanzo of the Salamander on the ground saw the actions of his teammates and said he couldn't understand. He just summoned the Sanjo fish, ready to fight, and the battle escalated instantly. As a demigod, he was soy sauce. When summoning came out of summoning, the Sanjiao fish was directly transformed by the air current of One Tail, and it was blown out. I don't know where it went. Hanzo did not take the ink with the remaining men, and withdrew in a hurry. The gods fight, the mortals suffer. Kazekage was taken away by Tsunagakuru's ninja. Boom. A punch knocked One Tail to the ground, and the ground shook heavily and the dust was flying. Liu manipulated the wooden golem, held the tail of One Tail in both hands, swiped it up and threw it at 4 tails. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The wooden dragon on wooden golem rushed towards 5 tails, easily binding 5 tails and restraining its actions. 5 tails screamed ah! The wood dragon has thorns all over its body, and can absorb the target chakra, the tighter it is tied. This is a technique that can bind 9 tails, and it is not trivial to bind 5 tails. The huge wooden golem jumped again, punching each with both hands, 1 tail and 4 tails. Boom. The 2-tailed beasts that had been bumped into each other received a punch. The ground shook continuously for several times, and several nearby mountain peaks could not bear the shaking and collapsed one after another. The surviving ninja in the distance, seeing this scene, swallowed. Three-tailed beasts were hung and beaten. Nothing to fight back. Is this wood style? Liu saw that two-tailed beasts were knocked down to the ground, raised his fists and beaten wildly. The tailed beasts on the ground screamed screaming. Seeing that the fight is almost done, it's time to do business. Take back the wooden dragon from 5 tails, and Liu seals again. Sage Art Myoshin Gate. At summoning, 13 red torii gates, a traditional Japanese building consisting of a horizontal and 2 vertical columns, descended from the sky, setting the tail and neck of the 3-headed beast to the ground. Make a huge roar. Seeing that it was almost done, Liu took out 3 seal scrolls from his back and sealed them separately. After sealing half of the chakra of each tail beast on the scroll, he retracted the scroll satisfactorily. Hey, I can't white hits this time. The 3 tail beasts were severely injured, and all the tail beast forms were lifted, and 3 figures appeared on the ground. Liu glanced at the ground and disarmed all wood-style ninjutsu. Without looking back, he swept towards Konoha. Before Sage Mode disappeared, he found a place to rest. In this battle, Third Tsuchikage Onoki was seriously injured, Third Kazekage was not lightly injured, and the 3 Jinchuriki were severely injured, and they were unable to mobilize the power of the tail beast for a period of time. It also dramatically pushed back the time for one-tail Shao'erhi's runaway. Tsunagakura should thank Liu. After this battle, Zio became famous in the ninja world, and Konoha succeeded first Hokage, the birth of a new generation of Super Kage-level powerhouses. Chapter 16 Becoming Deputy Minister. After returning to the village, Liu returned home directly after handing in the task. Set out to study this mission, the heroic water obtained from Takigakura Rebellion. Recently, the village has spread Konoha's White Fang, Heitake Shimao, who chose to rescue his companions because of abandoning the mission, causing the village to suffer huge losses, and the villagers blamed him. The rescued companion also came out to accuse Heitake Sakumo. Maybe it was the last straw that crushed him. Liu had just returned from a mission recently when he heard Konoha's White Fang hang himself to death. The name was not engraved on Konoha's consolation stele. I heard that this incident was a big blow to Kakashi. Knowing that Liu came back from the mission, he was summoned by Third Hokage the next day. Hokage Building Hokage Office. Only Hokage 3rd Generation and Liu are alone in the office. Nawaki, you who came back to the village just now, you probably know it too. I see, the rumors in the village about Konoha's White Fang, and hanging at home the day before. 3rd Generation Sarutobi Hiruzen took the cigarette from his mouth and sighed. Shuomao has not survived this crisis, and has gone on a dead end. Recently, there has been an action at the border of the Kingdom of Wind, and Shumo's fear of death will be introduced into Sand Shinobi, and the peace that has finally been ushered will be broken again. Liu muttered, "Don't worry, old man 3rd Generation, they must know it." According to the plot, I guess 3rd Kazekage is about to die. People are sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Master Hokage, no matter what, we still have to prepare for war. Unexpectedly, Hokage 3rd Generation suddenly asked me to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. Nawaki, in view of your very good performance in recent years, you will be promoted to Deputy Minister of Umbu. You don't need to go to the task, stay in the village with peace of mind, and deal with Umbu affairs mainly. Liu was shocked when he received this order. This time the strength is shocking, and the high-level Konoha plans to monitor me. Just thinking about it, Liu left the Konoha building and returned home. Liu has done so many tasks, but it is too difficult for Sherinan to upgrade Mangekyo. In this battle, Sherinan played a smaller and smaller role. Without Mangekyo, it did not improve the combat effectiveness much. The amount of chakra has long surpassed Kage level, and even more. There is no one who has allowed himself to make a full shot. Evolve Sherinan to Mangekyo Sherinan as soon as possible. Recently, the death of Konoha's White Fang in the village was washed away by the deeds of Master Ziu, fighting thousands of ninjas alone, and the three major ninja villages Hokage and Jinchuriki. With the spread of caring people, everyone gradually forgets selectively that the death of Konoha's White Fang has all been transferred to the battle of this bird country. A few days later, Konoha village Umbu. With his own power, Li Yu immediately transferred Shuichi and Yuying to his side to protect himself. The two who completed the task finally came to Li Yu to report. Shuichi, for so many years, you are still so thin, you haven't changed at all, you're just a taller man. Moon Eagle, long time no see. Ziu, you were a member of the team back then, you have become ministers, and we too have just been promoted to special jonin. Yuying blushed unnaturally and said. You are too strong to get rid of us. Li Yu changed the subject and said with a smile on his face. Let you be my direct subordinates. This decision means that you will focus on handling official affairs for me in the future. When he said that, he threw him a bunch of papers and let Shuichi go to work. He pulled up Yuying's small hands, which were soft as jade, and they were very comfortable to hold. After explaining Shuichi, Li Yu took Yuying's hand and launched Flying Thunder God, bringing Yuying back home. Shuichi with a black line on her face looked helplessly at the file, her mouth squashed. There is no SX with the opposite SX. Li Yu took off his mask and put it aside, motioning Yuying to sit down too. Mao Yu Yuying, in fact, I already knew your name. Hearing Li Yu calling her name, she also took off the Umbu mask. She has purple hair, big eyes, and sexy red lips. Her figure is protruding and curving, and she has a mature femininity. Li Yu stared at Mao Yu Yuying's cheeks, and the watched Mao Yu Yuying blushed and lowered her head before she retracted her gaze and said. My real name is Senju Nawaki, and the family inheritance of first Hokage and second Hokage's glory has been preserved. I should have died in the Second Ninja War, but I survived, which shows that the Senju clan should not disappear. Yuying, in fact, I have been feeling for you for many years. For your safety, I dare not walk too close to you. Iwayuki and I were sacrificed in the last mission. Someone in the village leaked information. Iwayuki should have died because of my involvement. Hearing Iwaxing's dead Jade Shadow was distressed, but he recovered quickly, perhaps because he saw more life and death in many missions. This time the death of Konoha's White Fang, the death of White Fang is so aggrieved, it also made me make up my mind. Yu Yuying said in surprise. What are you going to do, don't you think? Li Yu smiled and said. Not as serious as you think, and will not do anything unfavorable to the village. At least the village is also the painstaking effort of first generation and second generation. Just to talk to the blind man who is triumphant about his life. Li Yu didn't want to say any more, just looked directly at Yuying's eyes. Seeing that Yuying didn't lower her head this time, she said loudly. I will always support Nawaki-kun. Li Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, took Mao Yu Yuying's hand, and said with a smirk. Yuying, you will be my personal guard from today, referred to as secretary. What is a secretary? It's the kind of secretary doing something, it's okay. Li Yu, who reacted, knew that he had spoken, and changed the subject. Go home and pack your things, you will live in my house from now on. After saying this, Li Yu didn't look at Mao Yu Yuying's expression again, and walked out on his own, confessing to the subordinates. It's time to trouble Danzo, settle accounts with him, and Orochimaru, maybe he made this poison. Li Yu had several S-level missions, and the enemy ninja appeared in ambush. He knew the information of his escape, and ninjutsu was often restrained and targeted. The enemy don't like to use illusion and physical skills to deal with Li Yu. Every time, he relies on 3 Tomo Sharinan and Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God's Speed. Wood clone is difficult to distinguish between true and false, and many times have been saved. Especially for this mission, I almost confessed that I was in the country of birds, the place where the bird Tenten shit. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, Uncle can tolerate, and aunt can't tolerate either. Chapter 17. Late at night. After Liu got everything ready, he launched Flying Thunder God. Outside Konoha village, there is a special kunao on the ground, a place with no one. The space fluctuated, and Liu appeared directly next to him. After activating the transformation technique and becoming a ninja in Rock Shinobi village, he rushed directly to Shimura Danzo's house. I used wood style to perceive it and found that there was no one at home. Is there no one in Shimura? This old boy is quite wretched. Liu turned and went to Danzo Gen's secret base. As Deputy Minister Umbu, the location of this route is still known. Easily avoid the Umbu ninja patrolling in the village, and came to a forest outside the village, the route base. Liu said nothing. Flew directly towards the front. Who? Stop. Swish swish. Liu issued a special kunao. Start Flying Thunder God, go directly to the route gatekeeper ninja, kick the person out with both feet directly. Liu, who came to the door, shone at the door and fisted directly with a strange force, flying the sawdust at the root of the door with one punch. One stepped into the roots, strolled in the garden, put away the kuna, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly to the middle. I don't care about the root ninja that surrounds him, shouting. Shimura Danzo, get out of here. Master Danzo, did you call it? Who are you, dare to break into the roots of Konoha? At this time, the root ninjas are almost gathered, and Chi-Chi throws out the shuriken kunao in his hand. There are a lot of kunavyo, and also carries the detonation talisman. Outside the light, Danzo was hiding in a dark corner, with a few root ninjas next to him, without attacking. Liu showed a weird smile. I know you, old boy, you are so yin, you deserve to be Danzo. With so many root ninjas coming out, they dare not show up, and they have to hide nearby to observe their opponents. Liu machinery used kunao to hit the flying kunao and shurikens, and many kunao exploded in the air. Boom. Continuous explosions, smoke-filled. At the moment when everyone's attention is in the middle of the explosion. Earth-style heart decapitation. One hand under Danzo's feet stretched out from the ground and grabbed Danzo's feet. Take Danzo and disappear directly in place, and find a good no man's land outside Dao village. Danzo blurted out Flying Thunder God technique with shocked expression on his face. Liu bends down to pick up the kunao on the ground, releases the transformation technique, and does not intend to hide his identity in front of Danzo. Ziyu, it's you. When Danzo saw Liu wearing a mask, his face was bad. What are you going to do? Danzo took a few steps back and yelled inwardly. You are Nawaki of the Senju clan, Tsunade's younger brother, what do you want to do? Good. As a senior Konoha, Danzo knows his identity, and it is not surprising. Danzo, I'll just ask you, the last time the Takigakura S-level mission, the two people who attacked me, but the people at your roots? Yes, it is from my roots, and your information is also from me, for the other three Shinobu villages. Danzo's answer surprised Liu. Unexpectedly, Danzo is also considered a personal thing, and now, he does not intend to conceal it. Good chance. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Danzo took a deep breath and fired in bursts of colorless and transparent arrow balls. Liu didn't react slowly when he saw it, and instantly turned on Sharingan, easily avoiding the air and bomb attacks. During the period of avoidance, Liu was still thinking, Danzo, really old and cunning, deliberately confessing and telling the truth, causing the other party to fluctuate emotionally. Be the first to take the initiative, and you have to give you a thumbs up for this wave of operations. In that case, I'll copy a few ninjutsu. It's not in vain that Danzo has worked so hard. Seeing that Danzo missed the shot, he got the seal again in his hand. Wind-style vacuum big jade. Danzo took another deep breath, and after a huge air mass condensed, he rushed towards Liu who was not standing still. Seeing that I didn't hit Li Yu's half-dime, I was unwilling to get printed again. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves? The wind presents multiple storms, with Danzo shaking irregularly, the ripples spread, and hit Li Yu like a whip. Seeing Danzo's poor skills, Li Yu was almost out of time, and as one of the clones in his family burst open, he instantly turned on Sage mode. A smug smile appeared on his face. The lion fights the rabbit, still using all his strength. Danzo, I will send you on the road in one breath. Sage art big ball raise non. The blue light on his right hand was prosperous, facing the wind-style ninjutsu that came over, and rushed straight towards Danzo. Danzo still kept Jian's gesture, his eyes staring out. Seeing Li Yu and his own vacuum stalemate for a while, he hit the huge raise non directly at him, shaking his legs. Jump up and turn around 180 degrees in the air, ready to run. Danzo had just landed, and a huge force came from his back, pressing his back, causing it to pounce on the ground. Li Yu stepped on Danzo by impulsive force, and he had a skateboarding operation. Poor Danzo threw himself to the ground, was stepped on his back, and slid forward for a few meters. He screamed "Ah!" Li Yu is also welcome, stepping on Danzo and jumping on the spot, letting you taste the ancestral force fist. A punch hit Danzo's back, his body immediately arched, his head and feet turned up, the ground turned into gravel, and a huge arachnoid membrane spread. Boom! Danzo spit out a mouthful of old blood, his face instantly turned into bitter melon color. The strange force punch blessed by Xianshu was uncomfortable. In the original plot, Konoha was razed to the ground by a bag of rice, and Super Shinra Tianzhen was razed to the ground. Naruto Sage mode appeared. The speed was so fast that he wiped out the Shura Road in Pen 6 paths with one punch. Danzo passed out without accident. Li Yu turned Danzo over, pulled off the bandage on Danzo's head, peeled off Danzo's right eye, and buckled out a four-cornered windmill red Sharingan. It's actually Mangekyo, it looks like Shisui's one. It shouldn't be Shisui's, but from the perspective of time, it's his father Uchiha Kagami's. Danzo, all his teammates are killed, and Uchiha Kagami has shot you many times before. Put it away carefully and put it into the prepared test tube liquid. After receiving a little interest, Li Yu jumped back with satisfaction and opened the distance. Fire-style great fireball technique. Flames sprayed on Danzo, who fell to the ground, burning it with only a skeleton, and mobilizing Flying Thunder God to return home. Chapter 18 Mangekyo Sharingan. In the place where Li Yu didn't pay attention to the shadow, Danzo's figure appeared in it, unharmed, and one Sharingan in the sleeve of his hand closed his eyes permanently. Danzo, who had fainted, woke up with pain when he was deducted from Sharingan. He used Izanaga to trick Li Yu into saving his life. Danzo's face was scared, then he clenched his fist and said with a hint of anger, "Senjin Awake, you are great, you wait for me." After Danzo calmed down, his eyes became colder. It seems to look for another place, hide in a more secret place. Seeing a huge movement here, I rushed over in time. Umbu and the Root Ninja surrounded Danzo. "Master Danzo, are you okay? Where is the enemy?" Danzo thought about Kaido. The man has run away, he is an enemy ninja. For the specific situation, I will personally report it to 3rd Hokage. After sending the Umbu ninja away, he took the Root ninja and left. Li Yu never thought that Danzo was not dead, because his appearance caused the butterfly effect and accelerated Orochimaru's research process. He transplanted Hashirama cells and Sharingan to Danzo's arm early, and it was more perfect and was transplanted. There is absolutely no abnormality in his hand. Danzo's hands are not the same as in the original plot. They are tied with straps, like normal arms, hidden under the long sleeves. No abnormality is seen, and Danzo's situation is wrongly judged. When Flying Thunder God returned home to Li Yu, he naturally didn't know that Danzo was not dead, so he took out Mangekyo Sherry-non soaked in the liquid. I can finally have my own Mangekyo, I don't know what it is, so as not to have many dreams at night. Came to my laboratory, drew the rune formation on the ground, and sat in the middle. Immediately turn on Sherry-non, 3 black go jade spins in it, aim at Mangekyo Sherry-non with his left eye, and make a quick seal on his hand. There was a cool and comfortable feeling in Liyu's left eye. The 3 black goblin jade, the rotation speed gradually increased, suddenly one of the 3 goblin jade quickly merged, and then spread to form a triangle sickle shape, and the Sherry-non in the bottle also became ordinary eyes. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the left eye and a small amount of blood flowed out, but after the strong recovery of the Senju clan, the pain passed. Liu suddenly realized that Mangekyo in the left eye felt different from that in the right eye. The pupil power was incomparable. After trying his eyes, Liu got Kamui, the same ability as Obito. The most bizarre Mangekyo Sherry-non in Hokage can hollow the body, move in space, and store the huge alien space, putting the opponent part into the alien space. Equipped with your own powerful vitality, you can use Mangekyo indefinitely without going blind just like Obito. Maintain Sage Mode, no huge scrolls are needed. The clone can absorb natural energy in a different dimension. The space is connected to itself, and the clone can be released at any time. Mom, don't worry anymore, natural energy is not enough in Sage Mode. After getting acquainted with the abilities of the left eye Mangekyo, I close Sherry-non and prepare to rest. Liu suddenly realized that Sherry-non with his left eye returned to 3 Tomo Sherry-non from Mangekyo and stopped. Just turned it on, Mangekyo still has the side effect. The body hasn't adapted yet. Take off the forehead protector, cover the left eye, it feels like Kakashi, copy the ninja Senju Nawaki. Next day, Danzo ran to find Orochimaru. Master Danzo, what wind has put you on me? Huh, what happened to the right eye of Master Danzo? Danzo said angrily. Isn't the good apprentice you taught, took my eye away. While talking, my right eye still feels aching. Find me another pair of Sherry-non and replace the eye in my hand for me. Oh, it seems to Master Danzo that you used Izanaga to escape. Is my disciple so good now? Huh, stop talking nonsense, find my eyes and replace them. Orochimaru saw Danzo's expression and knew it in his heart. I found a 3 go jade and a 2 go jade Sherry-non, and installed the Sherry-non for Danzo. Danzo said before leaving. Recently, human experiments have converged, and Umbu patrols in the village have stepped up. But you can rest assured, I will provide more experimental materials, just a lot more. Watching Danzo leave Orochimaru's secret laboratory, muttering to himself. Nawaki, I didn't expect the experiment to be so successful many years ago. I have never succeeded ever since. Is it because you are from the Senju clan? I still believe more, the genetic problem you mentioned back then. Through my many years of observation, Nawaki, you are free to close Sherry-non, which further illustrates the key to genes. After speaking, Orochimaru buried his head and continued his research. Danzo came out of Orochimaru base and went to the Hokage building in secret. Danzo, here you are. What exactly happened yesterday? The enemy village ninja spy has been killed by me, and I will hide it next. Danzo left the Hokage building quickly after speaking, for fear of meeting someone, although he covered it very tightly. Chapter 19 Jonin. Konoha Hokage building. Liu, who was summoned by Hokage, wore a black robe and mask and entered the Hokage building. Master Hokage, what can I do? Ziu, how are you thinking about it? The students of this ninja school will graduate soon. Restore Jonin's identity, and you will be named as Umbu, dual identity. Shuichi will handle all the work for you. You are really lazy. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled, when will someone handle business for me, and let my old bone rest. Liu gave a dry smile and said embarrassedly. I'm not interested in Tenten's business affairs. Dual identity is okay, it's still warmer in the sun. In the future, Liu needs Umbuziu. This identity hides himself. With his current strength, except for the Akatsuki organization Nagato and Black Zetsu, he is a threat. Perhaps there is still Uchiha Madara who is immortal. Madara's old body and the absence of Rinnegan are not in Liu's eyes. I don't know where Uchiha Madara is hiding, and there is no specific location in the original plot. It just happens to be able to live the days of taking students under the sun with the identity of Senju Nawaki. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Liu's words, straightened his body, and opened the information on the table. It's so good. There are many outstanding graduates in this year. Look at the students I arranged for you. Liu took the information in Hokage's hand and glanced at it. Secretly smiled in my heart, the third generation old man is a fine, this time calling me here is for this purpose. Sarutobi Asuma, Old Red, Bozuki Yogan. I said Lord Third Hokage, you can arrange it? The word Tingui is very heavy. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled awkwardly, and was about to rush people. Nawaki, I have given you the information. You can go to the ninja school in 2 days. It's almost time to check the situation in the village. Go ahead and work. When Liu was leaving, he suddenly said, Master Hokage, check the bathhouse carefully. There is a white-haired man near the bathhouse, and his behavior is suspicious. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard these words, he choked in his mouth with a puff of smoke, his face flushed. Ahem. Liu left the Hokage building triumphantly. Fortunately, I reminded Uzuki Yukage early, don't go to the bathhouse to take a bath, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya can't be cheap. Konoha Street. One uses a forehead protector to cover his left eye, wears a green vest, and Liu is in a good mood. With Yuing, I am going to have a barbecue queue for a barbecue. One with short golden hair and long red hair in the crowd is very eye-catching. Minato, Kusina, long time no see. Minato, when they heard acquaintances say hello, they turned around immediately. Nawaki, long time no see. What's wrong with your eyes? Liu waved his hand and smiled dryly, nothing, I think this is cooler. In order to change the subject, Liu hurriedly pulled over Maoyu Yuing. Introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Yu Yuing. Yuing, this is Namikaze Minato and his girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. Minato and Kushina, let's have barbecue together, I'll treat you. Kushina's eyes lit up. Come to Konoha's most expensive place to eat, Barbecue Q. The four found a place to sit down. Seeing that the guests are all ninjas, the lady boss hurried up and asked. Several ninja adults, what do you want? It's also the first time for Liu to eat barbecue Q. Madam, what kind of meat do you have here? There are pork, beef, and good black pork, snow beef. Okay, serve 10 plates each of the 4 types of meat. The lady boss was full of joy when she heard so much. Okay, I'll serve you food. After a while, all the meat was ready, and the 4 of them had a chat while eating the barbecue. Liu sandwiched a piece of grilled snowflake beef into a jade video disc, looked at Namikaze Minato, and thought of bringing students together. Minato, I heard that this ninja school is about to graduate. Yes, I graduated from the ninja school this year, and I was arranged to take the students. Liu would like to know if the team members led by Namikaze Minato have changed due to the butterfly effect due to his arrival. Minato, which students you brought, tell me about it. It's no secret, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Lin. Minato, Kakashi from the Hatake family, but a rare genius. I heard that he graduated from ninja school at the age of 5. Kakashi who graduated a long time ago, how could he still be in your group? Namikaze Minato smiling Kaido. The One Belt 3 policy implemented in the village, Kakashi is still included in the group of ninja graduate students. Nawaki, ask me so much, are you also arranged to take the students? After Liu ate the snowflake beef that Yueying brought to his mouth, he was very comfortable. Yes, I want to be a teacher too, it's not bad to think about it. As for the students, Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third generation, and his childhood sweetheart, Yuri Hong, Uzuki Yuyin, future sister-in-law. 2 girls, 1 man is just the opposite of your team. In fact, in Liu's heart, he still wanted to say Minato, you are the strong team, I am the relationship team. Nawaki, your team also has the son of Lord Third Hokage. It seems that Master Hokage is still looking forward to you. Liu looked at the Senju clan emblem on his arm, and then at the side, Yueying, who talked happily with Kushina, plus Third Hokage's son, Uzuki Yuyin, knew that he would be bound to Konoha village in the future. Come deeper. Madam, let's have another 20 plates of snowflake beef and black pork each. Seeing that the few people are still unfulfilled, they are worthy of being ninjas, and they are all very edible. This is really difficult for ordinary families to afford, let alone the money for all kinds of endurance. The 4 of them were satisfied and walked out of the barbecue restaurant, this time spending Liu 150,000 taels. When going out, Minato bowed to Liu, I'm really sorry, it cost you money. Chapter 20. Minato, the most important thing is to be happy. As Jonin in the village, I still have this little money. Liu felt a pain in his heart. Although this little money was not a big deal to Jonin, for a sister Tenten who gambled, she kept looking for her own money. Liu, who had done a lot of tasks, had a pretty good life. He had such a Tsunade who would lose every gamble, known as the Big Sheep. Liu sighed. In fact, since Tsunade left the village, he has been in contact with Liu through Katsuyu. When Tsunade left the village, it was because of Liu's letter that Liu was hiding under the pillow. Liu at that time could not condense chakra, and he did not feel his right hand and left foot. The letter has already said that Tsunade should not worry about it. He has found a way to heal herself. Let Tsunade leave the village under the banner of looking for Liu. If she is well treated, she will find someone to inform her. Liu and Katsuyu signed a contract and kept in touch with each other through Katsuyu, knowing that Tsunade took Shizen and Tenten was addicted to gambling and drinking. During Tsunade's departure from Konoha village, he lost almost the same amount of money left by first generation and second Hokage. The Senju clan still exists. On Konoha Street, Liu took Yueying's slender hand and walked absently. There is always a kind of uncomfortable feeling in my heart, what I think of, but I don't understand it. Thinking about Tsunade all the way, the Kaido Senju clan gathering place, saw the Senju clan's huge clan emblem, and returned to his home. Liu couldn't help but shout out. Understood. The original plot, the figure of the Senju clan has since died in the second generation Senju Tobirama, disappeared in the back, and has no choice but to merge into the village. Tsunade left the village due to the tragic death of his younger brother and the death of Kato Dan in World War II, suffering from panasemia, and the Senju family lost Senju Nawaki. With the loss of Senju Nawaki, there is no cohesion. Tsunade loses the gambling of the possessions left by the Hokages and has not returned to Hokage for decades. The Senju clan had no money, no spiritual beliefs, and went their separate ways and merged into Konoha village. They disappeared. Even after Tsunade became 5th Hokage, decades later, the ninjas of Tsunade's uncles were almost dead. There is no high recognition of Yu Yu's Haibo's blood succession boundary, and there is still the possibility of reunion in a long time. The disappearance of the Senju clan is also the result of political struggle, right? It seems that not only the ninja world is afraid of the strength of the Senju clan, but also the high levels of Konoha village, dispersing the blood of the Senju clan and preventing the emergence of new wood-style ninjas in Senju in the future. It's understandable, Why, the lineup that besieged me last time was so strong, 3 heads and tails, 3 cage-level powerhouses, enough to oppress any country, and there are poisons against themselves. The relationship between the 3 countries was not good. How could it be possible to reach a consensus quickly and complete so many ninja transfers? The task is so strange. I know that I must be involved in this task, and this task was arranged by 3rd Hokage. When you leave Konoha village, you have entered this trap that has already been arranged. Liu had been confused for a long time. After straightening out these logics, he felt very understanding, and chakra's control inevitably improved a bit. At this time, Mao Yuying heard Liu talk so much to herself, her slender hand covered her small O-shaped mouth, and she couldn't say a word. Liu just took care of himself and didn't care about the person next to him. He turned his head to look at Mao Yuying's cute look, and couldn't help but hold him up. Just heard an exclamation, "Ah!" Put Yuying on her leg, her right hand covering her slender waist, her left hand stroking her cheeks, feeling the temperature from her legs, so that she can't worry about it. Suppressing the enthusiasm in her heart, she raised Yuying's head with one hand and looked at him. "Yuying, these are the secrets between us, can you keep it a secret for me?" Yuying's face flushed red. "Yeah." After hearing the answer, Liu sent his right hand to his waist and left, stroked the soft purple hair behind his back, and kissed Yuying's little peachy mouth directly, so that the words behind her were blocked, leaving only woohoo. Next day, the morning sun shone into the room, and Liu held the soft body in his arms, unwilling to get up. Mao Yui looked like an octopus, lying all over Liu. Liu gently adjusted Yuying's jade body to make her sleep more comfortable. At noon, the two of them were awakened by a pang of hunger, and one after another they got up and got dressed in a hurry. After lunch, Liu put on black robes and masks, and hurried out to report to Umbu. Mao Yuying stayed to clean up the bed, and found patches of red on the bed. Thinking about the craziness with Liu last night, her face suddenly became hot. Inside Umbu office, a slapped Katsuyu appeared on the desk. "Tsunade asked me to give this to you." When Liu saw the note Katsuyu handed over, his face was half black. He held up the urge to tear it off and opened the note. "Nawaki, I owed 20 million liang recently. I will pay my sister with money." At this moment, Katsuyu in his hand speaks. Tsunade also said to raise money for her quickly and pay it off within a month. Then bang turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Liu's face was full of black lines, and he couldn't help sighing, "Is this how our sisters and brothers communicate? It's really a painful comprehension. In the past few years, I helped Tsunade and paid back nearly 100 million taels in total. No, you can't continue like this. Tsunade's gambling temperament can't be changed. If this continues, the Senju family will be dragged into the quagmire. No way, Tsunade is probably still angry." Qian Liu left without saying goodbye for so many years and would not let her return to Konoha. At present, there are 3 jonins in the Senju clan, especially 1 jonin, 12 genin, 5 genin, and 64 ordinary civilians. Most of the Senju clan have no obvious characteristics. Unlike Uchiha Sharingan, the Akamika clan has obvious appearance and characteristics. The search of the Senju clan starts from the genealogy, such as Senju Dahua, once a capable man of Senju Hashirama, Grandmaster Illusion. This was also for so many years. In the name of the patriarch, Liu secretly contacted the Senju people scattered in the Konoha village. Due to the first generation and second Hokage policies, the Senju people were scattered in the Konoha village, so Liu had to spend a lot of money screening over a long period of time. The time is almost here. It seems that the plan has to be put on the agenda. Konoha Avenue. Liu, who put on the green vest again, found a Japanese dumpling shop with a clear goal. "Liwa, you are in the store. Is your sister there?" A black-haired man with a whip tied to his head, with a very long flowing C on one side of his forehead, covering 1/3 of his face, and his skin was white like a woman. He whispered to Liu, "Patriarch, sister, she is in the kitchen, I have no task these days." "That's right, come to help me during this period of time, don't pick up the task for a period of time." When I came to the kitchen, I saw a woman who was also wearing a bun and wearing ordinary white cooking clothes, which couldn't hide her better figure, and she wore a headscarf to tie her black hair like a waterfall. Like a very gentle girl at home, Liu's eyes lit up. Stopped making balls in his hands, turned his head and said, "Brother, who is this ninja adult?" "Peach, this is Senju Nawaki, you saw it when you were a kid." It turned out to be Brother Nawaki. "I haven't seen you for a long time." "Yes, the ninja spends most of the time doing missions outside. I came here today to ask for your help." Liwa rushed to the front and replied, "If there is anything you can do, we will definitely help. I have been hearing your brother mention that you are good at business. I want to open a hot pot restaurant by myself and ask Tao Hong to help run the store." Liwa was afraid of his sister's rejection, and rushed to answer, "No problem, things are not difficult, my sister can do it, even if this Japanese dumpling shop is closed, she will support it." Hearing what Dao Liwa said, Dahua was very surprised and didn't understand why his brother supported so much. After hearing this, Liu wanted to close the Japanese-style dumpling shop, and hurriedly said, "You don't need to close this shop. In the future, some people's favorite three-color dumplings, I don't have to eat them." Peach Blossom, like a curious baby, couldn't wait to ask, "Is that so much love to eat three-color balls?" 2 embarrassing coughs. Ahem. Liu hurriedly interrupted, "The hot pot restaurant's business is set, I have selected the restaurant to buy it, and I am going to renovate it in the past 2 days. Chapter 21 Flying Thunder God Mark. After speaking in one breath, Liu Fia left like a fly. "It's time to prepare and go to the ninja school tomorrow. Teacher, the leader, it's really interesting to think about it. Rookies, welcome the trial." When Liu returned home, she saw Mao Yuying sitting by the window, holding her cute chin, with a small smile on her mouth, and staring out the window dully. Even Liu, who had already walked to his side, didn't even notice. "Yuying, what are you thinking about?" "Ah." I turned back and saw Liu, blushing instantly and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. Liu didn't think so much either. Seeing Mao Yuying's state, he bent down and hugged Yuying's princess. There was another exclamation, "Ah!" He buried his head in Liu's arms, his face was hot. Liu, who was holding Mao Yuying, with a smirk on his mouth, was silent, went to the room to open the secret door, and strode towards the laboratory. Mao Yuying in her arms did not notice the change in the environment, and whispered, "I am not feeling well today, can I?" Came to the laboratory, put Yuying down in the middle of the carved magic circle, smirking, "Kaido, can you please?" Looking around for a week, Mao Yuying, who saw the situation clearly, was immediately embarrassed. "Ha ha ha ha, where did I want to go, how could I not know that you are not in good health?" Liu regained his expression and said, "I brought you here for your safety. I intend to seal a permanent Flying Thunder God mark on your arm. I will be in danger in the future and I can rush to it as soon as possible. Permanent Flying Thunder God mark, but a new ninjutsu I developed. If you encounter a situation that can't be solved, you can inspire imprints. If I leave the village, I will know that you are in danger. Use Flying Thunder God to come back in time. You can also borrow a large amount of chakra stored in the Flying Thunder God mark, use ninjutsu, and even use Flying Thunder God." Liu motioned to Mao Yuying to sit down and pulled up the forehead protector that was blocking her left eye, revealing a blood-colored eye with 3 guyu slowly rotating on it. Seeing this scene, Yuying covered her small mouth with her hands, looked at Liu's eye in surprise, and said tremblingly, "Writing, singing round eyes, Sharinan of the Uchiha family. Yuing, don't think about it so much, the surprise is still behind. Liu condensed chakra in his eyes. The right eye also transformed the Sharinan with 3 guashes. The 3 gujas in the left eye quickly rotated and turned into a 4-cornered windmill. Don't you? I'll explain this to you later, said the quick seal. 5 fingers congealed chakra, grabbing Yu Ying's right wrist with one hand. Flying Thunder God Seal. A 3-pronged, special kunao black pattern is formed on the wrist, with a special Uzumaki-like black pattern in the middle. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. 4 elephants, a combination of 8-sign seal and Flying Thunder God Seal. Yuing, try to inject your chakra into this mark, and feel the coordinates of Flying Thunder God through this mark. Liu throws out his own special kunao at any time. I saw Mao Yuying's purple light flashing, grasping kunao in the air and landing easily. Well, I didn't expect you to become a master, Flying Thunder God technique so quickly. Papa Liu clapped in his hands, his eyes gleaming. I don't know whether it is to praise Mao Yuying, or to praise the success of this new technique. It seems that the second step is ready. Liu's left eye, Manjikyo Sharinan, spun quickly, the space was distorted, and 3 huge scrolls appeared on the ground. Yuing, come here soon. The purple light flashed directly beside Liu, and said to Liu with a smile on his face. Master Second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique is too powerful, it just consumes chakra too much. Just cast it twice, chakra consumes nearly 10% of chakra. It seems that your chakra is really too little, it's incomparable to mine. But it doesn't matter, I'll think about it for you. Open the scroll with one tale written on the ground, pull Yu Ying's imprinted wrist, and beckon her to sit next to her. Liu put the 5 fingers of his left hand together on the chakra scroll, as if turning a switch. Do the same with the other hand, unscrewing the seal on Mao Yuying's hand in the same way. Coffee, coffee. One tail's chakra, like a dam flood, crazily entered Liu's body from his arm, and then poured into the seal on Mao Yuying's arm. In this way, Liu sealed 1/2 of the chakra in the scrolls of 1 tail, 4 tails, and 5 tails into the permanent Flying Thunder God imprint on Ozuki Yuying's wrist. 3 small Uzumaki patterns appeared on the imprint. Seeing Liu here, he wiped the sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. Jade Shadow, with this 3-headed and tailed chakra, you will directly become a cage level powerhouse, or the one that is very powerful in cage level. Use the Kamui space to close the scroll, cover the left eye with the forehead protector, close Sharingan's Liu, stand up, and pull up Ozuki Yuying to start Flying Thunder God. Outside Konoha village. Yu Yuying was very excited and used the method Liu gave her to unblock chakra. After putting the left hand on the right wrist, coffee, 1 tail chakra poured into the body from the arm, surrounded by dust, and it was able to control the sand. Coffee. Coffee. Mao Yuying's body steam rose for a while, and then it was as hot as lava. It's actually boil style and lava style, I envy you a little bit. Probably adapting to the current physical condition, Mao Yuying jumped to the side of Liu, raised his arm, and leaned against Liu. You are so kind to me. Liu turned his head, looked affectionately at Yu Yuying's eyes, and learned from the words of Appa in the idol drama. I'm not good to you, who else can be good to you? According to the idol drama, the following should be pushed. Liu's behavior in Hyundai is to buy a car and house for his girlfriend, she can be upset. In this ninja world where wars are frequent, strength is particularly important. With cage level strength, even if you meet Madara who is super cage level, you can support a few rounds, and you won't be beaten by ordinary ninjas. Flying Thunder God returned to the laboratory and explained the origin of Sharinan to Yu Yuying. He was seriously injured by detonating a talisman trap from an enemy on the battlefield, and studying with Orochimaru, and using the results of the research, he successfully recovered his body and awakened Wood Style and Sherry Nan. The summary is a blessing in disguise. Chapter 22 Squad Gathering. On the second day, Liu put on a black robe and umbu mask early, and went to report. Today, I am going to the ninja school to meet his students. Liu will not be late like Kakashi and will come to the classroom early. Just when I arrived at the door of the graduating class, I saw Namikaze Minato wearing a green vest. Minato, come so early. Yes, Nawaki-kun also came quite early. The two exchanged greetings with each other and entered the classroom together. Seeing two people coming in, the graduating class teacher Chinin said, Uchiha Obito, Haranolan, Heitake Kakashi. Your teacher, Namikaze Minato, is here. Liu looked at the black-haired boy standing up from his position, wearing goggles, and guessed in his heart, this must be Obito, the future little boss. The other girl with two purple patterns on her face stood up, with her silver hair and dead fish eyes, standing up with a cool face. This is Haranolan and Kakashi. This is also the first time Liu has seen Kakashi, and he still feels like Heitake Sakumo. Looking at the three of them, Liu couldn't help but mutter in his heart, in the future, I will change their destiny or let them follow the plot. Without Obito, Madara will find other Uchiha people to implement the plan in a different way. What good is it for me, and what does the life and death of Uchiha family have to do with me? Just like an exam, you give a correct answer in advance, and you don't copy it yourself, but you have to do it yourself. He is an unsystematic traverser, all relying on himself. The only reliance is to be familiar with the plot, know all kinds of ninja and ninjutsu information. Since you have the ability of a plot prophet, why not use it? Looking at the back of Namikaze Minato turning and leaving, his eyes gradually became cold, and he told himself over and over again, in order not to spoil the plot, Minato Kushina, I'm sorry. When he walked to the door, Namikaze Minato seemed to be aware, and suddenly turned his head and smiled softly. Nawaki, come to my house for dinner when you have time. Liu almost didn't stretch himself, Kaido stiffly okay. Okay, I'll go. It was as if everyone knew what he wanted in his heart, and he was relieved when he watched Namikaze Minato disappear at the door of the classroom. Sarutobi Asuma, Yuri read, Uzuki Yogan. This is your teacher Senju Nawaki. At this time, the one with black hair and the other with purple hair are easy to distinguish. The former Red and Mayu when they were young are both pretty cute. Not too lazy to look further, Liu beckoned to several people, and led the three of them out of the classroom to the practice field. Liu pulled the forehead protector covering his left eye and said casually, I will lead the team Jonin, Senju Nawaki. Okay, it's your turn. The three of them introduce themselves, but it doesn't really matter, the information is very clear. Okay, so be it. Attack me together, let me see how strong you are. Sarutobi Asuma Tsundara said, Oh, sir, you have to be careful. From the information point of view, Sarutobi Asuma is indeed the strongest among the few, with excellent physical skills and ninjutsu, except for illusion skills. Let's start then. The three of them jumped apart immediately, forming a triangle to surround Liu, and each took out the Kunao Shuriken from the ninja bag, and at the same time they threw out the Kunao Shuriken in their hands with a tacit understanding. Liu moved a step sideways in one direction, took a shot of Kiwu, and instantly knocked all the other Kiwu's shurikens to the ground. Uzuki Yuyan took out the samurai sword behind, and Yuri Hong and Sarutobi Asuma took out Kunao and rushed towards Liu from three directions. The ding-ding-dong-dong weapon keeps hitting. The three of them exhausted their moves, and Liu easily parried all of them. It was almost enough to see a few human skills. Boom boom boom. Two punches hit the abdomen of the two girls respectively, and kicked them out with a soft force. They were not so polite to Sarutobi Asuma, and a heavy kick on the A. Go you. Seeing two girls flew out to the ground and stood firmly, One of them shot out a long distance into the same human flesh, hitting a big tree, causing bursts of leaves. Sarutobi Asuma's struggling to stand up, stroking his butt, with an angry look on his face and a print on his hands. Actually he can use ninjutsu, Chakra doesn't know if it is enough, he can perform ninjutsu just after graduation, and should be regarded as the best graduate of this year. Fire style great fireball technique. Body flicker technique dodges the great fireball, watching Sarutobi Asuma panting after playing ninjutsu, knowing it's almost time. You know the same about your strengths. Teacher clears you up for a barbecue first, and you will start your genin mission tomorrow. The two girls shouted okay in unison, and immediately felt that their stomachs no longer hurt. I heard it's delicious, I want to eat it. The four of them came to the rotisserie and had a barbecue. It cost Liu more than 50,000 taels again. I didn't expect girls to eat it this way. Thank you teacher for hosting. The three of them went home separately, looking at the backs of them leaving, exclaimed. The mainstay of Konoha's future. Seeing Uzuki Zen's performance today, her sister probably hasn't said anything about me yet. From the ninja school to the leading teacher, I think about the future for a long time to do D-level tasks, such as finding cats and dogs in the village, and weeding and farming. It doesn't seem as interesting anymore. Just divide a wood clone and accompany them in the village to do D-level tasks. I can go home to accompany Yuing, and take a look at my hot pot restaurant that is being renovated. Liu, who had figured it out, hummed a little tune and went home leisurely. Chapter 23 Casino. A wood clone led the team to do a D-level task. Knowing that the three little guys practiced, half a month passed, and if they didn't, they just ran around the village. One wood clone was engaged in researching ninjutsu at home, the other went to Umbu Tenten to report and punched in, while the main body went to supervise the hot pot restaurant decoration and prepare to open a casino. With a casino, when the time comes to open the whole country of fire, Tsunade will be able to enter his pockets no matter how much money he bet on. The casinos in the Hokage world are too monotonous, just like betting big or small. At that time, the casino will be decorated in a modern style, plus baccarat, blackjack, roulette, plus stud for VIPs. It is not a dream that casinos are popular in the ninja world. Casinos basically only make money without losing money in terms of probability. Konoha found a remote place and bought a piece of land. Liu uses wind-style ninjutsu to clean the ground and quickly seals on his hands. Wood-style 4-pillar house. A huge 3-story wooden building immediately rose from the ground. Liu nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he should be very profitable in real estate, but unfortunately, the reconstruction of Konoha village is almost complete. Even if a lot of houses are destroyed in the Nine Tails chaos, and you may lose your family, then you can build houses for other villagers, so I am embarrassed to collect money. Now it's recruiters and training. Hey, starting a business on my own is quite strenuous. Finding a place, decoration, personnel, training, publicity, it is better to have a task. In this way, Liu has been busy for more than half a month, and finally ushered in the opening of the hot pot restaurant. On this day, Tao Hong and his brother Liwa hosted the opening of the hot pot restaurant. The lady greeted the guest at the door, shouting welcoming and shouting. After several days of leaflet promotion, curious people came to the hot pot restaurant. Where did they see this battle? The four beautiful welcoming ladies at the door, the red cheongsam with high slits, attracted a lot of people's attention. On the opening day, Liu brought his 3 students to the hot pot restaurant. Uzuki Zen asked curiously, and also asked the other 2 people's questions. Teacher, what is hot pot, is it delicious? Hot pot, but it's a good thing. It's more affordable and more delicious than a barbecue restaurant. I will understand then. 4 people find a place to sit down, the heat is steaming around, the aroma is overflowing. Smell good. It was the first time for the three of them to eat hot pot, learning how to eat Liu's dipping sauce, and had a great time. Although I know that ninjas can eat well, but this time it cost 15,000 taels, which is much less than last time. Konoha Village Street. Have you heard that I opened a hot pot restaurant recently? A lot of ninja adults have eaten there. Another person asked what kind of hot pot restaurant. It's just a bite of boiling soup, put all kinds of dishes in it to scald. It's expensive. It's not expensive, I've eaten it a few days ago, it's quite affordable. The girl at the door has really white legs with a wicked smile. Liu, who passed by the villagers, had a triumphant smile on his face. The daily turnover of hot pot restaurants is 600,000 to 700,000 taels. At that time, 2 more hot pot restaurants will be opened in Konoha Village, and the franchise will be opened to spread all over the country of fire. The casino is the most profitable business, and the Senju family must have the master in the casino. Thinking that the Tsunade gambling problem can be completely solved in the future, and that he can make a lot of money, think of Liu's triumphant smile. The training of personnel is not bad, the casino will open tomorrow. With the help of the hot pot restaurant, the casino is popular, and the in-store propaganda should not be bad for the opening. A private house in Konoha Village. Discover the target, find the target, you go to the left side of it. Xian, go to the right side of it. It's now. The 2 girls held fishing nets in their hands and threw them towards the target. The target seemed to be alert and jumped off the roof, and fled hurriedly. The 3 of them chased after him. At this time, the 2 were wearing green tights, one large and one small, walking upside down. A guy, there are 500 meters to the end, burn your youth. Yes, father. Suddenly a big net flew to net the 2 green figures together with the target, and the 3 of them rushed towards one of the targets. In a rush, the cat was held in her hand by Uzuki Xian. Caught it? Liu's wood clone leaned against a tree, clasped his chest, and watched with interest the students struggling to catch the cat. When they saw them netting the 2 men in green tights, they couldn't help holding their foreheads. Body flicker technique came to a few people. The 2 girls were still comforting the frightened cat. Sarutobi Asuma was busy helping them get out of the net. As soon as they came out of the net, they hugged each other while sitting on the ground, snotting and tearing. Agai, I almost finished it, stand upside down around the village. If you don't do it, do 2,000 squats and 3,000 push-ups. Yes, father. Seeing their outfits, standard watermelon heads and thick eyebrows, it is not difficult to guess that they are Might Do and Might Guy, young and passionate father and son. You 2 are really embarrassed to disturb your practice. Sitting on the ground, Might Do saw Liu wearing a green vest and forehead protector covering his left eye, and immediately got up from the ground. Waved with both hands, it's okay, and pulled up Might Guy who was still on the ground in a daze. Seeing Might Guy, Liu couldn't help but look a few more times, the same watermelon head and thick eyebrows, the future Emperor Guy. This is your son, Might Guy, he looks very talented in physical skills. Ah Dad, someone finally saw my efforts and finally agreed with my talents, he said, holding his face in pain and running. Ah Guy, haven't you heard, your efforts have not been disappointed? Speaking, Might Do raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, a flash special effect appeared on his snow-white teeth. Ding! The flashing Liu couldn't help but squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart, it turns out that the gesture of Might Guy came from his father. Ah Guy, practice more today, and stand upside down around the village again. Okay, father, I'm ready. Seeing the 2 people who were about to stand upside down and leave, Liu stopped them and his son. Wait, Might Do. Is there any time tomorrow? I want to see your physical skills. As 10,000 years genin, Might Do has always been looked down upon. Today I heard a jonin who wanted to see his physical skills, and his eyes gleamed. Tears rushed, snot and tears, they almost wanted to pounce on Liu, and the nearby Uyuzian and Shirihong backed away with disgust. Liu said quickly. See you at Konoha training ground tomorrow morning. Quickly took a few people and left the scene, ready to go back to hand in the task. Walking on the road, Mao Yuexi said with a sullen face. Teacher, you are wrong, he is the end of the enthusiastic crane of the ninja school graduation. Shirihong answered, yes, teacher. His father might have heard it was 10,000 years genin, so old, he is still a genin. Even Sarutobi Asuma next to him nodded in agreement. Liu heard what several students said, his face was a little unhappy, he stopped suddenly, stood still, and said solemnly. You guys think I really want to compete with genin might do? I want you to know that your talent is higher than that of Might Guy, and his training volume is 10 times that of yours. Now is the best time to polish your body and improve your physical fitness. In the future, you can increase the amount of chakra more. As for whether Might Do is good, it doesn't really matter. Although he said that he didn't care about the comparison test, Liu was actually looking forward to the power of 8 inner gates. I don't know how many doors Might Do can open now. Kaido, the three of you don't care very much, teacher, we understand. Seeing the reaction of the three, Liu could only haha. Tomorrow will be a competition with Might Do to let them understand the gap. Liu Wood Clone found a place where there was no one, and banged it into a piece of wood. The body at home, Liu, who is exercising with chakra, received a message from Wood Clone after he had contact. Might Do, 8 inner gates, interesting, just look at the results of this period of time. Chapter 24 Might Do. What do you think of Nawaki-sensei? Sarutobi Asuma held the back of his head with both hands, and said faintly, I haven't seen him before, and the village is not well known. It doesn't feel very good. Teacher, maybe it's a special jonin. Perhaps it was the child born in the Hokage family, and many of the jonin and umbu ninjas I have seen, with the influence of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, have a broad vision. The original plot of Maoyuzian has no background at all, and may be born from a small family or a slightly wealthy civilian family. Yurihong should be after the famous gate. According to the description of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they used to be the same Konoha gate like Uchiha. They were a force that could evenly divide the autumn colors with the Uchiha clan. The Yurihong family has the blood inheritance boundary, which is a super illusion. Ability, it sounds like a blood longan. It may be due to the decline of talents, fewer people on the stage, and withdrawal from the stage of history just like the Senju clan. I heard that 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage belong to the Senju family. Since the teacher's surname is Senju, it shouldn't be too bad, right? That is, I don't know what kind of escape technique the teacher is good at. I have never seen the teacher perform it. I don't know how the illusion is. Shirihong still wants to learn some illusion. Uzuki Yuyan boldly guessed, maybe the teacher will be wood-style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Asuma is still the original expression wood-style is only used by 1st Hokage adults, and there is no one who can use wood-style afterwards. Shirihong nodded in agreement. Seeing that the chat was almost done, several people went home. Hokage 3rd generation Sarutobi. When Sarutobi Asuma came back home, Sarutobi Lake Biwa was asked about his practice. Tomorrow the teacher will have a discussion with a genin named Might Do, let us watch it. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who just walked in, answered in surprise. Oh, Nawaki is actually going to offer to compete with a genin. Why don't you just compete with a genin, maybe that Might Do can't even beat me. My father, Senju Nawaki, except for the surname Senju, seems to be jonin who is not well known in the village. Isn't he inferior to the guards in the family? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands on his back, squinted and smiled mysteriously. Asuma, you are so confident. Your road is still very long. If you go to sea tomorrow, you will know the tip of the iceberg of your teacher's strength. Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen brought back to his room. It seems that I will take some time tomorrow and watch it with a crystal ball. I don't know how far Nawaki has grown. Next day. Konoha Training Ground. When Liu came to the training ground, he found that Might-do was warming up, and the supervisor was doing push-ups with Might Guy next to him. 1989, 1990, 1991. Seeing Might Guy can't hold on anymore, Agai, the mettle of youth is inseparable from passion. Let us watch your bloody training in the morning. Said it is for us to watch the youth showdown between his father and Jonin. One wears sunglasses and a headscarf, and the other wears a headscarf, with a bow tie on his forehead, and 1,000 books in his mouth. Liu couldn't sigh in his heart, two teams with turbans and one watermelon head. From a distance, at first glance they thought they had 3 melon heads. Seeing Liu's arrival, Might-do jumped over and shouted with bright eyes. Let us have a youth showdown, I can't wait any longer. Yojeo, Asuma, and Yurihong, go over and meet Shiranui Genma and Ebisu, try to stay as far away as possible. The three nodded intriguingly, and quickly moved away. I'm also looking forward to it. This time Liu intends to use pure body art to compete, and by the way, try the results of his exercise during this period of time. The two each formed a seal of opposition and set up a posture. Might-do rushed towards Liu directly, coming up to greet him with fists and feet. Might-do's fists were heavy, and Liu used physiques to easily block parry and cope with ease. Although his fists were strong, the speed was still not enough. There were continuous muffled noises in the field, and Might-do's strength had almost been found out. Given that Might-do does not use 8 inner gates physical skills at this time, it should be the physical strength between Chunin and Jonin. Several people watching on the side. Ozuki Yuyan looked at the situation of the match, and asked curiously, how can I only use physical skills in the live match? The remaining few turned their gazes, watching the two of them attentively, and when they heard the question, they turned their heads and said, Father can only use physical skills, and spend all his time in physical skills. Looking at the strange gazes of a group of people, they gave a thumbs up confidently. Youth will never come late, and Father's youth will definitely shine. The teeth have a flashing effect, and they emit a ding, blinding everyone's eyes. Cut, Ming Tishu is not a teacher's opponent at all, it sounds really nice. Liu punched Might-do back and said. Might-do, if you have this strength, don't even think about it to my approval. Might-do stood back and his eyes became serious. In that case, let you see the results of my years of physical training. Take a deep breath and shout. 8 inner gates, open the door. Open. Close the door, open. Shenmin, open. I saw that the blood vessels in Might-do's head gradually swelled, and the complexion gradually darkened. Oh, is it the 3rd gate so soon? I don't know how many more gates can be opened. Hurt the door, open. The whole body was gradually surrounded by green gas, and the blue veins all over his body began to skyrocket. Domin, open. The whole body continued to be surrounded by more green gas, and a shock wave emitted from his body, blowing away the debris on the ground. At this time, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was holding a pipe in the office, stopped smoking. Is this Konoha forbidden technique, 8 inner gates? It's not easy to drive to the 5th gate. It's not over yet, is it going to open the 6th gate? Only 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, can see this situation in the same way. The friend standing next to the door was stunned, with O-shaped mouths. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Unfortunately, no one answered. At this time, Might Guy clasped his hands tightly, his eyes shone, his whole body trembled, and his youth was gone. Jingman, open. With Might-do as the center, the ground sank 50 centimeters and was accompanied by a large number of cracks. The sixth gate is still a bit unskilled, so you have been waiting for a long time. A figure whose whole body was completely enveloped in green gas rushed towards Liu at high speed, his fist rushing straight to the abdomen with the sound of breaking wind. Liu didn't care about it, crossed his hands and prepared to defend against this blow with all his strength. Boom! With a loud noise, under the feet of the two of them, the ground within 20 meters was cracked and the dust was flying. Leaf hurricane, leaf great whirlwind. After a series of vigorous moves, Liu took it one by one, the ground collapsed violently, and the two of them disappeared from the eyes of everyone. Might-Tu saw that Liu couldn't do anything with his strength, and then proceeded with a fast attack, frantically changing the attack position. Boom! With loud noises, Liu relied on Senju's physical skills and strong perception to block Might-Tu's fist and foot attacks, and also hit a lot of punches. Caught you! He hit a strange punch and hit Might-Tu in the abdomen. Boom! Might-Tu hit the inner wall of the earth pit diagonally, then broke out of the earth and flew into the air. With the help of the third gate, he can step on the air in the air and release the 8 inner gates after landing, kneeling with one leg to cover his abdomen, shaking his whole body, and panting heavily. Might Guy quickly helped Might-Tu up, and asked with a worried look. "Father, it's okay. It's okay, it's just a little bit off." Liu feels that he almost understands the strength of the sixth gate of the Might-Tu sixth gate 8 inner gates, and already has the strength of the elite Jonin. With the recovery speed comparable to first Hokage, Liu quickly recovered the place he was hit, shaking off the dust from his body, and Liu was still a little embarrassed by the sixth gate. Body flicker technique came to Might-Tu. "Might-Tu, your strength is very good, it shouldn't be Genin. I recognize your strength." Might-Tu, who was still a little weak just now, had spirits in his eyes, with tears in his eyes, hugging Might Guy. "What? Ah Guy, someone finally recognizes me." "Yes, father." Seeing the two crying, the little friend next to him silently took a step back, swallowing everything he wanted to say. Seeing them, Liu's father was too affectionate to bother him, so he turned his head and came to the 20-meter diameter pit. He used earth style for Jian on his hands and patted the ground with one hand. The big hole with a depth of more than 10 meters and the hole hit by Might-Tu were quickly filled in. A wave of fluctuations spread from Liu's hand, and the ground dropped a few centimeters, strengthening the ground of the huge martial arts training ground. After finishing all this, Liu got up with a relaxed look and turned his head. "Xian, Yuri Hong, Asuma, let's go and finish today's training." Seeing Liu easily fill up such a big pit, Bazu Xian asked, "Teacher, are you earth style? You can restore the ground so easily." Sarutobi Asuma squatted on the ground, BG on the ground from time to time, his eyes surprised. The ground drops and the ground becomes extremely hard. This is how much chakra will be consumed. Yes, it is earth style. When earth style is proficient, I can use it for each change. As for the problem of chakra, it is simpler, usually exercise more. Likely use chakra, the talent of the Senju family is still very important. Telling the truth is afraid of damaging the enthusiasm of the students to exercise. Seeing the students admiring their eyes more along the way, Liu was very useful, and explained the ninjutsu of 8 inner gates while walking. Hokage building. Behind the crystal ball, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the pipe in his hand and summoned to Umbu outside. "Go to the martial arts field and bring that genin named Might-Tu over to see me." The 3 ninjas wearing Umbu masks quickly led the order to leave the Hokage building and head straight to the Konoha training ground. Watching the 3 Umbu ninjas leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen Lala Hokage had, looking out the window, muttering to himself. "Nawaki, it seems that your physical skills are not weak, indeed you have the shadow of first Hokage." Chapter 25 Escort Mission. Dark Base. Danzo received the information from the root ninja and read it carefully. "Huh, Senju Nawaki. No, you can also call Ziu. You wait for me, let me really live like a mouse. Go and bring a message to Orochimaru so that he can speed up his research progress. I want to see the results, and I will prepare the material for him to double. In order to avoid Liu, Danzo used shadow clone and transformation technique to get in touch with Konoha's high-level staff, secretly. Liu's attack scared Danzo half to death, and indirectly caused Danzo to become Konoha's darkest existence. No one knew where he was hiding. After so many days of D-level mission baptism, Liu's team also completed 5 C-level missions, and there was no ninja fight like the original plot. The first C-level escort mission of Kakashi's 7th Squad, 2 Chunin and 2 Jonin on the way to the country of Nami. Momokai no longer cuts and White Jonin is only available for A-level missions. For C-level missions, you will encounter bandits at most, and you will not encounter ninjas. It should be said that Naruto and Urushizu Sasuke, who are the protagonists, are so powerful, and the first monsters that go out to fight are so powerful. This time Liu team received another C-level escort mission. Konoha Gate. Everyone is here, ready to go. The 4 followed the caravan and set off for Yonokuni. Teacher, the escort mission is so boring, I haven't seen half a ninja before. Yes, training is so hard every day, there is no place to practice hands. Liu glanced at Sarutobi Asuma who was walking on the other side of the carriage, looking listless. Oh, I want to try my strength so much. The last time we escorted 100 bandits, it was not easy for you to solve it. Recently, several major countries have been moving continuously. I am still cautious when I leave Konoha village and go outside. Understood. After a few days of rushing, the caravan stopped and went, and the road was calm. Master Ninja, we will soon be able to enter the territory of Yonokuni, and there will be thanks for the purpose. Liu casually dealt with it, and then continued to move forward. Hey, someone is coming. 8 people, 2 teams, they move fast. Liu, who sensed the situation ahead, remained silent and continued to follow the team. He turned to look at his 3 students and smiled mysteriously. The hands placed in the pockets were sealed separately, and the soil clones were added with body replacement technique, and they moved out of the team unconsciously and hid in the bushes on both sides of the road. Hey, it's like that with students. It can be easily solved. In order to train a few of them, you have to put on a suit. Put your hand on the tree and let go of perception. 1 Jonin leads the team, 1 Elite Chunin leads the team, 3 Chunin, 3 Genin. It seems that we will have to paddle in a fight later. Soil clone Liu put his hands in Kabuto, and walked in the team with a relaxed expression, until the enemy was almost close. Suddenly shouted, everyone pays attention, there is a ninja approaching, ready to fight. Sunset is red, perceiving 1 kilometer ahead, the woods on both sides of the road. Yes, teacher. As an illusion and perception ninja, Yurihong's perception ability is still very good. 8 enemies approached quickly, and the 2 leading ninjas, Chakra, are very strong. Sarutobi Asuma leaned over and said, Red, there is no mistake, why are there so many ninjas? Uzuki Yuyan pulled out her back and asked nervously, yes, that's right, this is just a C-level escort mission, will it be a bandit? Yes, it's a ninja, Yurihong's perception is right, 2 teams led by a Jonin and an Elite Chunin. Hearing Liu's confirmation, the 3 of them became nervous. The first time they fought against the enemy ninja, they met a group of ninjas. The teacher will solve them. Be prepared for battle, Asuma, Yurihong, and Yuyan protect them. As soon as the merchants heard that there were several ninjas, they followed them into the woods. I have seen it from a distance, and several figures sprinted towards the side quickly. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village, physical skills are really good, and the speed is really fast. Seeing the 8 people on the opposite side, 4 out of 4 rushed into the woods and quickly chased Sarutobi Asuma and others. There are perception ninjas in the Chunin team, not bad. The four ninjas who rushed forward surrounded Liu in the form of encirclement. Konoha Jonin, who are you? There seems to be no one in the intelligence, so I should be a new special Jonin. Konoha is nothing but this time I will use this special Jonin for the operation. Liu ignored the words of a few people, always looking at the jungle, losing the figure of the four ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village. Turning his gaze back to a few people around him, he said helplessly. Are you finished? You can go to death when you are finished. With sharp eyes, lunges, bent over, bent knees and pulled out 3 special kunao, as if to throw out. The 4 ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village immediately received a wave of shuriken no greetings, and then the fingers were printed. Swish. Liu launched the Flying Thunder God and disappeared in the center of the encirclement, shooting 3 special kunao at several people from one side. Flying Thunder God slash. Puff puff. Just discovered that the target disappeared and the 3 people who were in Jian had their necks pierced by kunao in an instant. Then to Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin, he threw out the bloody kunao on his hand, condensed Raise-Non with his left hand, and hit Jonin's front door. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja escaped kunao, holding a samurai sword with a purple arc in his hand, grinning and slashing towards Raise-Non in Liu's hand, also known as taking the kidney and liver. Fly God Second Dan, when the samurai sword was about to slash to Raise-Non, it instantly appeared above the enemy, holding the kunao in the air with his right hand, and twisting his waist, Raise-Non slapped him hard on his back and slapped it to the ground. Boom! The circular cracks spread, the sand was splashed, and the ground was shaken. Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin's whole person, punched through from behind, could no longer die. Learn the 4th Hokage WDM Minato, and use Flying Thunder God's 2nd stage Cool Blow to Obito in the Nine Tails Chaos. Liu's operation was as fast as lightning, and after a few breaths, he solved 1 Jonin and 3 Chunin. Get rid of the bloodline of suffering at any time, pull down the forehead protector on the forehead, look at the discovery that the second team of Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas have left, put Kabuto with both hands, and walk slowly over. Hey, the side effect of upgrading Mangekyo Sharinan, the previous period has just passed, and I am still comfortable fighting with my eyes. I don't know how Kakashi adapts. On the other side at this time, the 4 ninjas were encountering Sarutobi Asuma and fighting each other. A few Konoha Genin kids, get rid of them quickly. Ding jingle bells. Fly a few shurikens and get a quick seal on your hands. Fire style great fireball technique. Sarutobi Asuma ejected flames from his mouth and flew toward the 4 of them. Taking the lead in Cloud Shinobi Village Chunin, with a yellow arc on the shinobi sword, it slashed towards the flames, split the flames, threw a few shurikens, and joined Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma holds the chakra knife in both hands, with the wind attribute. The chakra knife is extremely sharp. There are 4 small holes on the knife handle for accommodating the 4 fingers except the thumb. The knife handle and the blade are integrated and the outer edge is sharpened and saw-shaped. Ding jingle bells. Fight alone, 2 Cloud Shinobi Village are good at physical ninja. Oh, Asuma physical skills are very good, the strength should have the strength of Chunin, worthy of the guardian ninja of the future. The other 2 genins rushed towards Uzuki Yuyan and Yurihong. Uzuki Zian took a step forward and held the knife in front of Yurihong, her eyes flashed red with a seal in her hand behind her. Magic tree bound kill. A dark-skinned Cloud Shinobi Village genin clutched his neck with a pained expression. Uzuki Yuyan and another ninja used a ninja sword to chop. Can they have a few kids? It's just. Hopefully, ninja adults can let us go. Let's run quickly. The caravan and caravan guards looked tense, their legs trembled, and they were about to turn and run. A silhouette blocked their way, and it was Liu with his hands in Kabuto who looked relaxed. Everyone is okay. Going back to the place just now, everything has been resolved. A group of people kicked off in the direction they were coming and going. Thank you ninja adults, there must be a lot of thanks. Seeing a group of ordinary people leaving behind, Liu shook his head and said with emotion, "Hokage is the world of ninjas. The third ninja war is not far away." Turning his gaze back to the students' battle, Sarutobi Asuma still relied on one person to drag the famous ninja's attack. Uzuzian and Shirihong were injured in a hurry and got rid of the two genins. Chunin quickly threw down a few smoke bombs and prepared to retreat. "Kinaha kid can fight, wait for me." Boom. Seeing Liu walking out of the smoke, he used physical skills to kill the two ninjas who had escaped in an instant. "Teacher, are you okay?" "Teacher." Although Sarutobi Asuma was 1-on-2, he still suffered some injuries. It seems that the third-generation old man Sarutobi Hiruzen has given him a small stove. The guidance of a large family means that it has a higher survival rate and stronger psychological quality than ordinary ninjas. Liu said with satisfaction. "You guys showed me very satisfied. Clean up, treat the injury, and follow me back to the caravan." The rest did not encounter any danger again, and arrived at Yonokuni a day later. "Master Ninja, thank you for this time. This is a small thank you gift, not a respect." Liu was also not welcome. He took the 20,000 tael handed over and took the 3 students to relax in Thames Higyo, not in a hurry to return to hand in the task. In the capital of Yonokuni, I took 3 students to relax and experience the hot springs of Shimo Yonokuni. Chapter 26 The Eve of the Great War. Konoha Village. Yonokuni's mission was successfully completed, and the difficulty of the mission was raised to a level. A few days later in Kaido Village, after receiving the Chunin examination notice, Hokage called all Jonin in the village to a meeting. Meeting room. Everyone is here for the Chunin exam content, and items. By the way, we recommend a group of excellent genins to also take the exam. The words of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen caused everyone to discuss the content of the Chunin exam. It is Jonin's turn to recommend his excellent genin to take the exam. Minato, wearing a green Jonin vest, stepped forward. "I recommend Uchiha Obito, Heitake Kakashi, Harano Lin to take the Chunin exam. I recommend that Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu take the Chunin exam." Liu also took advantage of the trend in front of Hokage. "I recommend Sarutobi Asuma, Yurihong, Uzuki Yuyin to take the Chunin exam. I recommend." Everyone recommended themselves to lead genin to take the exam, and the atmosphere was fierce. Liu saw Kakashi, Yurihong, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy in a daze. Their Chunin exams of the 12 juniors were average. The content of the exam is similar: the first written exam, the second Death Forest, and the third single-player match. After leaving the Hokage meeting room, Liu and the 3 students agreed to meet. "This is your recommendation book, take it to the ninja school to register for the Chunin exam." "Teacher, Chunin exam. Great, I finally want to become Chunin. No need to do tedious D-level tasks." Seeing the excitement of the 3 of them, I asked them a few words. The 3 of them, Uzuki Yuyin and Yurihong, are academic masters, and Sarutobi Asuma is almost the same. In terms of strength, Yurihong and Uzuki Yuyin are a bit close. You go to the ninja school to register within 3 days, and you will return to your family to prepare for the exam. Zian, come with me. Yes, teacher. Take Zian all the way to the gathering place of the Senju clan, and enter the ancestral home of the Senju clan, where Liu now lives. Teacher, what did you bring me here? It's almost time, I'll show you your sister Mao Yuying. Really, my sister is on duty in Umbu, and I don't have much time to go home to see me. At this time, a figure with long purple hair, straight down his waist, fair skin and a graceful figure, walked out of the house with light steps. Elder sister. Zian, why are you here? When she said that, Zian threw herself into Yuying's arms. Looking at her 2 sisters, she must have a lot of private things to say. Nodding to Mao Yuying, he turned and left. Senju Family Assembly Hall. A group of surviving members of the Senju family have gathered here, waiting for a long time. Seeing Liu walking in, he said in unison. Patriarch. Liu, who came to the first place and sat down, motioned everyone to sit down. The first on the left is the Senju family, the son of Senju Dehua, Senju Fenghua. Followed by his wife Senju Qinghua and his son Senju Liwa. The first on the right is the Senju family, the son of Senju Lima, the eldest son Senju Uzuma, the second son Senju Kuma, and the third son Senju Zima. Senju Dehua and Senjuri are powerful subordinates of Senju Hashirama. One is good at illusion, and the other is good at ninjutsu development. As for physical power and chakra quantity, the basic attributes of the Senju clan. Today is secretly calling everyone here to regroup the Senju family. There is no need to go incognito, hide in hiding, and gradually become marginalized in the village. This tribe has been out of the village for 2 Hokages, a glorious tribe. After listening to Liu's words, the Senju clan sitting in their eyes filled with fiery eyes, and both clenched tightly. Seeing the reaction of a group of people, Liu said proudly, "Hey, it seems that I also have the potential of Hokage's strongest escape technique. Maybe everyone feels that this is different from the past, because when 3rd Hokage was in the upper ranks, the prestige was not enough, and most of the power was dispersed among the families to stabilize their position. I am not discussing with you today, but I will formally notify everyone and discuss the details. Recently, the Senju family's industry has developed very well. The country of fire has 10 hot pot restaurants and 5 casinos across the country. This meeting lasted until late at night, and although there was a whole day of meeting, everyone was radiant and full of hope for the future after they left. Soil Country. Tuyan Village Onoji. Master Tsuchikage, 2 ninjas from the Kingdom of Wind sent a scroll. Looking at the scroll, Onoki sighed. 3rd Kazekage is missing. It is suspected that Konoha had done it. Do you want to join forces to attack Konoha? Hehe, the shadow in my village is missing. In order to divert the contradiction, I asked Konoha for her back. The old lady of Joe really has a hand. As for the union, it's not impossible. Kobo, based on the information, went out of the village to collect information, and there was no such person in the Konoha S-level mission. I was careless last time. This time I unite the 4 great nations, and there are tens of thousands of outstanding ninjas in my village. Thunder Country Laiyan Village. 3rd Raikage, holding a few pieces of information in his hand, slapped it heavily on the table after reading it. Boom. Onoki actually suggested that we jointly attack Konoha. I actually said that Konoha has an umbu, codenamed Ziu. How good he is, he will use wood style. I think it was an excuse for their failure in the siege, deliberately exaggerating. Joint. Oyemu is a dwarf who loves to play tricks and is vulnerable to strength. After speaking, he punched the table again and smashed the table. The dark-skinned youth standing next to him spoke. Father, a few days ago, I went out to test the 2 ninja teams of Konoha. They lost contact. They should have been killed by Konoha's people. Information from the agents of the Kingdom of Wind, 3rd Kazekage disappeared suddenly, and Tsunagakura was in chaos. 3rd Raikage glanced at his son and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee who were standing by, and golden light appeared in his eyes. Give the order and prepare for battle. Yes. Chapter 27 Sage Artwood Style Spiral Shuriken, 1. Konoha Umbu Base. Liu brought a green pattern mask to the door, put on Umbu-style clothing and a black robe. Picking up the various intelligence gathered recently, the Hokage border exchanges of fire frequently, the actions of various countries continue, and the orders for the Shuriken of the Iron Nation have skyrocketed. These are all signs that the war is about to begin. The Kingdom of Wind 3rd Kazekage has been missing for many days, and no war has been declared on Konoha. Isn't the Kingdom of Wind planning to start a war? In fact, because of the appearance of Liu, the butterfly gently instigated its wings. The last time the battle in the Kingdom of Birds frightened the people in the Kingdom of Wind. It is said that very few people fled back, and they were dubious about the fighting process they described. The conflict between the ninjas has not been resolved, the war is only postponed. This may be the tranquility before the storm. Today is the Chunin exam. Let's see what my 3 students are doing, and watch Uchiha Obito by the way. Liu made a seal on his hand, separated a wood clone, and mobilized Flying Thunder God to leave the Umbu base and go to the Chunin examination room to prepare for the follow-up examination. It will be the 3rd ninja battle soon. Liu thinks that his fighting method is biased towards large-scale coverage, and the single-body lethality is not enough. With Flying Thunder God, he can easily kill Jonin and even sneak into the cage level strong, but it is still a bit difficult to kill. He stretched out his left hand and touched his left eye, feeling the full pupil power of the left eye, and a mysterious power emerged. In an instant, Liu's eyes opened 3 Tomo Sharinan, and the 3 Gojade in his left eye quickly rotated and turned into a 4-cornered windmill. With his feelings, he guided the power of the left eye to release. A yellow half-length skeleton appeared centered on Liu, with long horns on the top of his head and red eyes, hideous and terrifying. Randomly waved his hands and arms. Huh, huh. The tiger was born with wind, and the strength was amazing. After a few tries, Liu felt that his left eye was a little sore and tired. It seems that for a Mangekyo Sharinan, using Susanoo is still a bit difficult. Need to find an opportunity to open the right eye of Mangekyo as soon as possible. But in the current ninja world, who else has opened Mangekyo Sharinan, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi? It is still long before they open their eyes. It seems that my right eye, Mangekyo, is far away. Dejected, Liu sat on the big rock with his chin on his back, frowning and staring at the practice field in a daze. Do you have to turn it on by yourself? But at the cost of dying the closest person. This kind of price is something Liu doesn't want to pay. Most of the people who start Mangekyo Sharinan will be influenced by Sharinan and do extreme things. Recalling the original work, Itachi, Suzuki, Obito, Madara, which one is not going to extremes because of love and hatred, spent a huge price to realize an epiphany, and eventually went to death. In addition to Suzuki, the Prince Naruto has been helping him. Naruto, the protagonist of the Halo Guardian, almost burped many times, and at the same time paid the price of an arm to return to killing him and not going to extremes. Suddenly Liu patted his thigh. How did I forget them? Kakashi, Obito, Madara. Uchiha Madara. He should be hiding now, Witch Horn, he lives by the Gedo statue. According to the original plot, Lord Madara, there should be another Mangekyo Sharinan. I have been in the Hokage world for so long. Everyone is curious about the legendary Uchiha Madara himself. Although he is an elderly man, I still want to try Uchiha Madara. Since you want to do it, do a big vote. Liu, who secretly made up his mind, is ready to plan. After trying to understand this, Liu jumped down from the big rock, making seals on his hands. 2 puffs of white smoke on both sides. Boom. Multiple shadow clone. Stretch out your palms to both sides, palms up, 2 blue chuck, rotating in opposite directions. The shadow clone on both sides injects the wind attribute chakra into Raise-nan. Under the control of Liu's powerful chakra, each hand fired wind-style Raise-nan shurikens, Shu, activated Flying Thunder God, and moved to the outskirts of Konoha. Leaping in depth, he threw 2 Raise-nan shurikens to the sides of a small mountain bag. Happiness has to be doubled. Boom, boom. The flying out Raise-nan shuriken is centered on a radius of 100 meters, and the huge blue light ball rotates. The light ball rotating in the opposite direction is like a meat grinder, tearing the middle small bag into shreds. Powerful, the tearing effect is stronger than a single Raise-nan shuriken. Ryu's temporary whim, learning Naruto's method, separated the clone to help inject attributes, used wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken, and the Senju clan's natural chakra control ability. I had to use Flying Thunder God to leave the family training ground and come outside to experiment with new ninjutsu. Seeing such a loud noise, Ryu nodded his hands and patted the ground, using earth-style ninjutsu to restore the ground and the hill to its original state. The hand was full of scratches, the pain inside the bones gradually disappeared, and it returned to normal within a few minutes. A strong fairy is stronger in restoring physique, definitely stronger than Nine-Tails chakra. This is one of first Hokage's masculine powers, right? Wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken, the powerful S-level ninjutsu, is still hidden to prevent Umbu from being damaged by the terrain. The ninja world pays attention to intelligence first. Knowing the opponent's intelligence, you can find a way to deal with it. Ryu also intends to surprise him in the Third Ninja War to have the greatest effect. Use Flying Thunder God to return to the family training ground, so that you can hide it for a while. At this time, several Umbu patrol ninjas rushed to the scene. I just heard two loud noises, a bright work, it should be around here, why there are no obvious ground traces. Odd. That's it, such a huge ninjutsu movement, it shouldn't be like this at the scene. A perception-type Umbu ninja looked around the small mountain bag. There are a lot of wind attribute chuck remnants in the air. This is an effect that can only be achieved after using large-scale wind-style ninjutsu. Yes, there are a lot of nearby trees that were blown down, and the trees were cut flat and cut with a sharp tool. An Umbu ninja who seemed to take the lead, wearing a red dog face mask, said. Now that I've checked, report the information to Lord Hokage. Hokage building inside Hokage office. The Umbu ninja with a dog face mask came here with 3 team members to report to Hokage about the loud noise outside the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the cigarette in his hand and sighed. Recently, other ninja villages have been moving constantly, and ninja trails have been found on the border many times. It is necessary to strengthen patrols inside and outside the village. Notify the security department to let the Uchiha step up their inspections in the village to prevent the enemy from using illusions to enter the village. Intensified cross-examination at the gate, sending suspicious characters to the criminal ministry for interrogation, and special treatment during special periods. Yes, Lord Hokage. Several people led the order to exit Hokage's office. Unexpectedly, Ryu's new experimental ninjutsu on a whim would increase the vigilance inside and outside the village, making Uchiha and Umbu busier. Chapter 28 Sage Art Wood Style Spiral Shuriken, 2. Senju Family Training Ground. Hey, this wind-style Raise-Non Shuriken is still too Naruto, and it still doesn't fit my Senju clan style. Uzumaki Naruto used the lava-style chakra of Four Tails Monkey King in the 4th Ninja War to use the Sage Art lava-style spiral shuriken. The power is amazing and it can be thrown. The spiral shuriken will explode after hitting the target. The damage range is huge, powerful enough to cut off the sacred tree, with a burning effect. Raise-Non is really a magical skill. The prince's god skills are not powerful. Not only can he add a single attribute, but he can also add the chakra attribute change of the blood succession boundary. That being the case, what will be the effect of joining wood style? As soon as he thought of it, Liu Jian once again separated a wood style clone, and moved step by step again. The clone injected the wood style attribute green chakra into Raise-Non. At this time, Raise-Non gradually changed from blue to cyan, and the control intensity increased exponentially. Boom! Boom! Liu was shocked by the exploded Raise-Non in his hand, and his clone turned into a piece of wood with a bang. The scattered green chakra fell into the ground, causing the ground plants to grow quickly. In the blink of an eye, half-meter high grass grows on the ground and the walls, and I glance at a piece of grass. I'm going to pit it. Shaking his red right hand, after a few breaths of super resilience, he has healed. Did you just inject too much wood-style chakra? Could it be that there was a problem with the ratio, and Liu, who was not convinced, repeated the experiment? There were dozens of pieces of wood left on the ground, and the ground was messy. The original flat ground was covered with green grass. The half-meter high grass had grown to more than 1 meter high. Every time I felt like I was going to succeed, it seemed to be a little too close, just that little bit, which seemed to affect the stability of Readaloud as a whole. Liu lay in the grass, panting. It turns out that it is so difficult to develop ninjutsu. The previous wind-style Readaloud shuriken is completed at one time. Maybe there is a bit of luck in it. Seeing that there were only patches of grass at the beginning, now the entire ground wall of the training ground is full of grass over 1 meter high, and there are 10,000 grass mud horses passing by in Liu's heart. Chunin exam, second exam. Konoha Dead Forest. Liu's wood clone has followed the Uchiha Obito team since entering the forest. With the natural advantages of wood style, you can easily hide your figure in the forest, constantly blending into the earth and big trees, and sticking out half of your head to observe the three people from time to time. Wood clones' concealed tracking and black zetsu are very strange. This is also the training project of Wood Clone to prepare for the future. As His Royal Highness Kakashi card in Hokage, with the blinding eye, Liu is still interested in him, and he is still very interested in becoming Jonin at the age of 12. Kakashi, we have just entered the forest for so long, why haven't we seen anyone? Uchiha Obito, who couldn't wait to behave in front of Haranolan, turned his head and asked Kakashi. Kakashi glanced sideways at Uchiha Obito with his dead fish eyes, and continued on his way silently. Seeing Kakashi's disgusting eyes, it seemed to say, give you a look, you can realize it by yourself. Hey, Kakashi, I'm talking to you. Kakashi didn't respond, and Uchiha Obito shook his head, huh, what a shit. When the time comes, you don't have to go back. What did you say, Kakashi? With a light sentence, Uchiha Obito fried the pot, and a sturdy step stopped in front of Kakashi, preparing for a theory. Don't quarrel, Teacher Minato said that we are a team and we must unite. Seeing Uchiha Obito, who was speaking by Haranolan, he immediately shook his head again and added an unconvincing nasal hum. Secretly clenched his fists, and when you meet other teams, you should show off in front of Lin. Lin will definitely like me. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito's face turned red, and his heart came together. Liu Wood Clone in the back saw the appearance of these three people, and couldn't help but laugh. Before watching Hokage and watching live, the feeling was still different. Maybe it was an anime, but not all of them showed all the feelings of one person. Obito and Naruto are really alike. Kakashi is a bit more nasty than Sasuke at this time. He cares about friendship very much, but he has to pretend to be indifferent and put the task first. Wood Clone, who followed behind to watch the play, followed without any hassle, without letting the three of them notice. Senju Clan Training Field. After 5 days of experiments, day and night, Liu finally found the ratio of Readaloud to join wood-style chakra, but it won't be long before it stabilizes, before it will dissipate on its own. This made Liu very distressed, always feeling a little bit worse. Hasn't Naruto's lava-style Readaloud shuriken also succeeded? Recall how Naruto made the Readaloud shuriken in the anime. Do you have to enter the tail beastization? Tailed beasts, tailed beasts. Slap the ground and yell, I understand. Having fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking for so long, I habitually follow the method of wind-style Rasengan's shuriken, but forget the state in which Naruto's technique was developed. The full name of Naruto's lava-style Readaloud shuriken should be called, Sage Art Lava-style Spiral Shuriken. Sage Mode. Do as he thinks, Liu immediately meditated and closed his eyes, absorbing the natural energy in the air. 5 minutes later, Liu split a wood clone, rubbed out a Xiansha big ball with one hand with his right hand, and went to immediately add the wood-style attribute chakra. Watching Readaloud transform from blue to cyan. That's how it feels, it's done. Looking at the cyan rays non in his hand, there is a bright white halo around him, which is really beautiful. Let me see how powerful you are. Throwing forcefully towards the 10 people in the training grounds and embracing the thick tree, there is no such great momentum as wind-style rays non-shuriken, and there is no heat and heat of lava-style rays non-shuriken. I saw that the big tree was wound around the trunk of the big tree in the form of large and thick vines moving at high speed, just like a python entwining its prey. For a few breaths, the tree creaked under the strong squeezing force. Boom! Debris splashed in all directions, and the upper half of the trees jetted off, flying up tens of meters high, falling high, and then there was a continuous sound of heavy objects landing. Seeing this scene, Liu excitedly rushed forward to check, and flew down to his own branches and leaves. Liu, who checked the situation at the scene, jumped up happily, excited like a child. Haha! I'm a genius, a genius. Liu, who constantly praised himself, fell into a state of extreme self-confidence. The new technique that didn't appear in Hokage, Wood Style's exclusive ninjutsu, others can't imitate it, neither can Prince Naruto. A small amount of chakra is so powerful, next time I find a chance to find a thick-skinned one to try. After the excitement and calm down, Liu sat down and analyzed a wave of injuries using modern medicine. Human body injuries can be roughly divided into sharp and blunt object injuries. Sharp objects such as knives, axes, and sharp objects can damage the human body by virtue of their sharpness, and the damage has obvious lacerations. Blunt objects such as clubs, fists, and feet, hitting, falling, squeezing, no obvious trauma, bleeding from internal organs and skin. The wind-style rays non-shuriken uses a sharp, high-speed wind blade to attack the enemy, causing rapid splitting of the enemy. The wood-style rays non-shuriken developed by Liu relies on the high-speed rotation of the wood cane to squeeze the enemy, and the wood style can absorb the enemy chakra. Unless you can break free all at once, you can only be crushed. Although it is a bit like Gaara's sandstorm funeral, it wraps the sand around the enemy and then squeezes it, but wood style plus chakra, the fairy magic, is even better. Sage Art Wood Style Spiral Shuriken is done. Chapter 29. Liu, who completed the new ninjutsu, and the satisfied Kaido laboratory, looked at the data recorded on the scroll of Sage Art Wood Style Spiral Shuriken and smiled triumphantly. Sealing the scroll and putting it away, it suddenly reached the memory of Wood Clone, which had been released on its own. Uchiha Obito met Might Guy in the Death Forest. Obito, who just wanted to show off, was kicked and passed out by Might Guy. Lie down all the way and win, relying on Kakashi who has the strength of Jonin, with the footprints that are still missing, he passed the Deathwoods exam. Obito met Might Guy again in the third test. Obito was angry and wanted to find his place, but it was a pity that Might Guy didn't remember what he did to sorry Obito. Obito, who turned his head to the side in Yuan Yelin's cheering, just turned around and was still intoxicated by Yuan Yelin's cheering. Obito just listened to the referee's start, and Might Guy, who was not so cruel, gave a KO again. Seeing Obito's performance, Liu couldn't help sighing forward protector. It's really the original, Obito is so miserable. If Might Guy kicked it with his foot, the ending will be dead. Obito and Haranolin are still genin, Kakashi chinin, looking at the performance of their three students, all of them become chinin. After closing his eyes to receive the memory from Wood Clone, he sighed for a long time. The chinin exam ended in this way, and the war should not be far away. Actually, I still want to live the life of my wife's Hokage, and a child's comfortable life under her knees, but unfortunately some people don't let it go. Liu, who had left the laboratory, came to the hall and saw Yu Yuing like a little wife, busy preparing dinner, and Yu Zian next to him helped arrange the tableware. Teacher, you are here. I became chinin. Zian happily compared scissor hands to Liu. Stepped forward, touched Mao Zian's head, and praised, Zian is great, I didn't disappoint the teacher. After dinner, the three of them sat down and chatted. Xian, this time I became Chunin smoothly. I can't slack off my practice and strive to become Jonin as soon as possible. Sister, are you already Jonin? Yu Yueying smiled mysteriously. After such a long time, he was familiar with the three types of tail beasts chakra used in the Flying Thunder God seal. Flying Thunder God has been able to use it proficiently, and has learned a lot of special escape techniques. Find an opportunity to test the power. Yes, it is already Jonin. Sister, I will cheer. Xian, seeing that you are so motivated, I recently made a special training for you as a teacher for a period of time. Really, I must go back to work hard. What do you say about the strength of Ozuki Xian? It should be better than the original story when there is only Kanoharao's swordsmanship. She has no attribute chakra and can't learn the 5 escape techniques, so Liu intends to teach her Raise-Non, and let her by the way improve the ability on illusion. At this time, Ozuki Xian bit her hand cutely, and said embarrassedly. Teacher, I call your brother-in-law or your teacher. It's simple, call me brother-in-law at home, and teacher outside. Xian, this time you become Chunin, as your brother-in-law to give you a present. You follow me. Liu got up and led the way, leading the two to the laboratory. Let Yu Xian sit down in the formation engraved with black lines. Xian, as a brother-in-law, give you a present. Taking into account the upcoming Third Ninja World War, the 3 of his own students will inevitably need to go to the battlefield. Selfishly Yu gave Ozuki Xian a small stove and settled Ozuki Yueying's heart. Brother-in-law, what gift? You'll know in a while. Following the method, the Flying Thunder God seal was sealed on Ozuki Yueying's right wrist as last time, and part of his own chakra was sealed. The only difference is that the tail beast chakra is not added. In order to prevent Ozuki Yueying from relying too much on the sealed chakra, she uses her own chakra to launch Flying Thunder God. Xian, you feel this Flying Thunder God mark, which contains 20% of my chakra, which is used in times of crisis. In the past few days, I will ask your sister to accompany you in training. You must practice hard during this time. Yes, brother-in-law. After giving her dozens of traits to Yu Xian, she took the 2 of them out of the laboratory. The second day. In the morning, she gently moved away the hands and feet of Mao Yueying wrapped around her body, slowly lifted the quilt, and got up and left the warm quilt. Put on the mask, put on the black robe, and went to Umbu's office to check the latest information. Oh, the Kingdom of Wind and Land have declared war on Konoha. Because of the disappearance of Third Hokage, the country of Wind believed that it was made by the people of Konoha, and launched a war to shift the conflicts in the village. We actually started the war together. I remember that the original work was launched by the Kingdom of Wind. This time it was postponed, and it was actually with the Kingdom of Earth. Onoji is very thoughtful. At this moment Shuichi hurriedly walked in from the outside, and when he saw that Liu was so good, he shouted. So you are here, Master Third Hokage is looking for you. Okay, got it? On the way to the Hokage building, I saw many ninjas hurrying, all of them were fast, and many ninjas left the building. Hokage building, Hokage office. Master Third Hokage, what can I do? Xiu, you are here, let's talk alone. The country of the earth and the country of the wind declared war on us at the same time, and many ninjas were assembled. I have sent Minato to fight against the troops of the Kingdom of Earth. The manpower in the village is tense. Xiu, take your team to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and end the battle with the Kingdom of Wind very quickly. Understood, Master Hokage, I'll summon the subordinates now. Saying that Liu was about to turn around and leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen was called to help me take care of Asuma, then he held his pipe in his mouth and turned his head and looked out the window. Liu could only ha-ha, he was rewarded, and he left the Hokage building only then. In fact, there are still a few days before the orthogonal battle, gather ninjas, prepare a large number of ninjas, food, and grass. The more people there are, the greater the movement, and you will know the enemy's thoughts in advance. While there are still a few days left, give Xian, Ziraong, and Sarutobi Asuma the most special training. Lazy Liu recently spent a lot of time with Yu Yueying. Although he assigned special training to the 3 students, he still approached Senju Liwa to supervise and guide these 3 trainings. From time to time, he specially guided Mao Yuxian's physical skills and illusion skills, all of which were seen in Liu's eyes, and they were not broken. You said Xian and Liwa, is it possible? Through observations over the past few days, I think there is a drama. Senju Liwa is so handsome, he is almost half as handsome as me. Huh, you are stinky. I'm just telling the truth. This kid Liwa is currently a special jonin. The Senju clan is very talented. It will be jonin in a short time. It's a handsome one. After closing the Byakugan with charming eyes of Yu Yueying, Liu couldn't help but move his feet to Yu Yueying. After a while, Liu began to fall again. The day before the departure, Senju Liwa found Liu and offered to go to the Battle of the Wind Kingdom together, but Liu decisively refused. Liwa, there is an important task for you. Then he took out a seal scroll, a note and a letter and put it in Liwa's hand, exhorting. The scroll is sealed with 20 million taels, and the note is the address. Give the letter to Senju Tsunade. After reading the letter, Tsunade will return to the village with you. Here is another tip. Take it. If my sister goes back to the village and she's furious and doesn't see me, you will open the kit. After explaining this, Senju Liwa left the village in the afternoon and rushed to the road that needed Tsunade. Tomorrow is about to rush to the battlefield. Liu, who plans to make arrangements in advance, also took out the map and studied it. This time, I can't miss the chance to find Lord Madara. Remember that Lord Madara is hiding somewhere in the grass, and you can't miss the wind. National Battlefield. Shen Yuruaki was dressed in a black robe, and Konoha's Umbu mask was looming under the black robe and hat. He quickly passed through the Konoha barrier and rushed to the battlefield of the land of the earth in the dark. Chapter 30. Early morning. Konoha Gate. Wearing Konoha Jonin's green vest, wearing a white cloak, behind him stands a black ninja, tall, short, fat and thin. The leader Liu counted the time, it was almost time, and asked several ninjas who also wore green vests to count the number of people. Listening to the number reported, there are 511 people, 350 genin, 158 genin, 3 jonin, plus 512 for myself. Looking at this group of young faces, many of them are students who have just graduated from the ninja school. Their faces are full of fiery conversations, and they don't take the battlefield seriously. Seeing this situation, Liu didn't talk nonsense, and shouted loudly through chakra. I am the leader of your brigade, Jonin, Senju Nawaki. Listen, everyone, keep up with the team, don't fall behind. Set off. The team set off as scheduled, with more than 500 ninjas rushing through the woods at the same time, shocking a large swarm of birds. In order to take care of many Genin's unsatisfactory feet and uneven levels of strength, Liu slowed down and felt depressed. He slandered in his heart, old man, third generation, really will find things for others, and tell me to take care of the future of the village. In my opinion, I'm afraid that I won't work hard. I want to use 102% of my strength to quickly resolve the battle in the Kingdom of Wind. Don't hide it. He turned his head and glanced at the crowded people and the 3 students who followed unhurriedly. The bond with the village is getting deeper and deeper. Maybe this is the ultimate goal of third Hokage. Uzuki Yuyan, Yurihong, and Sarutobi Asuma followed Liu with a relaxed face, chatting occasionally. The sunset is red. Some time ago, I thought the teacher seemed to give you a ninjutsu scroll. How about ninjutsu, how good is it? Yes, This ninjutsu is a ninjutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama Yurihong blinked red eyes, Kaido proudly. Xian, you don't already live in the teacher's house, the teacher is still your brother-in-law, and I will definitely not treat you badly. He lifted his head triumphantly, shook the long purple hair, and smiled on his face. Of course, I also learned the ninjutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi Asuma, who was following the two girls, looked bitter, and looked at the two proud little hens in front of him, with an unspeakable bitterness. Teacher, what kind of ninjutsu did you teach? The two women turned around and said in unison, don't tell you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Seeing the performance of the two women, Sarutobi Asuma whispered, teacher, really partial? Originally, the 3-day journey, because of the huge team, took 5 days in a days to reach the front-line battlefield. There are more than 1,000 ninjas in the first echelon here. At this time, a ninja wearing a green vest with Madara bloodline on the vest came to the front. You are the Senju Nawaki-sama with the second team, Narashika-isa is in front of the tent, please. When Liu entered the tent, he saw a brawny man with red hair wearing a green forbearance armor with a big food written on his chest. Seeing this uniquely dressed ninja, Liu had already guessed his identity. Akamika Dingza. There are also 2 ninjas in the tent who are discussing against the map. You don't need to guess that they are Yamanaka Kiyaki, Narashika-isa. Unexpectedly, the Battle of the Wind Kingdom was hosted by Ino, Shika, Cho from Konoha village. The 3 of them hosted the battle. The original plot did not specifically explain how the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was won. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Sunin. Tsunade and Jiraiya is not in the village, Orochimaru is obsessed with research. Seeing Ino, Shika, Cho on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, Liu finally understood why Konoha suffered a heavy loss despite the victory of Konoha in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. The 4th Kazekage Rosa, who just came to power in the Kingdom of Wind, and the manipulator Encho who likes to use poison, Ebizo, and all the ninjas of the Kingdom of Wind. With the high quality of Konoha shinobi, a large number of Tsunagakure ninjas were killed. Konoha shinobi was killed in large numbers by 4th Kazekage Encho. After being poisoned, they were unable to detoxify and died in large numbers. Senju Nawaki, you are here. Very good. In the past few days, I have had several small-scale contact and probing battles with Sand Shinobi in the Kingdom of Wind. Naralu pointed to several locations on the map and said to Liu. Sand Shinobi's follow-up troops have also arrived, and Sand Shinobi may make big moves in the next few days. After understanding the situation on the battlefield these days, Liu waved his hand. I see. Luju, find someone to take me to the wounded camp to see. Yamanaka said in surprise. Nawaki, are you? Liu smiled and replied, since Tsunade has not come for this war, I will look at the injured ninja on behalf of my sister. I came here this time and I also brought 10 people from the Senju clan as a medical class, Liu said to the Senju clan, and Liu added an accent. Hearing this, the 3 Ino, Shika, Cho couldn't help but jump, but Naralu reacted the fastest, and replied somewhat unnaturally. In that case, that's great. Liu said this in order to test the reaction of these people in a small area, and to prepare for the Senju family to stand in front of the stage again in the future. This time in the war with the Kingdom of Wind, it is not in the eyes of Liu, Tsunagakure 4th Kazekage Luosha, alone in the cage level strength. If Liu is willing, he can push down Tsunagakure ninjas by himself. Unfortunately, there is the Senju clan behind him, and he is not fighting alone. At present, he focuses on gathering people's hearts. He took the medical ninja from the Senju clan and called his 3 students to the wounded camp. Just near the Dao camp, I heard the screams and groans in the camp, and there were also ninjas who had just graduated and survived, crying, and there was a lot of noise. It is no wonder that the camp is set far away from other camps for fear of affecting the mood of the frontline ninja. At the entrance of the camp, Liu first opened the curtain and strode inside. Then 10 medical ninjas of the Senju clan followed closely. Standing at the door, Uzuki Yuyan and Yurihong, who were unable to step on foot, their faces paled when they heard these voices. Sarutobi Asuma was also a male among the three. He resisted uncomfortable and strode in. The remaining 2 girls saw Sarutobi Asuma entering, gritted their teeth and looked at each other, and walked into the camp together. After entering the camp, I heard Liu guiding 10 people to treat the wounded. Healing is not good for curing toxins, extract them, and research and configure detoxification agents. Seriously injured, stable and good injuries, when the supply team comes, we will send to Konoha Hospital together. Liu turned his head to the 3 students who had just entered, and beckoned them to come. The 3 of them passed by various injured ninjas, listening to their painful voices, speeded up their steps and came to Liu. The 3 people who came in front of Liu looked paler, one by one, whiter. With a smile on Liu's face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help rising, and he said in a wicked way, "Xian, Zirong, I suddenly found that you are getting whiter." "What? What?" the 2 women exclaimed, but Liu didn't expect Liu to say this. The 2 of them reacted and said with shame, "Teacher, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you." Sarutobi Asuma, standing in the middle of the 2 women, snickered while covering his mouth, and was shaking his head with one on each side of his head. Ouch! Covering his head with both hands, Sarutobi Asuma, pitifully secretly on both sides, received another side face from the 2 women. Humph! Uzuzian and Shirihong put their hands on their chests, squeezing out their respective developing breasts into an arc, and gradually their chins gently lifted up, like 2 proud little hens. Seeing the situation of the 3 of them, Liu was very pleased, and did not have to worry about the tacit understanding, and said after a dry cough, "The teacher just made a joke for you to ease the atmosphere." Yu Chang just smiled and said solemnly, "I'm quite satisfied with the performance of you guys. The fastest place for newcomers to adapt to the battlefield for the first time is the wounded camp. You can't fail to show your due strength because of the tragedy on the battlefield. This is also the first lesson the teacher gave you on the battlefield. The second lesson is that joking helps eliminate negative emotions." After listening to Liu's explanation, the 3 nodded in agreement, and understood the teacher's good intentions. "Teacher, we understand. Okay, then you guys will help too." Within a few hours, more than a dozen lightly wounded ninjas were cured, and the severely wounded ninjas stabilized their injuries and prepared to send them back to Konoha. The medical squad received many thanks to the ninjas, and many of them were able to return to the team to continue fighting. The remaining task of the medical squad was to make detoxification pills based on the extracted toxins. This time, Liu is just a guide, and he has never treated one person. Taking the Senju clan is to save chakra on his behalf. It has been a small scale for several days, and 4th Kazekage Rosa and Joe have never appeared. Chapter 31 Black Zetsu. Konoha also sent the Konoha Defense Force led by Hamaki Mimura to fight against the Iwagakure ninjas, and rushed to the supporting Wachi Minato team, separated from the support team, and rushed to the battle zone in advance. Wearing a black robe, Liu with a dark tunnel mask on his face, along the way from the tree trunk ground, using perception to track the WDM Minato team at a distance of more than 2 kilometers. "Teacher, do we really want to leave the team and go to the front to support?" "Yes, Obito. Everyone, hurry up." He couldn't see his face, half of a black figure was exposed from the trunk, his head was probed, and his head was poking out from the trunk on the ground from time to time. It was really weird. At this time, Liu discovered the black shadow through perception, and followed this shadow from a distance. Judging from some of his performance, Liu confirmed that this dark figure is Black Zetsu. It seems that we can only be more careful to prevent Black Zetsu and White Zetsu from being found. Namikaze Minato led the team and quickly rushed to the front line to play against Iwagakuru's people. I saw Namikaze Minato, flicking the traits of Kunao, and activating Flying Thunder God, flashing several times in a row. Pump. With the continuous sound of falling to the ground, dozens of ninjas of Iwagakure chasing Konoha's defense forces fell down like they were cutting wheat. Successfully rescued the last 4 members of the Konoha defense unit led by Mimura Hameki. Liu followed all the way, drove a distance of more than 2 kilometers, followed all the way, watching the Namikaze Minato team, preparing to destroy the Shinwyubi bridge and fight separately. Haranolin was stunned by Iwagakure ninja Oishi using ninja and camouflage, and successfully robbed her away. Such a good ninjutsu. Liu, of course, was copied using Sharingan, and immediately used what he learned to apply it, making tracking easier. With this invisible ninjutsu and Kamui of Mangekyo with his left eye, even if the invisibility is found to be abnormal, he can use the Kamui space transfer or hollow, which is strange and unpredictable, like a ghost. At this time, I was in front of a cave. Obito and Kakashi were fighting against the Iwagakure ninja. From time to time, there was a sound of fire explosion and weapon collision. Boom. Ding jingle bells. Black Zetsu penetrated into the cave from one corner, half of his head exposed from a shadow, watching the battle between Obito and Kakashi. Obito, Obito, don't you accidentally die so soon, I'm still waiting for your good show. This way of arranging behind the scenes and watching the big show next to it is really cool. Watching my goal step by step according to the path I have arranged, this kind of enjoyment is unparalleled. Liu on the other side, after having invisible ninjutsu, was bolder and swaggered to the side of Black Zetsu. He held his chin to observe Black Zetsu carefully, and his face almost stuck to it. It's black and autumn, wrapped in a layer of carbon, more Africa than African brothers. As close as I am to the conspirator Black Zetsu, the Hokage world is also considered a number 1. Liu couldn't help but smack his lips, and said in his heart. 2 eyes are like small light bulbs, flickering and flickering. Seeing Black Zetsu's smug energy, his mouth was grinning. Liu couldn't wait to plug Kurozumi's mouth with something. Suddenly fighting in the field, Obito shot a fire-style great fireball, splashed off the sand and shot at the direction of Liu and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu was still a little bit energetic. Seeing that a few stones couldn't hit him at all, he didn't move. He continued to grin and watch the situation on the court, holding the idea that Obito might be killed accidentally, and he went up to help. Liu saw a good opportunity. Black Zetsu was watching the fight on the court attentively. His fingers formed a bow shape. After the gravel hit the stone wall, his fingers charged and flicked continuously. Puff puff. With the sound of breaking the wind, 5 stones of different sizes were shot into Black Zetsu's cracking black mouth. What? Immediately stretched out his black hand to cover the black mouth, and Black Zetsu's eye was again covered by an explosion on the court. Ba 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 spit out the stone in the mouth, and then touched the 2 holes that were punched through, looking around with a depressed look, but no abnormality was found. On the side, Liu was brave. Standing so close, Black Zetsu didn't even notice. Looking at the black question mark face of Black Zetsu, Liu suffocated and laughed. He was really uncomfortable. Earth-style Iwasu Falls. The gravel fell from the cave, and the vibration continued to roar. With this movement, Liu used a few stealth jumps to distance himself from Black Zetsu, launching the Kamui space in the air and disappearing directly into the cave. Liu, who entered the Kamui space, couldn't help but kept his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm suffocated. Black Zetsu has a black question mark face. Black Zetsu is so fun. After laughing and taking a few breaths, Liu stood up and made a secret decision. Long tracking is very boring, especially when he knows the development of Hokage's plot. Catching up is just in line with the plot. Black Zetsu, Old Black, Old Voldemort, Old Yin ratio, looking for happiness in boring tracking. It's decided it's you. Shinigami is coming to Black Zetsu in the series, and Shinigami is eyeing it. By the way, I will start a research project to observe Black Zetsu's abilities. After making the decision, Liu moved his left eye to Kamui, a spiral of space twists, and the invisible Liu appeared on the edge of the collapsed gravel. Kakashi changed his left eye to Obito's two Tomo Sharinan, and Harano Lin escaped the cave and was besieged by Uegakure ninjas. Namikaze Minato came using Flying Thunder God to kill all the Uegakure ninjas, and took the two of them away. There is no longer any need to follow Namikaze Minato's team. Watching the leaving Namikaze Minato team, Liu is here quietly waiting for Black Zetsu to appear again. After a while, I suddenly saw Black Zetsu appear and brought a group of white Zetsu to the collapsed cave to rescue Uchiha Obito by moving rocks. With enthusiasm, Liu came to Black Zetsu again and listened to him directing the white Zetsu to work. Hurry up, don't let Obito die. Yes you are, don't be lazy. Hurry up, be quicker. Black Zetsu is really like a black-hearted foreman, constantly making loud noises, and Liu on the side feels upset for white Zetsu. At this time, the four white Zetsu carried a boulder, and teams passed in front of Black Zetsu. Liu saw the situation and made a plan to find the previous team, relying on himself to hide, and when the boulder came to Black Zetsu, Liu suddenly increased his strength and used strange power. The dashi is like a falling weight, speeding up to fall towards Black Zetsu, just hearing a loud noise. Boom! The boulder shattered violently, splashed a lot of dust, and screamed ah! Seeing this, Liu jumped a few times and pulled away. This operation is like a strange punch Liu used against Black Zetsu. He planned to wait and see from a distance to see the effect. Just listen to the sound of screaming in the sand and dust. You idiots! Moving a rock can't do it well. Watching white Zetsu scrambled and pulled out from under the rock, squashed Black Zetsu. After getting up, he twisted a few times and returned to his original state. Liu sneered in the distance, Black Zetsu is really not that easy to solve. It's a pity that there is no Amaterasu, I don't know if it will work. Found it! A group of white Zetsu rescued the half-blooded Uchiha Obito from the pile of rocks. Several white Zetsu quickly got into Uchiha Obito's body to help stabilize the crushed other half of the body. Black Zetsu, who was furious on the side, saw the target found, and directed a group of white Zetsu into the ground, leaving a white Zetsu carrying Uchiha Obito towards the direction of the country of grass. Oh, white Zetsu still has this effect, and it can be saved in one breath. Where's Afei? I don't seem to see white Zetsu teasing Afei. Seeing this, Liu continued to follow Uchiha Obito, hoping to track and find Lord Madara's base. Chapter 32. On the other side, the Battle of the Kingdom of Wind was about to start. After many days of small-scale trial operations, both sides found the onsa ground of the other's main camp. The main camp of Konoha village is anchored at the top of Kikyo Mountain, and various Konoha camps and their outposts are stationed near the mountainside and underneath. In the camp at the top of the mountain, Jonin is discussing the next battle. The third Hokage-sama from the village has sent news. I hope we can resolve the battle as soon as possible. Cloud Shinobi village is ready to move. Narashikaji turned to Yamanaka and nodded. Hi, tell everyone about the information from the village. Information has shown that Cloud Shinobi village buys a large number of ninjas in the country of Iron, and the country of Thunder transports a large amount of grain and grass into Cloud Shinobi village. The training of ninjas in the village is intensified. Various information shows that the country of Thunder Cloud Shinobi village is ready to fight at any time. After listening to Yamanaka Hi's information, all Jonin couldn't help frowning. There was only one person in the camp sitting calmly and leisurely, and his thoughts had flown to the Battle of Shinwyubi Bridge. I don't know what's going on over there. For Liu's third Ninja World War this time, if he is willing to settle down soon, the dormant for so long is not for Lord Madara and Black Zetsu. If you don't cooperate with them in singing the big show, how can you find the specific location of Lord Madara? Uchiha Madara arranged for Obito's game, Liu was not able to destroy it, and then attracted the attention of Black Zetsu and Madara, and let them think that their plan was going well, so they relaxed their vigilance. Liu, who knows the original plot, can't make good use of it. A hunter needs to have enough patience to wait for the prey to be hooked, and then make a fatal blow to get what he wants. Liu has been greedy for Uchiha for a long time, thinking about Uchiha Madara, the halazi at the corner of his mouth, showing signs of being out of control. Seeing Liu's delay in commenting, the Akamika Dingzuo next to him was a bit ecstatic. He touched Liu with his arm and whispered, "Nawaki, are you listening to Lujuhei and they are very boring, saying that I am hungry?" After recovering, Liu immediately snorted, and followed the Akamika Dingzuo to resolve the embarrassing scene just now. Yeah, I'm hungry too. I'll go for a game later, I haven't eaten barbecue for a long time. Naraluyu found that at the meeting, two people whispered to each other, whispering, a little depressed, and said, "Dingseat, what do you think of the current situation?" Akamika Dingza saw that he was called to speak. With a naive expression on his face, he touched his stomach. Kaido, I think this battle has been going on for a long time. Tolerance and food have been lost a lot. The logistical supplies must be kept up and safety must be ensured. Liu was very surprised and thought to himself, Akamika Dingza's figure and smile seemed to give people a silly feeling. He obviously cares about eating, and he can talk about it when he speaks. Just now I was talking to myself about delicious food, the reaction was so fast, I named it scheming fat with a smile on the side. No, right, the evaluation is a bit overwhelming, there should be something in the belly. Hearing Akamika Dingza's answer, the Jonin nodded together, and Naraluyu turned his eyes to Liu again. Seeing this, Liu knew that he was about to speak, and coughed a few times. At this moment, the war was shaking, and the shaking was obvious. What happened? Get out and have a look. A crowd of Jonin rushed out of the tent and came outside. Looking at it, a large amount of gold sand gushes from the oblique side, like a tsunami, toward the bottom of the Bellflower Mountain. The direction that Jinsha plunged into was chosen just right, just where it hit the Konoha Mountain base camp. Not good, enemy attack. There are a lot of Tsunagakure ninja moves on the other side. Naraluyu sweated on his head and urged. Go and save people, organize everyone to retreat and leave the golden sand area. Yamanaka High quickly formed seals and used the sound transmission technique to inform the mountain genin to withdraw from the gold sand area. The jonin rushed down the mountain one after another, rushing towards the bottom of the mountain quickly, leaving only Ino, Shika, Cho and Liu still in place. Although Naraluyu is anxious to save people, as a commander, he can only stay on the spot and prepare to take advantage of the commanding arrangement of Yamanaka Kaki's voice transmission technique. The golden sand tsunami was like breaking bamboos and destroying campsites, burying people in the sea of golden sand. I saw people constantly struggling and screaming in the sea of sand. Help! I don't want to die. Who can help me? A large number of Chunin genin ran out of the camp constantly, fleeing in a hurry, and the golden sand was thick in the distance, and it was difficult for them to run past the speed of the golden sand with their feet. Seeing this situation, Liu had already calculated the speed of Jinsha, and it was too late to run down the bottom of the mountain by leg. Jinsha quickly rushed towards the densest place of Konoha's camp. Seeing this, Naraluyu was like an ant on a hot pot, and Liu, who was calm and composed next to him, asked. Nawaki, you are still here, what do you think? Hearing this what do you think, Liu suddenly felt like being asked Yuan Fang, what do you think? Liu's eyebrows trembled 3 times, turning his head. Kaido. This matter is extremely dangerous. It's just one word in my opinion. Dry. After saying this word, with a flash, Li Yu mobilized Flying Thunder God to come to Yu Yuzian at the bottom of the mountain. Seeing that it was Li Yu coming, he calmed down his nervousness and said in unison, "Teacher Asuma, the war will begin soon, take care of the two girls, your teacher, I will block this golden sand." After speaking, I turned my head and rushed towards the golden sand waves, looking at the golden sand coming hundreds of meters in the distance. The golden sand is tens of meters high. An unstoppable feeling. The three Konoha shinobi who ran at the back in front of the golden sand sea ran away panting. One of the short-haired girls who had just graduated from the trio team accidentally fell down at the end. The two teammates in front immediately took a few steps back and pulled up the short-haired girl who fell. "Ching Ching, don't give up, run quickly. You run away and leave me alone. We can't leave you behind." Seeing this situation, Li Yu held a special kunao in his hand and threw it out without stopping, quickly closing the seal. Kyu passed through the three of them and plunged into the ground diagonally. After a flash of light passed, Li Yu shouted, "Earth-style duo Tulia wall." Kneeling on one knee and patting the ground with both hands, dozens of thick soil walls rise on the ground, arranged in arrays, rising from the ground. From where Li Yu stood, originally under the sun's rays, a piece of golden reflection from the golden sand covered his body, and was immediately shrouded in shadows to obscure the sky and the sun. After the golden sand hit the earth wall and made a few loud noises, after breaking a few earth walls, the rush was stopped, and then a sand sound was made. The three rookies who had just graduated from the ninja school had their mouths open into an O shape, their eyes gleaming, and their faces full of admiration. They didn't feel like they were left behind. "It's amazing, Dead Guoet." The ninja in the distance, the ninja who was still running, stopped one after another, stopping and watching. "Who is it, such an amazing Earth-style ninjutsu?" Earth-style ninjutsu launched by a group of people. Li Yu pulled out kunao, stood up coolly, stepped and jumped to the top of the earth wall, shouting loudly to the Konoha shinobi below. "Listen well, I'm Konoha Jonin Senjin Awake, leave it to me on one side, and a large number of sand shinobi on the other side, ready to fight." After speaking, he threw a handful of kunao at the location where he used the sand shinobi technique to withdraw gold, and launched Flying Thunder God to leave the scene handsomely. A member of the Senju clan. How handsome! On the top of the mountain, Naraluyu saw the situation at the bottom of the mountain and was relieved to see the golden sand sea rushing into the dense area of the Konoha camp. "It's really a cut-off, otherwise you will lose a lot. He went to deal with 4th Hokage alone, we have to work harder here." Chapter 33 War, 2. Use Flying Thunder God to come to the source of the Golden Sand Sea and see 4th Hokage Luasha who is guarded in the middle. "It's you, you just blocked my Jinsha waves? When did Konoha have such a powerful Earth-style ninja as you?" Seeing a flickering Li Yu, the big sand gold burial seal stopped on his hand, his face was dignified. Because 4th Hokage failed to use the sand gold burial in order to save Chakra against Li Yu, the Konoha shinobi who were buried in the sand were quite strong, and many of them got out of the gold sand and escaped. The strength was too bad, and died of suffocation without drilling out the golden sand. Cho next to 4th Hokage. He is Tsunade's younger brother, Senjin Awake. Good at earth-style and water-style ninjutsu, the Senju clan's physical skills should not be bad either. Dare to come here alone. It's another ninja who knows 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God, Master Fenying, be careful. Li Yu glanced at the group of Tsunagakura elite ninjas, secretly counting Rosa, Cho, and 15 elite ninjas, a total of 17 people. Hands on. 10 sand shinobi ninjas took out the scrolls and quickly sealed. Untie. More than 20 puppets appeared out of thin air, all kinds, with various knives and weapons on their hands and feet, and a dazzling array of them. Encircling Li Yu, Chi-Chi rushed towards Li Yu. Not much nonsense was the poisonous needle and poison dart flying. Jonan unceremoniously slashed at Liyu's body up and down, as if he was about to unload Liyu. Seeing this situation, Liyu moved to the left and hit again, with two kunao flying in his hands, relying on the powerful physical skills of the Senju family and the beautiful flying thunder god operation. It can easily deal with it, using strange power to break a piece from time to time. Puppet. Talking about Konoha Shinobi's physical skills, hurry up and take out more puppets. Try to kill him here. Immediately each took out more seal scrolls and made the seal on their hands. Solution. A large number of puppets were taken out, and all of them went into battle to control the puppets and kill Liyu. Among them, the 1,000 generations controlled the most. One person controlled 10 puppets, and the rest of the puppet masters operated more than 3 puppets. Except for 4th Hokage and the 5 elite ninjas who had been standing by the side, the other 11 people quickly controlled the chakra thread with their fingers, which did not seem to give Liyu a chance to breathe. I'll go, come back, I was thinking about fighting 4th Hokage one-on-one. Unexpectedly, you don't speak martial ethics so much, mouse tail juice. Seeing so many puppets pounce, Liyu launched Flying Thunder God to flash out of the encirclement circle, and quickly seal his hands. Water-style water-severing wave. A jet of water spouted from her mouth, a jet of water cut, swept across the air, and quickly wrote a capital Z in the air, instantly smashing all the puppets in front of them. In fact, when Liyu was besieged by the puppets, he acted as if it was dangerous and very difficult, enticing the enemy to invest more puppets and destroying them all with one ninjutsu. Don't blame me then. After doing all this, Liyu suddenly came on a whim, his legs were brought together, his feet were in a horoscope, his elbows were bent, his wrists were exerted force, his hands were slanted down to the sides with orchid fingers, and he shouted. Perfect. Take the standard action of Mr. Jin to mock the enemy on the opposite side to show how proud he is at this time. 4th Hokage Luasha, Cho, and Sand Shinobi were dumbfounded. Although they couldn't understand the meaning of Liyu's shape, their anger went up to 8 degrees from the expression. I don't know if all the puppets were destroyed, or a group of people who were shackled by their own perfect, they were quiet, and their faces were ugly. In that case, it's my turn to shoot. With a handful of special kunao, Liyu's eyes changed, and Liyu was about to perform on his own. Under Liyu Flying Thunder God, Jonin is the same as Genin, with the same one-shot solution, not to mention the puppet masters who are on most puppets with full strength. The best puppets have been defeated by Liyu using the water-severing wave. Sand Shinobi was like cutting wheat. Several of them fell together one after another, scaring 4th Hokage to use golden sand to protect the others. Magnet style. Sand's shuriken. Shot a wave of sand shurikens, pushing Liyu back, and pulling away. In the operation just now, Liyu killed and dealt with 8 elite ninjas. Liyu shook off the bloodstain of suffering and said indifferently. Thousands of old ladies, I have long heard of your 10 people in Song Dynasty, how good they are. Why don't you call it out this time? Cho heard Liyu's cry, ignored it, and snorted coldly. Hi, don't be fooled. I was still a little bit awkward just now, but the strange force fist and the water-severing wave made Cho dare not use the 10 songs, fearing that they would all be done to her. Forget it, I'll take it as soon as I see it, I'm a little greedy. Seeing that the situation was not right, the crowd seemed to have discussed it, and turned around and ran back. Seeing this situation, Liyu was stunned, and after a while, he immediately threw out the special kunao and shouted. Catch, where to run? 4th Hokage Luasha manipulated the golden sand to form a sand wall. The sand wave was used to block the kunao thrown by Liyu and prevent Liyu from pursuing it. Boom. Boom. Liyu went up with a punch and kicked the sand wall in front of him. The waves of sand smashed one by one, like a bull, unstoppable. In the face of absolute strength, the defense of sand is still too poor. Although the magnet style is used to bless gold in the sand, the density is still not high enough. Seeing that Liu was about to catch up, 4th Hokage Luo Xia resolutely stayed behind. "You guys go, I'll hold him after I break." "Master Fenying, we go, I have a way to get out." After saying this, "Get a seal on your hand." Magnet style. Jinsha waves? Liu didn't expect 4th Hokage to be so brave. He could still use this kind of large-scale ninjutsu without running. The cool Liu was covered by a wave of golden sand. Magnet style. Gold placer burial. Liu under the sand felt that the density of the sand was suddenly compressed and the pressure on his body increased sharply. Liu, who was quite tight on his head, did not use Flying Thunder God to come out. Instead, he used the least chakra method to exert all his strength. Boom! The whole person rushed out of the golden sand, splashing a large amount of golden sand in all directions. This wave of operation seemed to be stunned 4th Hokage Luo Xia. This is the first time that someone can break through his burial of gold dust with brute force, unscathed. Liu, who was placed one step forward, moved towards Luo Xia's face with a heavy blow. Luo Xia was also a cage-level powerhouse at all. Although it was the kind of bottom, his arms and hands condensed chakra to block the front door. Boom! With a heavy blow, Luo Xia opened both arms and drew a punch on Luo Xia's right cheek, making him stiff and dizzy. Then Liu put on the starting posture of Wing Chun Yuan followed by the stormy combo. 106, 107, the last blow of the strange force punch, 108. The whole body of Luo Xia, which was cracked, was blown out like a cannonball by the last blow. After breaking a row of big trees, it smashed into the inside of the mountain rock, causing a partial collapse and burying it. Taking a deep breath, Liu exhaled a suffocating breath and yelled happy. "The shell of 4th Hokage is really hard, I don't know how it compares to Gaara. I can beat 10 more." Liu had just crossed a few broken trees and was about to check the situation at the rock burial site. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens made by Jinsha, with the sound of breaking wind, flew towards Liu and avoided the shurikens instinctively. S attack. It's magnet style again. Jinsha shuriken, Luo Xia didn't faint to death. A black shadow from the rocky burial place, bruised and bleeding from the corners of the mouth, the 4th Hokage Luo Xia with half-open eyes, a few jumps, jumped into the sky, stepped on a tuft of golden sand under his feet, and flew away quickly with a golden tail flame. "I'll go, I can fly." No wonder I dared to stay and break. It turned out that there was a golden sand armor, plus the ability to fly. Liu shook his head, knowing that he could not catch up. This battle consumed nearly 30% of chakra. In addition to the daily consumption of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, he consumed nearly 40% of chakra. Turning back to the base of Kikyo Mountain, I found that the fighting on the other side was still intensifying. The Konoha shinobi had a relatively high quality, without the two of 4th Hokage and Cho. Konoha's advantage is obvious, and Tsunagakure Ninja's failure is only a matter of time. Chapter 34 War 3. Seeing from the fighting crowd, Liu saw at a glance that his 3 students performed well. The 3 of them cooperated and nodded in satisfaction. "Xian, the Flying Thunder God taught to you by the teacher is amazing." Shirihong saw Uzuki Xian with a weird body. Flying Thunder God combined with her Konoha flow knife skill, easily killed Chunin and Genin who came to her. No one is her 1-1 enemy. Yurihong, what kind of ninjutsu the teacher taught you? I have seen you haven't shown it for so long. Sarutobi Asuma, who heard this question, looked curiously at her childhood sweetheart Yurihong, hoping that she would answer. At this moment, a sand shinobi led Jonin and discovered that there were 3 people in the war and killed a large number of sand shinobi ninjas. The few people cooperated and observed from a distance, and decided to go and eliminate the 3 Konoha ninjas. As a ninja of the wind-type physical arts, he came quickly towards the three of them, and he used ninja swords to slash at him. Among the three of them, Yurihong, who had the worst physical skills, was ready to hit her. Sarutobi Asuma has been staring at his girlfriend Yurihong from the corner of the battle. Seeing this, he threw down his opponent, pushed Yurihong away, and used his two-handed spikes to block the blow, making the sound of metal strikes dang. Sarutobi Asuma, who hurriedly received the blow, nearly dismissed the weapon, half-kneeled on the ground, hitting the ground with his knee, and knocking out a shallow pothole. After Yurihong stood still a few steps, threw out a few shurikens, pushed the enemy back, and came to Sarutobi Asuma to support him. "Are you okay?" Sarutobi Asuma, with numb hands, shook his hands. "It's okay, I can continue to fight." Uzuki Yuga and Yurihong stood at Sarutobi Asuma, looking at the Tsunagakure ninja who had achieved great physique skills. Yurihong, seeing that the situation is critical, it is time to use the advanced illusion that Liu taught her, and quickly explained, "Teacher, the illusion taught to me is an advanced illusion that can capture the eyes of the enemy." "Very good." After a few small murmurs, the tactics were discussed. "Little boys of Konoha, what are you discussing?" Speaking of rushing towards the three people quickly, Sarutobi Asuma is the best in the team, facing the ninja sword with the wind attribute chakra on the opposite side. Uzuki Yuyan threw a shot of special kunao, and when the enemy was hiding, he activated Flying Thunder God to use his hand and appeared behind him. The ninja sword in his hand slashed over without hesitation. The knife was cut directly. The momentum of the knife is not diminished, and the enemy has a powerful smile on his face, and he will be able to cut this cute little purple-haired little sister Konoha in half immediately. Ninjutsu was launched right after the red knot seal on this evening. Illusory technique, dark action technique. The eyes were dark, and the Jonin knife was cut empty, and the eyes suddenly disappeared. For those who often use their eyes to fight, suddenly losing light in the battle means death. Pulling the knife back immediately, but after not taking a few steps back, he ran into him, half bearing the knife, looking at the half-blade of the chest at the moment of recovery, and died unwillingly. Seeing this, the three breathed out, and Yurihong sat down on the ground a little spiritually because of her A-level ninjutsu. There was a flash of light and shadow, and Liu came to the three students. "Teacher, you are here. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Sant Shinobi's Jonin was killed by you, and you have grown a lot." He touched Mao Yuzian's head with his left hand, and took out a special kunao with his right hand. "Let me end this battle, teacher." Liu has calculated that he consumes nearly 40% of chakra, and plans to cancel the word fast through battle. This time, the Kingdom of Wind consumes 40% of chakra. On the battlefield, Liu was as fast as lightning, specifically looking for the more arrogant Sant Shinobi to kill. Generally speaking, his strength was not bad, but his strength was bad, and he died long ago. Swish. On the battlefield, one by one weirdly fell down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Sant Shinobi turned and fled. The one Sant Shinobi who couldn't run away couldn't stand the massive deaths of his companions and threw down his weapons. "I surrender, don't kill me." With someone taking the lead, many Sant Shinobi kneeled and surrendered one after another. Liu saw that the battlefield was determined to find that his chakra was 40% less than the real consumption, a little bit short. "It's a pity, my little chakra is so much. Oh, it's really annoying." In this war, the country of Wind Tsunagakure captured many prisoners. These ninjas were bargaining chips with Tsunagakure. The Konoha shinobi had many casualties and were rushed for treatment. The Senju family's medical team has treated many Konoha shinobi's lives. This war reminds Konoha village of the surname Senju and the glory behind the surname. Naraluyu wore a green waistcoat stained with blood, panting heavily, sitting on the big rock, and staring at the figure of Liu in the distance. In fact, before Nara set off on the battlefield of the Land of the Wind, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also asked him that 4th Kazekage Encho would let Liu deal with it. I remember that I still questioned it at the time. Originally, judging from the current situation, it should have been a long time, but now it seems that Lord 3rd Hokage has made arrangements for the war to end so smoothly. Because of this war, the Senju clan's reputation has greatly increased. Could it be that they have another plan? With these questions in mind, Narashika still ordered the Konoha shinobi to clean up the battlefield to prevent Tsunagakuru's ninja from attacking again. Next day, the Land of Wind Sand Shinobi village sent a letter expressing surrender and hoped that a peace talk would be used to completely resolve the war. In the camp at the top of the mountain, a group of jonin sat down to discuss the information from the village and the ending of the battlefield. Looking at these jonin, many people were injured. They had bandaged their heads and bandaged their arms. They were miserable, and all of them were injured. They had bloodline Madara on their bodies. Only Liu was the same as the last meeting, no hairstyle. It's a bit messy. I glanced around and found that some chairs were empty, maybe they were seriously injured in treatment, maybe they had been sacrificed in this battle. Liu coughed a few times and said, "The news of the surrender of the Kingdom of Wind, I have passed back to the village, Lord 3rd Hokage. The Parliament of the Wind sends people to Konoha village to discuss the matter of surrender. This battle depends entirely on Senju Nawaki, who blocked 4th Kazekage Raza's Golden Sand Shinobi technique, and repelled 4th Kazekage Cho and the 15th Sand Shinobi Jonin." Liu asked in surprise, "Oh, the 8 ninjas I killed are actually Sand Shinobi's Jonin?" "Yes, the information has been confirmed." Narashikageyu smiles. "Kaido, I have reported the situation of this battle to Lord 3rd Hokage. There was an order from 3rd Hokage from the village to ask Nawaki to take some ninjas back to the village and escort the wounded back to Konoha Hospital for further treatment." "Okay, when are you thinking about going back?" Liu was delighted. The battle here has ended, and he was thinking of some reason to return to the village. He was really sleepy and brought a pillow. Taking advantage of his high reputation, Liu still has important things to do when he returns to the village. Forget about the time, Tsunade should have already returned to the village. It is estimated that he has not seen himself, and is so furious that there is no place to find someone to vent his anger. Chapter 35, Ninja Interception. After a day or two of preparations, all the lightly wounded were treated, and the severely wounded were stabilized. After another wave of good feelings from the Senju family medical team, Liu took a group of wounded back to the village. "Teacher, are you going back to the village so soon? Sand Shinobi from the Kingdom of Wind will not be calling, right?" "Yes, that is, as long as the teacher is there, the Tsunagakure ninja will not dare to come." Liu couldn't help but smile when he watched Yuri Hong and Yuuzian singing and reconciling. Yes, Sand Shinobi has not dared to fight anymore and surrendered. The 3 students looked at Liu with incredulous eyes and asked happily, "Really, is the war over?" "Very good." Although the news of the surrender of the Wind Country is only known to the Jonin in the meeting, ordinary ninjas do not know the specifics. In Liu's opinion, the matter of surrender has become a fixed number. From the original plot, it can be seen that the Country of Wind lost to the Country of Fire in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, and it surrendered. Not to mention this time, because of the appearance of Liu, Konoha Shinobi's injuries and deaths have been greatly reduced. There is no victory in the original plot but heavy losses. This time, the Country of the Wind cannot surrender, and the situation is better than people. There was a genin who couldn't call the ordinary name. Hearing the conversation here, he interrupted. "What if Sand Shinobi falsely surrenders?" Sarutobi Asuma glanced at this Konoha shinobi and choked back. "Fake surrender, just fight again." Hearing Haki's reply, Liu secretly said, "My lines, you also grabbed it, but Asuma deserves to be the cub of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen." Liu, who continued to make an expert appearance, casually glanced at the interjecting Konoha shinobi. The ninja immediately shrank his neck, a sharp spirit, and immediately lowered his head. The two companions next to him seemed to have been affected by Liyu's eyes and bowed their heads. When the two companions saw Liyu's gaze back, they changed hands together and they lost their brains. Ouch! One of the ninjas whispered. You idiot, Senju Nawaki-sama is what you say. Yes, the situation on the battlefield can't be understood. People with a discerning eye can see the clues. Sand Shinobi suffered a heavy loss, and 4th Hokage is not Senju Nawaki's opponent. What if you don't surrender? Liyu's ears were amazing, and he smiled slightly after hearing Zhuliang's behavior afterwards. The play was really talented for acting. Let's name them first ninja, second cannon fodder, third ninja, the ninja who asked the question, that is the first ninja, who flattered Liu and a few students along the way, served tea and handed water, and was full of demeanor. The boring journey provides a lot of interesting things. After several days of rushing, the team slowly entered the territory of the Land of Fire. With the footsteps of this team, it would take 4 or 5 days to reach Konoha village, which was completely different from the speed when it came. Suddenly Liu felt that there were not 7 ninjas under the ground, moving quickly in his direction. Liu, whose eyebrows couldn't help but frowned, suddenly found these 7 ninjas coming towards him. No, there are ninjas underground, enemy attack. 2 blades pierced Liu from 2 directions on the ground, from bottom to top, the other 2 drilled out of the ground behind them, and the shinobi sword slashed towards Liu's back with the breaking wind. 3 other ninjas burst out from the ground. One slashed at Ozuki Yuga's neck, another stabs Yuhihong from bottom to top, and another slashes at Sarutobi Asuma's legs. Puff puff puff. Several ninjas slammed the target with grinning laughter, tried their tricks repeatedly, stringing their opponents into candied haws, branching their heads, and cutting off their legs and letting them kill them. The nearby Konoha Genin was stunned. Seeing the only Jonin and 3 Chunin in the team, they were instantly attacked and chopped up. Second cannon fodder, the mother cannons all embraced the interjecting ninja A in the middle, and the 3 of them faced each other. Cannon fodder B and Niang Pao C issued high decibel screams yelling while twisting their big faces, squeezing the middle ninja A's face to deform, and the slow reaction ninja A was unprepared. Enemy. Boom. The chopped body turned into sections of wood and fell to the ground. It's not good, it's hit. Discovered in advance. Withdraw. More than a dozen special kunao, thrown away as 7 rock shinobi. Late. Liu caught the kunao in the air with his right hand, and appeared among the 7 ninjas. Raisnon with his left hand hits the rock shinobi in front, and then he twisted his waist. With a strange arc in the horizontal direction, his right hand wiped the necks of the 2 ninjas. With both legs like whip legs, they kicked the 2 rock shinobi who were still reacting. Boom. His heavy feet kicked and flew away in 2 directions. Flying Thunder God cut. Seizing the opportunity, Ozuki Yuyan used Flying Thunder God to pierce the enemy's heart with a ninja sword, killing him with 1 blow. Fire style ash burning. Sarutobi Asuma sprayed a cloud of high-temperature soot to cover the enemy, and then fire style ignited, and the black smoke instantly turned into a fiery flash, and a scorched corpse fell to the ground, and he threw out a kunwusha scorched ninja's neck. Seeing that the situation was not right, the 2 ninjas immediately dived into the ground again, preparing to escape. Teacher, can't let them run away. Shirihong said angrily. The reason is that the ninja who escaped, there was a ninja who attacked with a knife and was about to give her a candied ha, as if poking into the pain of a woman. Many female ninjas will die beautifully even if they die. How can they be killed in such a humiliating way? The gentle sunset red that usually looks like it can't stand it anymore. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma didn't say anything else. For the sake of the beloved woman, he threw his legs and chased after him. Liu looked at this situation and shook his head. Asuma, chasing in the wrong direction. The young guy is easily dizzy. It seems that he can only make a move by himself. According to his perception, Liu stepped on his foot and caught up with a few jumps. The speed of escape from the bottom was still not as fast as the ground, and he did not hesitate to get a seal on his hand. Earth-style earth and stone burial. This is based on 4th Hokage Luash's gold dust funeral. I don't want to crush the 2 Iwagakure ninjas underneath. I can only slowly force them into chakra and force them out of the bottom. Boom. The density of soil and rock increased, and the pressure underneath increased sharply, and the 2 who couldn't stand it broke the ground. Liu held 2 special kunao in his hand and was about to end up with 2 ninjas. He didn't expect someone to be faster than him and kicked the 2 people side by side. Magic tree bound kill. Trees grew from the opponent's feet and tied rock shinobi who had attacked Yurihong, and Yurihong emerged from the trees, and one blow ended him. Another ninja was besieged by Uzuki Yuga and Sarutobi Asuma who had been driven over, and was killed by Asuma's wolf teeth. It seems that the 2 sides have fought many times, but they all happened during the time of ignition. 7 Iwagakure ninjas were killed. It's finally over. First ninja, second cannon fodder, and mother cannon C happily hugged each other, jumping and jumping, seeing the end of the battle in the distance. The Konoha wounded in the back breathed a sigh of relief. Senior Senjun Awake team, really amazing. Yeah, I thought we were dead. The battle didn't end so soon. Yes, here comes. The calm Sarutobi Asuma also found clues in the distance. Liu felt it for a while and said. 43 Rock Shinobi Village Ninjas, coming over here. A lot of people. Listening to the conversation between Liu in front of them, Konoha Genin and the ninja on the stretcher in the back couldn't help but get nervous, knowing that they will not die here if they fight later. Liu looked back at the Genins behind him, his eyes full of fear and determination, knowing that he couldn't escape this time. Liu made a certain decision in his heart, and thought to himself, these wounded people in the village can improve the reputation of the Senju family, and must build momentum for themselves. These people cannot be missing. There are also many precious medical classes of the Senju family. People. Turn around and speak loudly. Since I lead this team, I have a responsibility to bring everyone back to Konoha village safely. No one will die on the road. The 100 Konoha shinobi behind, heard Liu's words and immediately restored their confidence and desire for life. If you want to buy people's hearts, you don't need money. Why not do things with a few words? After seeing everyone's reaction, Liu nodded in satisfaction. Even his 3 students were full of admiration for him. Seeing that the Iwagakure ninja was almost close, he quickly formed seals on his hands. Water-style water traveling wave. Up and down Liu's whole body, a large amount of water condensed out of thin air, rotating around his body, suddenly, like a dam flood, rushing towards the Iwagakure ninja. Where there is no water, you can make such a powerful water-style ninjutsu. As expected of Senjun Awake-sama. Brother-in-law, really good. Seal with one hand and separate 1 or 2 shadow clones. Liu spread his hands, the blue spiral-shaped chakra on his hands, which quickly rotated in the opposite direction, and the 2 avatars kept rubbing their hands on it. Opposite the Iwagakure ninja saw such a huge current rushing, dozens of people made seals at the same time. Earth-style wall. Earth-style wall. 30 soil walls were erected to block the huge water waves ahead. Boom. Destroyed more than 20 earth walls, and finally the water stopped its momentum and diverted to both sides. It's not over yet. The white light on Liu's hands triumphed, resembling a shuriken shape. Boom boom. After the clone turned into 2 balls of white smoke and disappeared, Liu successfully completed ninjutsu through the cover of the water flow and the earth flow wall. Wind-style raise non-shuriken. Liu stomped on his feet, ran forward quickly, jumped up, flipped forward in the air, and threw his two-handed raise-non shurikens. Happiness has to be doubled, and I will give you a sandwich cookie. What? Boom boom. Two huge spiral light clusters light up, rotating rapidly in opposite directions, like a meat grinder in the middle. The screams didn't make a few screams, and the flesh and blood flew all over the place. The Awagakure ninja who thought to block the water-style ninja and prepared to use the attack ninjutsu, was devastated for the completion of the coming level. When the ninjutsu was over, two spiral pits with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground, and there was no complete corpse nearby. Seeing such a situation, the Konoha shinobi's mouths were collectively opened into an O shape. All of them were inexplicably excited, and their excitement was beyond words. Mao Yuzian grabbed Li Yu's arm, and came over. "Brother-in-law, can this ninjutsu teach me?" Yuri Hong and Sarutobi Asuma also looked at Li Yu expectantly. Li Yu coughed dryly to relieve his embarrassment, and took his hand out of Mao Yuzian's arms, and said, "Wind-style raise-non shuriken, which belongs to S-level ninjutsu, and the arm will have unhealable damage after use." The three people who heard this were immediately discouraged. "But you can learn from the simple raise-non. As a Muji level ninjutsu raise-non, it takes 1 to 2 years to learn, or even longer. My suggestion is to learn the ninjutsu that you are suitable and good at. People's energy is limited. Advanced ninjutsu is good." After listening to Li Yu's explanation, several people immediately dispelled the idea of learning wind-style raise-non shuriken. Packing up the battlefield and continuing on the way back to Konoha village, along the way, Li Yu, relying on his strong perception, found several ninjas that had sneaked into the territory of the Land of Fire, and Li Yu team easily solved them. Chapter 36, Back to Konoha village. 5 days later. Seeing Konoha gate from afar. Finally home. It took a long time to leave this time. "Teacher, I want to eat hot pot." Seeing the joy of the three students also indirectly affected Li Yu's mood. Ninja A was hugged by Cannon Fodder B and Mother Cannon C, and tears filled his eyes together. Finally come back alive. It's too dangerous on the battlefield. Konoha is really no ninja anymore. The ninja who just graduated from the ninja school went directly to the battlefield. In the modern society of the 21st century, 12-year-old children are still elementary school students. Depending on the age of relying on their parents, the ninja world is not so cruel. Li Yu, who came to the door, shook his head, put aside these complicated thoughts, looked straight ahead, and walked into the Konoha gate first, and was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Konoha villagers stood on both sides, and the street was directly full. This should be what 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did. It seems that after several days, the villagers have learned about the surrender of the Wind Country Tsunagakure. At the back, Uzuki Yuyan and Yuri Hong have seen this kind of scene, a little embarrassed, blushing, walking silently. Sarutobi Asuma can still pretend to be 13, with a blank expression on his face. Although it was the first time that Li Yu saw this kind of formation, he felt a little red scarf welcoming big people, but he still learned the way of watching TV, waving his hands around slowly, with a kind smile on his face. "Am I the big man in the village?" Listening to the hustle and bustle along the way, the end of the head came out, a Hokage red cloak, a cloak with the word fire on his back, his hands behind his back, and the indispensable pipe in his mouth, slowly bursting with green smoke, with a smile on his face. Looking at Li Yu who came by. "Nawaki, come back." "Hokage-sama, still the same." 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across Li Yu's body, moved behind Li Yu, and after looking calmly for a while, continued to compliment Li Yu with each other. Li Yu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance and laughed secretly in his heart. The 3rd-generation old man, he obviously cares about this naughty son, but he doesn't say it. Like Asuma, he likes to pretend to be 13, and he just asks me to say these unnutritious things like Asuma. Nawaki, your performance in this war is great, you deserve to be the best jonin in Konoha village. There, that is the result of the heroic fighting of the Konoha shinobi under the influence of Lord Third Hokage Swill of Fire. You can defeat 4th Hokage and greatly increase the morale of the Konoha shinobi. You deserve the best jonin. These 3 of my students performed very well, and they deserve to be the sons of Third Hokage. A group of people looked at these 2 people, you said and I said, and the atmosphere was warm, and they just walked away. The passing ninja A, cannon fodder B, Niang Pao C listened with relish, nodding their heads from time to time, and said in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Senju Nawaki-sama knows this better than us. Yes, Master Third Hokage is not bad, you have to learn. Take it down, take a note down. The ninja Jiahanhan scratched his head, full of question marks, not knowing what these 2 guys meant. Liu finally left Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, his mouth was dry, and there was a feeling of vomiting in his stomach. In the future, it will still converge, so it is not good to speak and digest. Take Hozuki Yuyan back to the gate of the Senju family residence. I saw a beautiful figure, purple hair with a fragrance, and hugged Zian in one hand. Zian, you are back, are you not injured? I looked at Mao Zian all over, touching here and there. The touched Mao Zian giggled, and soon squabbled together, completely ignoring the existence of Liu. Sisters are really deep in love. No way, I'll be treated like this. When you come to the inner hall, there is a ninja of the Senju clan saluting. Patriarch, you are back. Have you seen Tsunade? I heard that he is back. Ninja respectfully Kaido. Master Tsunade, I was accompanied by Senju Liwa out early in the morning. I don't know that the Patriarch has returned. Oh, tell me what happened to Tsunade after he came back during this period of time. Upon hearing this, the Senju clan ninja's face turned dark, a little embarrassed. Master Tsunade, as soon as you come back, you will look for the clan leader everywhere. We said that you have gone to the border of the country of fire to fight the Tsunagakura ninja. Master Tsunade was flabbergasted and furious. He said a lot of things that the clan leader is not. While talking, I almost moved my hands and almost demolished all of this place. Senju Liwa couldn't hold it back at the time, so I searched everywhere in the house if I didn't agree with him. Hearing that Liu's face turned dark, he swallowed and asked impatiently. Then what? Senju Liwa couldn't hold it at all, she took out a note from the side and looked at it for a long time. He suddenly caught up and said a few words to Tsunade, and stuffed a lot of things into Master Tsunade's arms. I'm surprised. Tsunade-sama immediately stopped turning over the cabinets and went out with Senju Liwa with a smile on his face. Liu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard here, feeling a little proud. I still have the foresight. It seems that Senju Liwa is still clever, and I will give him a salary increase at that time. Liu came to a casino in Konoha village, owned by the Senju family. People along the way are in an endless stream. The casino was originally opened in a relatively remote place in Konoha, but now there are many shops along the way, which are very prosperous. The guard at the door saw that Liu was followed by 2 ninjas with the Senju clan emblem, and immediately stepped aside and stretched out his hand to open the door. Liu was also welcome, and took the lead to enter the casino, and walked into the noisy hall under the welcome of the welcoming ladies on both sides. Buy big, buy small, buy and leave. Big big big. Little little. Passing through the gambling tables, watching these modern gambling methods, baccarat, roulette, guessing the size, the gamblers are crowded with excitement, and many ordinary ninjas from Konoha village also shuttle among them. Casinos are a probabilistic mathematics problem. Casinos basically make money. There are really few masters such as the gods of gambling on TV. As long as the casinos prevent guests from cheating, they will make money. Going up to the VIP lobby on the 2nd floor, There are obviously a lot less people, a lot of red chong sams, the high forks on both sides have been opened to the roots of the thighs, revealing the white thighs, and they are constantly walking between the gaming tables, but the gambler's his attention is not on this, all on the gaming table. On the second floor, Li Yu also saw many sons of the Konoha village family, enjoying the experience of spending money. Among them, Tsunade held the wine provided by the casino in one hand and a handful of chips in the other. Big big big. Just listen to the croupier saying on, 1, 2, 3, 6 o'clock. Lost again. Shizun really couldn't stand it anymore. The money he lost in a month was lost in one day, so he persuaded him. Master Tsunade, it's almost time to play, let's go back. Senjuliwa was beside him, wiping the sweat from his head, and hurriedly shouted. Yes, yeah, I have lost almost 5 million taels today. No, there are still 1.3 million taels here. Where can I lose 10 million taels? I have to come again, I want to pay back. Senjuliwa had no choice but to accompany him. Yu Guang saw Li Yu come to the second floor and immediately got up and walked over. Patriarch, you are finally back, but I am looking forward to you. I grabbed Li Yu's sleeve and complained of suffering. From finding Tsunade to Tsunade's return, I was furious when I didn't see Li Yu in the family, and lost hundreds of thousands a day in the casino to the present day. 5 million feet. After listening to Senjuliwa's complaint, Li Yu couldn't help feeling. Which man can marry Tsunade as his wife? He is even more prodigal than a prodigal wife. I'll go, I won't want my brother to support her forever. Thinking about the plot of the original story, this is not impossible. Tsunade has been single all the time, and now that he has been suffering from drug addiction, he loses 5 million taels a day, and no one can support it. Chapter 37, Reappearance of the Senju Family, 1, Recommendation, Collection. Tsunade finally lost a full 5 million taels. He got up and patted his butt. The towering mountain on his chest trembled. He glanced back and saw that Senjuliwa was gone. After looking around on the second floor, he suddenly found Senjuliwa. I was chatting with a somewhat familiar and unfamiliar face, behind which stood two ninjas of the Senju clan with a clan emblem. People wake up all at once, people put down the wine bottle, and a body flicker technique came to Li Yu, choked up and said. Nawaki, is that you? Li Yu saw Tsunade and said with a smile on his face. Yes, Sister Tsunade, I'm Nawaki. Li Yu, who had just finished speaking, had a big sandbag fist in front of him quickly towards his face, his whole body was agitated, and his instinctive hands were covering the front door. Boom! With a loud noise, Li Yu felt the tremendous force from his hand. The hurriedly defending Li Yu slammed through the wall behind his back and slid more than 10 meters in the air. After landing, his half foot was already on the ground, and he slid backwards for a certain distance. F***ck, so cruel. Tsunade, that's how you express your feelings. A figure came out of the gap on the second floor of the casino, and rushed straight out to Li Yu. Again. Seeing this imposing Tsunade, Li Yu immediately put on a defensive stance, ready to deal with Tsunade's stormy attack. Boom boom. The fists and feet intersected and made a muffled noise, and the neat and level ground became pits and pits, and there were several relatively large cracks. Seeing that Tsunade couldn't attack for a long time, his attack was completely blocked by Li Yu and resolved, and he used all the strange power punches. There doesn't seem to be two scenes in Hokage where strange force fists have fought. The loud noise between strange force fists is like thunder. After attacking for so long, Tsunade was very surprised at the heart of his heart. Seeing his younger brother's growth, he was happy, excited, and finally embarrassed. After a while, Tsunade saw that his attack could not take Li Yu down, so he stopped and said with a little girlish voice. Humph, I'm good at it, I won't even hit my sister with a punch, so stingy. My hands hurt, You have to pay me. Liu's face was full of black lines, and he felt bitter and unspeakable. It was you who beat me, and you were going to be beaten. Somehow he was the patriarch. Several people upstairs were still peering in front of the hole in the wall. I just need to point my face. Sister Tsunade, listen to me and tell me if you have something to say. What's there to say? Let's take a step to talk and whisper. After Liu finished speaking, he sealed the seal on his hand, opened it in an enchantment, and covered the two together. After slowly approaching Tsunade, when he was only one step away, he said, Sister, actually before finishing the rest, a punch from a sandbag hit Liu's face again. Come over. This time, Liu really didn't have time to reach out to block the hit. Come back, woman. Tsunade punched directly through the place where Liu was standing this time, because he couldn't hold back his strength, walked a few steps before and almost fell. Flying Thunder God technique, Nawaki, you actually learned it too. Tsunade looked at the place where Liu disappeared with a shocked face. Liu passed through from the outside and through the barrier, raising his hands flat, palms facing outwards, making a defensive posture. Sister, stop and listen to me. Tsunade was very upset, seeing that he had never benefited from Liu at all, so he could only compromise. Well, you say I listen. Tsunade, sister, I'm actually just a wood clone now. I can't be hit hard by your sister, otherwise the ninjutsu will be relieved. Only a few people know about this, and you can't tell others. When Tsunade heard this, his eyes almost came out. What? How is it possible? How can I not see at all? Yes, Sister Tsunade, I invite you back this time because there is a big family business to do. It is through the prestige of the Senju clan gained from the War of the Wind Kingdom, all the Senju clan members of Konoha village are recalled in one fell swoop. Like other Konoha clan, they have their own habitat in Konoha village. After listening to these words, Tsunade seemed to be numb. Today he was surprised many times for this little brother, and felt that he had used up all his life's surprises. He muttered for a while and then said, First Hokage, Grandpa Hashirama's idea at the time was to let the tribe members go into the village incognito. I am afraid that you would go against his idea by doing so. Sister Tsunade, I only know that because First Hokage and Second Hokage had just established the village at the time, because of the situation and various complicated reasons, they made a helpless choice, but now is different from the past. There are already people in the village who can't tolerate Senju. Last name. Besides, the Senju clan has such a great talent, as long as they all get together, they will definitely be able to research more ninjutsu and emerge more outstanding ninjas. In fact, Liu's potential words are Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha, etc. They will have the excellent ninjas of Uchiha, the Senju clan, and they will not go to extremes because of love like Uchiha, and finally walk to the night of extermination, and finally the two were passed on by the blogger. Sister Tsunade, this is my request to you. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade gave Liu a pleased answer. Well, since it's all like this, then I will accompany you crazy once. Very good. But where does your body go? Well, this is a secret, he has his own important things to do. But don't worry about the safety of the ontology. No matter how many people come to this ninja world, no matter who it is not an opponent of the ontology. Seeing Liu Wood Clone's face Sundara talking, without blushing at all, he couldn't help but laugh. Look at what makes you happy. Untie the barrier, the two left the place side by side, and returned to the VIP second floor of the casino from the hole. Liwa, find someone to fill this hole, the hole is indeed a bit big. A group of people went downstairs and left the casino to return to the Senju family. Tsunade had actually met Uzu Yuing a long time ago and knew that it was his brother's girlfriend, and his future brother-in-law would be very enthusiastic towards her. Uzuki Yuyan was very happy to see Tsunade in Sunin for the first time, and kept following her sisters yelling, and the house was full of liveliness. Next day, the Senju clan sent a message, summoning all the scattered clans of Konoha village, civilians, or ninjas, to return to Konoha to form the Senju clan. As soon as the news came out, the villagers in the streets and alleys knew about it. The news spread at an amazing speed, which directly detonated the big families in Konoha village. Uchiha, Sarutobi, Hyuga, Nara, Akamika, Yamanaka, Yuzuchi, all families have received this breaking news. The street vendors in the pub are talking about it. I heard no, the Senju clan will be reorganized. It's been a long time since the village heard of the Senju clan. First, Hokage's family should be very strong, right? However, many people in the major families could not sit still, and they started family meetings to discuss whether the Senju family would come back and whether they planned to take control of Konoha village, fearing that the power of their families would be taken away. At that time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama died in battle, and the Hokage location was dictated to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Most of the families in the village were not convinced. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were entrusted on the battlefield. In order to obtain more benefits for each, they had to support Sarutobi Hiruzen to embark on Hokage. Bit. In order to stabilize his position as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen decentralized his interests and power to the big families in the village. With the backing of the big families, Sarutobi Hiruzen stabilized his position as third Hokage. Chapter 38 Reappearance of the Senju family, 2, Seeking Collection, Seeking Recommendation. Hokage Building Hokage Office. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth, squinted, holding the information in his hand, looked at it for a long time, and finally turned into a sigh. Hey, Nawaki just came back from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and he came to me without making a sound. It will really cause problems for this old man of mine. I heard that Tsunade will be here too, so I won't come to see my old man. I must be stunned by Nawaki's back then. There was a knock at the door, and 3 Umbu ninjas came in. Master Hokage, the patriarchs of Uchiha, Sarutobi, Hyuga, Nara, Akamika, are all at the door, come to see you Master Hokage. Oh, they really can't sit still, they all come to me one by one. Let them in together. Hula la, a large group of people came in, and the patriarchs of Konoha's major families were all here. Hokage-sama, the reorganization of the Senju family, what do you think? A group of people looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen eagerly and couldn't help but worry about the Senju clan in their hearts, waiting for third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. I just received news about this matter. In my opinion, this is a matter for the Senju family, and I am not very good at it either. At this time, a man with a black robe and invisible face stood up. What, Lord Hokage, don't you remember what Master First Hokage did? The Senju family should be integrated into the village and shouldn't be in front of the stage again. Many clan chiefs nodded in agreement. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at this hidden face secretly, already recognizing his identity in his heart. As a friend for many years, although his voice has changed, he recognized at a glance that it was not Danzo. What can you do as Hokage? The village wants peace, and the war is still over at this time. Although the War of the Kingdom of Wind has just ended, the peace talks are still beginning. There are still troops on the front line at the border. The Battle of the Land of Earth is not over yet, and the Kingdom of Thunder is about to move. The victory of the Kingdom of Wind, Senju Nawaki has a high reputation in the village now, plus one of the Sunins who came back, Tsunade. The Senju clan's prestige is as strong as the day, and it is overwhelming. What reason can I prevent them from reorganizing the family? Again, the village wants peace, the country of fire wants peace. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, turned the seat a little depressed, and faced the window. Go back, there is nothing to say about this. In fact, there are still some things, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say, that is to know the identity of Liu Umbu, which is the code name, ZIU, the last time the Bird Country S-level mission, showed super strength, and quickly caught up with First Hokage Senju Hashirama. It has been so long now, and I don't know how far it has grown. Even if all the big family ninjas in the village join together, they may not necessarily take Liu. Moreover, Tsunade has also returned. The country of fire is now staring at all sides and cannot withstand the civil war in the village, especially this kind of civil war with the Senju clan. Almost a decision to fight, a decision to destroy the village and the country. Next time, Nawaki, this kid will be the fourth Hokage. I'm old too. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how can you make this kind of decision? How can Senju Nawaki make Hokage? Don't you let you all go back. Humph, you are too weak. If I am in Hokage's position, how can this happen? Danzo took off his cloak and did not leave Hokage's office immediately after Konoha's patriarchs left. When he heard Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen whispering about the next Hokage, his hair exploded. Oh, Danzo, you are really not ashamed, then why are you hiding your head and showing your tail now, Tenten, so you dare not show up in the village for what? Sarutobi Hiruzen, you. Danzo, you will be the root of Konoha honestly. This is like hitting Danzo's vitals. He was clicked and killed by Liucha. He kept hiding in the dark and didn't dare to be on the road. For fear that Liu would know that he was still alive, because of Liu's oppression and Orochimaru's walking more and more frequently. Danzo is still an old treacherous cunning. Although he was ridiculed, he quickly calmed down, put on his cloak and turned and left Hokage's office. What should Senju clan? I must be Hokage. Senju family land. In the past, the Senju family only had houses left by first Hokage and second Hokage. Now a large area nearby has been bought by Liu. This time the announcement of the reorganization of the Senju family is just like the announcement of the start of construction. The Senju ninjas used Earth-style ninjutsu to flatten their houses and vigorously build residential and commercial areas centered on the house. Tsunade saw so many people wearing the Senju clan emblem and said with emotion, "The Senju family, how come there are so many people? I thought it was Grandpa Hashirama, Grandpa Tobirama, and several families. These are all I have been engaged in underground contact with the Shang clan for so many years, but it took a lot of effort to find them. Most of them are ordinary villagers. They are forced by life, and few children become ninjas, which wastes the Senju clan's birthplace. The talent to come. The few who became ninjas were also due to insufficient resources, poor foundation, and mediocre achievements, but they were better than other ordinary ninjas." After hearing what Liu said, Tsunade also agreed more and more that it was a wise choice to gather the Senju family. In fact, Liu still has selfishness in it. As a modern man in the 21st century, he must consider for the next generation. The first point is that he cannot lose at the starting line. The second point is that he cannot die like Hashirama and Tobirama without family protection. The children and grandchildren will die unclearly, just like Senju Nawaki and Nawaki's parents who died in the original plot. With the protection of the family, there is no need to go to the battlefield to be used as cannon fodder, and simply die. A Hokage Umbu ninja came to the Senju family and found Liu. "Master Nawaki, Master Hokage has something to ask for you, please visit the Hokage building." "Got it, let's go." Liu and the people around him explained where to go, and rushed to the Hokage building. On the way, he was thinking, third-generation old man, in such a hurry, what can I do? Hokage penthouse office. "Nawaki, you are here." "Yes, Lord Third Hokage, I don't know what you want to do with me." Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Liu with complicated eyes for a while, then squinted his eyes with a smile. "Tomorrow, the delegation of the Kingdom of Wind will come to Konoha village to discuss matters concerning the surrender of the Kingdom of Wind. Send you to receive the mission and preside over the negotiation, so that we can negotiate a result as soon as possible so that the frontline Naraluyi can bring the troops back. On this matter, no problem. That's good, I'll wait for your good news. Leaving the Hokage building, looking back at the building, showing a slight smile. Third generation old man, you can really pretend, the Senju family's incident is not mentioned, it seems that it has not happened, I don't know what medicine these old guys sell in the gourd. Never mind, get it done early and hand it early. Chapter 39 Ginger is still old spicy, recommendation. The second day. Liu came to the gate of Konoha village and waited for the arrival of the delegation of the Kingdom of Wind. At the gate, he saw a few more members of the Uchiha Guard, and the guards were strengthened a lot. Liu was a little impatient when he waited for 3 hours before seeing the entrance of Konoha village. There were 3 ninjas wearing Sand Shinobi Forward Protector and 5 Hokage Umbu ninjas behind them. It's counted here. Didn't you say that you will arrive early? Why do you arrive so late? Master Nawaki, we were not late, we came by the agreed time. Hearing this, Liu secretly felt wrong. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave so much time difference, and secretly said, third generation old man, this is giving me a slap in the face, deliberately screaming me. Sand Shinobi from the back heard Umbu calling Liu, and asked with a strange yin and yang. You are Senju Nawaki, I don't think you are too old. Does Yamato have anything to do with this negotiation? You have to understand what you are doing in Konoha village. Liu turned around and left after speaking, too lazy to look at the wonderful expression on Sand Shinobi's face. At this time, the leader Sand Shinobi took a few steps and respectfully said, Konoha is really talented, I don't know which family of Konoha you are a ninja. Liu was astonished, being so humiliated by himself, there are others who can be so calm. Senju Nawaki, from the Senju clan. I don't know what you call. Sand Shinobi Consultant Ebizo. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you. It seems that the Wind Nation attaches great importance to this negotiation. Yes, this matter is good for both the country of fire and the country of wind. All the way to a Konoha reception room with the delegation, Konoha's negotiation experts have been waiting in it for a long time. As Liu who defeated 4th Kazekage, as a shock, Liu didn't want to say too much. He just came out and said 2 sentences at a critical time to suppress the scene, and negotiated a charter as soon as possible, so that he could deal with the old man of third generation. I was so busy going back to see the construction of the Senju family. I really didn't want to waste too much time in the negotiation. Based on the original plot, the content of the negotiation was a matter of interest, and it did not benefit the Senju family. After 3 days of intense discussion, the result was finally discussed. Liu took the result and went to the Hokage office again to see 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master Hokage, the negotiation has been completed, and my task has also been completed. Liu, who handed over a scroll, was about to pat his butt and about to leave, was called to a halt. Nawaki, wait, don't leave in such a hurry. Master Hokage, what else is there? I haven't been home for a few days. I rushed home and hugged my wife to sleep. There was a lot of noise in the negotiations for 3 days, and my brain hurts. Those who can do more, there are not many good ninjas like you in Konoha village. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled triumphantly, waved his hand to let the Umbu ninjas leave the house, took a deep breath in the pipe held by his mouth, and exhaled as if he had made some kind of decision. Nawaki, the movement made by your Senju clan this time is not small, and many people in the village are dissatisfied. I will help you suppress these. Hearing these words, Liu couldn't help but sneer in his heart, old third generation, you suppressed it, huh, I see you review the situation, see the situation and the helpless compromise that you have made. I have been holding back for so long. When you mention something, it's not easy. It's waiting for you to make a move. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright, put down the pipe in his hand, and said solemnly. Although these dissatisfaction voices have been suppressed, they still exist in the village. In order to convince the villagers of the Senju clan, not to gossiping, this negotiation with the country of wind is a good start. Liu's eyes lit up, and then a smile appeared. Come on, the fox's tail is about to be revealed, and then he made a look of listening carefully. The Land of Thunder has declared war on the Land of Fire. The Konoha defense forces on the border of the Land of Fire have fought against the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village several times. Konoha Village is in danger. The negotiations in the Land of Wind have just ended. Naraluyu returned to the village. Iwagakure battle is over in the Land of the Land. The WDM Minato team successfully blown up the Kamamubi bridge, cut off Iwagakure supplies, and gained a huge advantage on the frontal battlefield. The battlefield of Thunder Country is at stake. Konoha is already, alas. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly observed Liu's expression and found that he was still in a state of letting it go. He didn't even answer the conversation. He said in secret, "This Nawaki can really calm down, but I just don't answer it. I'm talking about it." No wonder the Senju clan was reorganized without knowing it in the village. Now the big clan in the village can't get up and down, there's no way to take him. After waiting for a while, I saw that Liu still didn't respond, as if the oil and salt didn't get in. He smiled. Fortunately, Tsunade has promised to go to the front 2 days ago and lead the team to stop the troops of the Thunder Country. They have already set off yesterday. What, let's go. Liu no longer gave Kabuto's expression anymore, with a surprised expression on his face full of disbelief. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Liu's expression and smiled knowingly. "Let you kid pretend to me, I see what you do." Liu, who quickly calmed down, had mixed feelings in his heart. After acting with me for a long time, this third-generation old man was just watching me jokes and gave me a bad message. Jong is still hot. Since Hokage-sama has made a decision, I also apply to join the Thunder Country War to help Tsunade. Oh, you want to go too? That's good, since you want to contribute to the village so much. Hehe, this time Umbu has a very important task that needs a very good ninja to complete. There is naturally Tsunade on the battlefield. I still want to believe in the strength of the Senju clan. After listening to the sentence, Liu felt a little in his heart, and cried out, "Not good." The thing that worries him the most has appeared. There may be many members of the Senju clan who followed Tsunade to the front line, and he has to perform special tasks. Secretly gritted his teeth, the third-generation old man is really okay. This Umbu mission is definitely not easy. The Senju clan has just reorganized a little bit and is about to go to the battlefield. Is this the fate of the Senju clan? This Umbu's special mission, the mission is particularly difficult. The level is tentatively set to SS level, the highest level mission ever in Konoha village. Executed by one person, go to the ninja village behind the Land of the Land and the Land of Thunder to harass and fight. There is no support, no supplies, to relieve the pressure on the front line operations. The mission will last until the end of the war. As Deputy Minister of Umbu, Konoha's ninja, Liu had to accept Hokage's direct commission. Before leaving, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also said, "You are indeed the one who inherited the will of fire in Konoha village." Walk out of the Hokage building and look back at the building. The characters in Hokage really can't be underestimated. They were accidentally placed together. Jong is still old and spicy. In this way, the ninjas of the Senju clan are consumed with tactics that cannot be rejected. They know that there are problems and threats are great, but they have to do it without hesitation. No wonder the Uchiha clan in the village wants to become Hokage, and the clan that does not submit to Hokage will be sparsely populated in the long river of history until withered. Humph, I won't let you old guys wish. You think you know me, Liu, you don't know anything about what I want to do, you don't know my strength, and you know a lot about me. I fisted a few times. Since you have made a move, I will continue, strength is my confidence. After murmured these few sentences to himself, he changed his sad face and in a good mood, Liu quickly left the Hokage building area. Chapter 40 Catch up with the team, seeking collection. Hokage building in front of Hokage office window. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked downstairs, the back of Liu leaving quickly. Danzo's idea, and secretly contacting the major families to pressure me to give a result. Tobirama teacher, I'm sorry, although I strongly opposed it at the time, but for Konoha, for the village, for peace, the necessary sacrifices are still necessary, alas. Back to the Senju family house. There is a raging scene near the house. I wanted to use the original story Yamato's ninjutsu wood-style Renzu family, but unfortunately I am a wood-style clone. Chakra is limited and can't be wasted on these. I can only wait for the main body to come back. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Uzuzian with beautiful bow-tie purple hair flying in the yard. Brother-in-law, you are back, my sister is waiting at home in a hurry. Zian, cultivate so hard, very good. Flying Thunder God still needs more practice, and Raiznan will continue to practice according to the method I taught you. When I came to the inner room, I saw that I was preparing lunch, like a little daughter-in-law waiting for her husband to come back from a business trip. Yuing, listen to what you are doing and come with me. When he opened the secret door and came to the laboratory, Liu asked his Senju family what happened in the past 3 days. Sister Tsunade took a lot of family members away. There were 10 people in the medical class of the Senju clan, and 2/3 of the ninjas were taken away. After listening to these situations, Liu's face is full of dignity. My elder sister is really a pit brother, and finally spent a lot of energy and money to train a ninja, so many brains have been taken away. Sister Tsunade, it's not all for the village, and there are not many ninjas in the village. Uzuki Yukage doesn't know the plot of Hokage. Since Konoha can win, he must be able to send someone out. Liu, who doesn't want to explain too much, has to give up. Since the matter has reached this level, I can only find a chance to remedy it. Write the contents of all recent events and what you want to say into a ninjutsu scroll and hand it to Uzuki Yukage. Yuing, use the permanent Flying Thunder God mark on your upper right to pass this to the body and let him decide what to do next. Okay. On the other side of the Hokage world in the territory of the country of grass. Liu's body, lurking in a place for many days, tracked Uchiha Madara's hiding place, looking for opportunities and waiting for the preparation to subdue Uchiha Madara in one fell swoop. There are a large number of white Zetsu guarding the base nearby. Liu can't get too close, probably the location has been found, but it takes some time for Madara to find out exactly where it is. Suddenly, Liu found a safe tree hole, bit his finger, and made a mark on his hand. Summoning technique. Boom, a puff of white smoke. Summoned a Katsuyu with a big palm, holding a scroll in his mouth, and handed it to Liudeo. Emergency, sent from Yuing. Understood, you wait. Open the scroll and read it quickly. Liu can't help but slap the content on the scroll. The plan can't keep up with the changes, the third generation old man will really come. It deserves to be the third Hokage who has been for many years. The small abacus makes 2 birds with 1 stone and kills 2 birds with 1 stone. No, there seems to be something wrong. Is third generation so insidious? It's like Danzo's way. Danzo is dead, and there is no news of Danzo in the village. Jen seems to have heard that one of Danzo's subordinates has received it. Liu shook his head and threw these complicated thoughts behind his head. These are not important. The important thing is that the situation needs to be resolved now. I only changed the plot a little. In line with the idea that the whole Hokage can be under my own control, I slowly managed a force of my own. I didn't expect to underestimate the characters in these Hokages. They are real people. Rather than a puppet made overnight. After thinking about it, Liu suddenly complained. This is really a problem for me, nothing more. Mangekyo Sherinan doesn't want to start at the expense of people around him. In the future, we should try to be more careful and follow the plot as much as possible, so as to avoid the clear road in the future from turning into a vague and bumpy road. Taking out a scroll, Liu quickly finished writing the arrangement and handed it to Katsuyu. Take this back, I will trouble you. Little things, let's go. After turning into white smoke and disappearing, Liu Jian separated a wood clone, and let him continue to monitor and look for the trace of Uchiha Madara. Master Madara, Mangekyo Sherinan will keep it for a while, and then I will pick it up when I have time. Liu found a direction and left quickly, turned directly to the direction of Thunder Country, and went to Cloud Shinobi Village. Here, Konoha Village Liu Wood Clone received the news arrangement from the main body. After packing up his things, he carried a scroll on his back, and left the village in a swaggering manner and rushed to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Thunder. A few days after the departure, the large group was busy on the road, so I should catch up with Tsunade. Along the way, wood-style Avatar Liu, swiftly chasing the troops led by Tsunade, looking for obvious traces left by the large troops on the road. Half a day has seen the Konoha patrol team, and a large number of camps resting in the distance. Liu didn't bother to go to the floor to spread the word, he directly sensed which tent Tsunade was in, and dived into the ground directly. Seeing Liu emerging from the ground, the conversation in the tent stopped immediately. Patriarch, why are you here? The Patriarch. Nawaki, why are you here? As soon as he came out, Liu's face was bitter. Sister, my sister, what can I do if I don't come? The Senju clan is already few, and the life is tight. Why, am I so unreliable for your sister? After speaking, the atmosphere was not right. Liu stopped the topic immediately, fearing that Tsunade would go crazy, so he changed his words. How about the front-line situation? Is there anything I need to do? The first echelon of the Thunder Country team has been on the border of Hokage, and has tried many times. We need to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to support this time. This meeting is to discuss who will lead the team to support first. There are too many people in the large army, and a lot of materials are not advancing fast. Liu glanced at the Jonin of the Senju clan in the tent, secretly calculated his own chakra amount, and 60% of chakra. Last time, the Kingdom of Wind consumed 40% of chakra. This time he fought for the advantage of the battlefield. It seems that it's really time for me to come, so I'll lead the team. Jonin in the tent saw Liu volunteering, and couldn't help but surrendered his gaze to Tsunade. As the commander of this war, one of Sunin's prestige still existed. Tsunade jokingly glanced at Wood-style's avatar Liu. His strength was not bad, anyway, he wasn't the main body, he couldn't die. Nawaki, since you brought it up by yourself, it's decided it's you. Senju Rihwa, Senju Uzumaki, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Inoue, Uchiha Ironfire, you five choose some subordinates to follow Nawaki to support. Liu, who had left the camp, looked at the back of the Uchiha and the three of them. He couldn't help but feel emotional. I don't know if Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui are here. There is a battlefield in the original plot. Bring some Chunin, an elite of the Senju clan, and after meeting with Uchiha's people at the assembly point, Liu looked at the Uchiha team, and it seemed that they hadn't seen Uchiha Itachi. Did I remember wrong? Chapter 41 Support Team, Seeking Collection. I saw a short child in the crowd, only 4 or 5 years old, standing behind Uchiha Fuyu, hiding his short figure. Uchiha Fugaku, why did you bring such a small child? He is my son Uchiha Itachi, he is very good, and he will be a good ninja in the future. After confirming his identity, Liu glanced at Uchiha Itachi a few more times. The long one is pretty good, and he has a straight face at a young age. It should look a bit similar to the future Satya. I heard that your Uchiha clan also has a genius ninja. Uchiha Shisui doesn't know where it is. Uchiha Shisui was left by me. In Konoha village, I did not participate in this Thunder Country operation. Oh, forget it, now that everyone is here, let's go. Didn't Uchiha Shisui come? I still want to see Shisui, how to use the instant method. Uchiha Itachi was taken to the battlefield at such a young age. He should be only 4 years old now. Liu led the elite ninjas of the Senju clan to take the lead. Uchiha Fugaku in the back watched Liu leaving behind and was a little puzzled. I wonder what the patriarch of the Senju clan had for paying so much attention to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi next to him pulled Uchiha Fugaku's clothes corner. My father, it's time to go. Uchiha Fugaku, who recovered, immediately greeted the tribe to follow quickly. One day later, seeing noisy sound in front, explosions, and smoke everywhere. No, Konoha Defense Force has already fought against Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village. Everyone stepped up to support. The louder the sound is as you move forward, the sound of metal collision can be heard a little. Ding jing dong. Looking at the edge of the battlefield, Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas occupied more ninjas, and the Konoha Shinobi who Jonin had more advantages to kill were retreating. In the end, more than 50 Konoha Shinobi were surrounded and resisted. There are at least more than 200 ninjas in Thunder Country, who surrounded the Konoha Shinobi, and did not intend to spare one. Captain, are we really hopeless? I don't want to die. There is no retreat, only a deadly battle. Yes, Konoha's ninja will avenge us. In the crowd of dozens of specially made Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, Liu took the lead and launched Flying Thunder God to quickly join the battlefield. I saw 3 Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village face to face and quickly fell down, and Chunin Genin nearby took care of it. The people fell down in rows like they were cutting wheat. Patriarch, is this Master Second Hokage Tobirama Flying Thunder God, so fast? Before we rushed in front of the enemy, the Patriarch started to kill. Uchiha Fugaku, who is still running, has serious eyes. Flying Thunder God technique, really worthy of the forbidden technique. However, the Uchiha clan has an arrogant personality. It will be so easy to lose. Everyone stares. Many people turn on Sharingan. There are double hook jade and 3 hook jade. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style phoenix fire technique. A wave of fire style from the side opened the way and shot into the Cloud Shinobi crowd, boom. Fire style accompanied the sword in his hand and hit a large wave of Cloud Shinobi. The Uchiha clan is good at throwing fire style and shurikens. The angles are tricky, and the shurikens can turn in the air, making Cloud Shinobi hard to hide. Come on, kill these Konoha Shinobi. There are a lot of people from Konoha, kill, kill. The Senju clan also did not show weakness, and made seals on their hands. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style Water Dragon Bomb. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Then the wind increased the shooting power, a large number of water bombs and soil bombs, like howitzers, were huge, and a lot of Cloud Shinobi ninjas were blown up. Then I heard that the Senju clan followed up with a wave of ninjutsu bombing, going through a total of 3 rounds. Earth style Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style Water Dragon Bomb. Wind style Great Breakthrough. The Uchiha clan next to me said with emotion. There are so many chakras from the Senju clan, and a few C-level ninjutsu, but it's a bit like a B-level ninjutsu, covering such a large area. Cloud Shinobi is not so good anymore. Many people will be attacked by ninjutsu before they can even use ninjutsu in the future. Quickly disperse. Use defensive ninjutsu quickly. A ninja who knows earth-style ninjutsu quickly gets the seal and prepares to use the earth flow wall to resist the attack. Before the seal is completed, Liu rushes into the Cloud Shinobi crowd and accurately kills several Cloud Shinobi who are getting the seal. The enemy is not given the opportunity to use ninjutsu, kills and leaves, leaving Cloud Shinobi to suffer from Konoha Shinobi's ninjutsu and shuriken attacks. Cloud Shinobi village ninjas used lightning style to stimulate body cells. They were good at physical melee. They suffered heavy casualties if they could not get close to the support team. They were also attacked and killed when using ninjutsu. Liu was using Flying Thunder God to kill the Cloud Shinobi village high-level ninja. There is no enemy, and Raiznan does not use it. Several of the ninja knives he snatched were used for rolling blades, so he had to kill and grab them. The pressure on the Konoha Shinobi in the center was greatly reduced. Cloud Shinobi village ninjas fell one by one, and the powerful Joninchinen fell down without a lot of mobile phones, and all went with the lunchbox. In a short while, Cloud Shinobi village saw that the situation was not good, and immediately retreated, leaving more than 100 corpses, and walked away without looking back. The ninjas of the Konoha defense forces who survived could not help but hug and cheer together. I survived. I survived, I didn't die. Very good. I looked at these Konoha shinobi who survived the battlefield fortunately, and ordered the ninjas I brought to clean the battlefield, fill up the undead Cloud Shinobi village ninjas, and heal the Konoha shinobi who were still dead. Standing on the battlefield alone, Liu perceived it carefully, and found white Zetsu hidden in nearby trees and underground, and there were quite a few. Uchiha Madara's penetration of ninja is really everywhere. Last time I found a lot in the Kingdom of Wind, this time it's even more. At this time, Senju Liwa and Uchiha Fugaku came to Liu to report on the battlefield's situation. We supported 50 ninjas, 5 were seriously injured, 12 were slightly injured, and no one died. The Konoha Defense Force, 150 ninjas, 115 dead, 22 severely injured, 13 lightly injured. There were 232 bodies left in Unying village, and probably 60 or 70 Cloud Shinobi escaped. Unexpectedly, he killed Cloud Shinobi Joninchinen so hard, the loss was still not small. Let the medical ninjas of the Senju clan work hard to stabilize the injuries of the seriously wounded. Destroy all corpses together with fire style. The team retreats 10 miles, waiting for the arrival of the big troops. Yes. In this battle, Liu didn't encounter an opponent. The most powerful one was Jonin, so Liu was able to travel freely on the battlefield with such a slight injury. I don't know when Third Raikage Sun and 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee will arrive. Liu can't wait to find his brother to practice. The original plot is that Namikaze Minato was transferred to the Thunderland battlefield to support, using Flying Thunder God to fight EPUB brothers. There is no specific time, you can only wait. Chapter 42, Coincidentally Encountered Cloud Shinobi, Recommendation. Wearing an umbu mask on the other side, Liu in a black robe hurried to the road and quickly approached Cloud Shinobi village. When I was tired, I found a cave to stay and opened the left eye of Mangekyo Sherinan. After the space was distorted for a while, Liu entered the alien space, where the daily necessities were all available, and there were no shortcomings except that the space was a bit empty. Take off the mask, take off the black robe, light a fire and make a meal, open a bottle of drink and sip it leisurely, lying on the bed leisurely, it feels like coming out on a mission like a vacation. Oh, I've been out for so long, but I still miss the bed at home, it's big and soft, and it's accompanied by beautiful women. Obviously the section of road passed is between the land of the earth and the land of thunder. The road is so peaceful along the way, no corpse has been seen. Should the country of thunder be fighting with the country of the earth? Isn't the battlefield here? Forget it, I don't want to worry about tomorrow. Most people would never think that Liu would make Kamui space into a living space. There is no fear of being attacked by others, no mosquitoes, and a large comfortable bed, just a warm one. Next day. Ding ding. Ding ding. Liu, who was woken up by the alarm clock, got up from the bed, dressed in big pants, packed himself up, and ate breakfast. Put on the mask, put on the black robe, Turn on Mangekyo Sharinan, and after twisting for a while, he appeared in the cave. Who? Whizzing. Several shurikens shot at Liyu's body. Liyu, who had just come out, still had a sleepy-eyed look. Suddenly seeing Kyo's shot coming, his body reacted generally instinctively and jumped out to avoid it. After leaving the cave and widening the distance, Liu took a closer look. I'm going, so many people are surrounded. Surrounded by a group of cloud shinobi, Liu scanned the surrounding circle, a black camp, he was in the center, and was inexplicably surrounded. Konoha Umbu Ninja. Hurry up and inform Lord Third Raikage that Konoha Umbu Ninja sneaks in. He's the only one who will catch the alive. After listening to these cloud shinobi's words, Liu didn't know if it was luck or misfortune, and he directly encountered the team of Thunder Country to attack the Earth Country. Without a little precaution or worry, it just appeared like this. For saving, I go to Cloud Shinobi Village to find trouble, and I will solve them here. Liu saw the Cloud Shinobi slowly approaching, narrowing the scope of their activities. The more ninjas came, and couldn't help but smile secretly. It's okay for others, but it doesn't work for me. He took out a handful of special kunao, changed hands, and threw it towards the sky. The ninjas all around saw Liu, still kunwoo toward the sky, throwing kunwoo into the air before they had seen it, and couldn't help but laugh. This Konoha shinobi is a fool, right? I just took out a few handfuls of kyu, thinking that he would rather die than surrender, but didn't expect to throw kyu at the sky. Ha ha ha. Liu saw that there were too many people and Flying Thunder God was too strenuous to kill, so he retorted. How brilliant the smile is now, how scared I will cry later. While Liu disappeared in the same place, appeared in the air, and quickly printed on his hands. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves? Liu in the air took a deep breath, mobilized chakra a lot, and spit out the compressed wind whip from his mouth. Under the irregular head swing, the wind resembled a sharp wind whip with multiple ends, and it was like a dense cloud shinobi on the ground. Village ninja. Ah. How is it possible, lightning style can't defend itself? Quickly disperse. Liu's wind whip is as sharp as a sword chi, and the sword chi is straight, while the wind whip is indeed irregular in sections, round, and curved, making it impossible to avoid using ordinary physical skills. In terms of attributes, wind style restrains lightning style and adds a lot of chakras wind style ninjutsu, which can be blocked by a few people. For this B-level wind style ninjutsu, there were 30 or 40 cloud shinobi who had no time to evade, or ninjas who couldn't resist using the lightning style chakra covered on the body. The body was cut into several segments, leaving various windings on the ground. The zigzag gaps are staggered. A large amount of blood flowed from the corpse and into the cracks in the ground, like an incomprehensible blood-colored symbol written on the ground. The scene was very tragic. When Liu was 5 meters away from the ground, he caught the special kunao in the air, threw it out again, and stuck it on a big rock. Well, Liu stood on the big rock steadily, overlooking the group below. Cloud Shinobi. This wave of operations succeeded in showing off in front of Cloud Shinobi, a set of whimsical operations. This whimsical operation, even by analogy, Liu came up with more gorgeous ninjutsu operations. Liu, who kept nodding his head in the same place, thought, as long as he was willing, a few specially made kunao would send out multiple large-scale ninjutsu in multiple directions, instantly drowning the enemy. But at this moment, a fist with the size of a sandbag, wrapped in a purple halo, hit Liu's front door. Before the sound came, people came first. The whole face is deformed and distorted by the naked eye, and the eyeballs are almost out of the eye sockets. Boom! After a burst of white smoke, it turned into a piece of wood, exploded a piece of sawdust, and sprayed it in one direction. Boom, bang. After the wood was smashed, the sound of the wind on the purple voice and the sonic boom of punches rang out one after another. Using body replacement technique, Liu, who appeared in the distance, had a very solemn face under the mask. This speed and power have surpassed Might-to's 6th gate 8 inner gates too much. Maybe Might-to's basic attributes are not high enough, maybe it's the first 6th gate is not enough. This time, when I met my opponent, I made an extraordinary move, and I should be very uncomfortable when I was hit by this heavy punch that had been accumulated for a long time, and it might affect the next battle. Third Hokage stood on the boulder very sullenly, keeping the movement of punching, bending over and kneeling, right fist stretched forward, left fist ready to go. Liu couldn't help but want to find a camera to take it. Is it flashing to the old waist? This is. Third Hokage stood up slowly, shouting to Cloud Shinobi underneath. Go back, I will deal with this Konoha Shinobi. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi village underneath immediately walked out of the bloody and cruel atmosphere of his partner who had just died tragically. His eyes were full of fire and excitement, and he responded loudly. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. According to Liu's observation, this Third Hokage's punch that was charged for a sneak attack clearly did not hit it to ease the embarrassment, and only then maintain the shape for more than 10 seconds before standing up and raising his arms. The people underneath are like Xiao Xian Rose brain fans, their eyes are frantic, and they are extremely excited. Is this Third Hokage? I heard that 8 tails can be suppressed alone. Seeing the Third Hokage who was retreating near Cloud Shinobi, he pointed to Liu, who was wearing an umbu mask and wearing a black robe. You are Konoha's umbu ninja, Ziu, right? Good. It was the first time anyone used this kind of ninjutsu to avoid my attack by using the body replacement technique in Sanshenshu. Liu also heard Cloud Shinobi mention Third Hokage, and he was prepared early, making a seal with one hand, and waiting for Third Hokage to make trouble at any time. You sneaked here alone, depending on your direction. Do you plan to sneak into my Cloud Shinobi village to do something? Nothing, I just want to talk to you and end this boring war as soon as possible. Don't tell the truth, I will ask you slowly when I catch you. Chapter 43 Third Hokage, 1. Seeing that Liu couldn't agree, he could only speak with his fist, and did not accept it. Bent over and knees, his body slightly arched, his black robe grinned in the wind, his hands pulled out many swords from the ninja bag, and chakra was concentrated on his eyes, and 3 Tomo Shuriken was turned on. Liu quickly threw a wave of shurikens towards the front of Third Hokage, and his hands were sealed. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Then he took out more of the special kunao and threw it around, and then the kunao on his hand also through the eyes of Third Hokage. Third Hokage saw a large shuriken rushing towards him, without dodge or dodge, turning a blind eye to Liu, and hitting Liu's face again with his fist. Slaps people without slaps, this Third Hokage likes slaps so much. Ding clang clang. The shuriken hit the purple thunder armor on Third Hokage's body, and they were all bounced away. Huh. Liu decisively launched the flying thunder god to catch the special kunao who was about to hit the Third Hokage's door, and flipped in the air, printing the big ball raise-non with his left hand on the back. Then Third Hokage thrust forward, giving him a big ball raise-non behind his back. Boom! Third Hokage spins in the air, accelerates and flies forward for a while, stepping on the ground with both feet, lifting up a large amount of mud on both sides of his feet. Third Hokage, who stopped steadily, moved his lower back, and a piece of purple armor was sunken on his back, and it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Is this the flying thunder god technique mentioned in the intelligence? It made me suffer a little, and it won't hit me so easily next time. Is the thunder armor so strong? My big ball raise-non can't be shaken at all. It seems that I need some real skills to come out. Would style the arrival of the tree world. Liu crossed his hands and fingers and shouted ah. A large number of trees and vines broke out from the ground beneath their feet, swept towards the Third Hokage, and began to hide from them. They broke out and stretched out the vines. Finally, they found that they were still surrounded by a large number of vines. Coming towards him. The tree world of first Hokage can't come like this. Third Hokage AI finds Li Yu's reverse direction, raises one hand flatly, and points his finger to the position where Li Yu is standing. Hell spikes for Benkanshao. Ignoring the trees and vines that stretched out to him, he rushed towards Li Yu, with an astonishing and unstoppable momentum. Seeing this situation, Li Yu stopped ninjutsu, and immediately moved towards the dense woods around him, throwing out many special kunao. Disappeared in place, dodged the strongest spear of Third Hokage, hidden in the dense woods, ready to open Sage Mode. Cloud Shinobi, who was watching nearby, saw that a desert plain suddenly rose up from dense woods, losing the figure of the two fighting against each other. Is this the wood-style ninjutsu of first Hokage? So strong. Directly change the terrain. Master Third Hokage will be fine, right? How is it possible? Third Hokage is the strongest ninja. Li Yu made a seal on his hand, used multiple shadow clones to separate 5 shadow clones, opened his left eye, Mangekyo Sharinan, and instructed them to absorb natural energy as soon as possible and suck the 5 shadow clones into it. The enemy encountered this time was the most difficult one. There was no time for people to use ninjutsu at all. Being wrapped up close can only get away with Flying Thunder God. Li Yu's physique is not an opponent of ninjutsu at all. Konoha's ninja, come out for me, how can you hide? Li Yu was helpless. Sage Mode was going to be prepared for a long time and hurriedly against Third Hokage AI, unable to use Sage Mode, Li Yu could only hide. Unfortunately, without the life of Uzumaki Naruto, I realized the Fairy Fox mode in the later stage, and turned on the perfect Jinchuriki mode plus Sage mode at any time. There is no time limit, and don't clone to absorb natural energy. Boom, boom. The big trees were knocked down by Third Hokage AI, looking for Li Yu's traces everywhere. Seeing that Third Hokage AI was so eager to find himself, Li Yu couldn't lose his face, and was ready to fight the protracted battle to consume his chakra. Jayan on his hand divided 2 wood-style clones, each with their own 10% chakra. You two will play with Third Hokage, I will resume chakra after a break. The 2 wood-style avatars nodded their heads and moved towards Third Hokage, printing on their hands. Wind-style vacuum Big Jade. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. The giant Great Fireball and the giant Wind Ball hit the Third Hokage from both sides. Boom. Third Hokage quickly rushed out from the gap between the 2 ninjutsu, turned to one of the wood-style clones, and rushed away. Flying Thunder God left the original position, causing Third Hokage to pounce all the time, harassing him with ninjutsu, throwing shurikens, making it annoying. 2 wood-style clones find a chance to seal again. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. 2 dragon-type ninjutsu with different attributes, with dragon chants in their mouths, once again rushed towards the sides of Third Hokage AI. Although it still didn't hit the target, it still caused a lot of splash harassment. At this moment, Li Yu, who was hiding by the side, found a good opportunity. Third Hokage AI came right toward Li Yu unsuspectingly. Immediately open the left eye Mangekyo Sharinan and activate the left eye pupil surgery. Kamui. Kamui has the shortcoming of delayed launch, but under Li Yu's calculations, taking advantage of Third Hokage AI's feet to land on the ground, the space is distorted as soon as his feet have not landed. Good, precise hit. At the moment of being hit, Third Hokage AI secretly yelled no, what kind of ninjutsu is this? With Third Hokage AI's back as the center and a huge space pulling his body, Li Yu suddenly noticed that the pressure in his left eye had increased sharply, and the consumption of pupils had increased, which was different from what he had expected. The purple armor of Third Hokage AI in the air was shining brightly. After 1.5 seconds, when his feet landed, his whole body shook with all his strength, and he slammed his feet, rushing out of the space distortion range. Boom. The ground where Third Hokage AI left, cracked, and subsided in a large area after a loud noise, and smoke and dust were everywhere, forming a large pit with a diameter of 20 meters and a depth of 5 or 6 meters. After Liu felt the warm red liquid coming out of his left eye, he came back to his senses. How is it possible that someone can get rid of Kamui's ability? In the original plot, there is hopeless and unprofitable Kamui, who claims to stare at someone to die, and disappear wherever he stares, with a strong magical skill. Third Reikage AI, a few back jumps to pull away, watched vigilantly at the three Liu in black robes here, just scared him out of a cold sweat, powerful space, pulling his body, as if to tear him apart. Relying on the powerful body and the strongest defensive thunder armor, he successfully escaped that space distortion range. I really can't understand that this Konoha shinobi had this strange attack method. If anyone else had been killed in this attack. Konoha's ninja, this kind of weird attack, I guess you can't send it out a few times, haha. Yes, it doesn't hurt to tell you, it doesn't have much effect on you, and you are sometimes scared. With precautions, Kamui's unexpected effect is much worse. Kamui's distorted space power is not enough to tear the enemy's powerful flesh. It seems that this ninjutsu is not invincible as imagined. Chapter 44 Third Reikage, 2. Seeing that the time was almost up, Liu borrowed Mangekyo Sharinon to contact the avatar in the space. Boom. After a burst of white smoke remained in the Kamui space, Liu under the mask appeared in the center of his forehead, starting with a little green dot, a circular green pattern surrounding it, and green eyeshadow on the corners of both eyes. Turn on Sage mode without the other party's knowledge. Raiznan, who is in blue with his hands stretched out, has two wood-style clones beside him, and his hands quickly inject the wind attribute chakra into Raiznan. Soon he completed the two-handed wind-style Raiznan shuriken. Liu held a wind-style Raiznan shuriken in each hand, took a deep breath, and rushed towards Third Reikage AI, intending to kill him in one go. Third Reikage AI saw that Liu suddenly changed his momentum and his movement speed increased sharply, almost catching up with his own speed. Hell spikes for Benkanshou. This is still the trick. With confidence in his own thunder armor, Third Reikage intends to quickly solve this troublesome Konoha shinobi without evading it. Seeing that it was this trick again, Liu could not help showing a tricky smile. Third Reikage's strongest spear. The devil is going to head with you. When the two were still 5 meters apart, Liu threw out the wind-style Raiznan shuriken in both hands and activated Flying Thunder God to leave the damage range. I don't know if my Raiznan can be thrown out. Boom boom. Two clusters of white light flashed, and as two spirals of white light spread, the leaves of nearby trees were all rolled into the sky, and everything in the white light was shattered. The tree boundary that had just been unfolded came to create a green, peaceful wood, and immediately broke and shredded it under two white spiral meat grinders. Nearby Cloud Shinobi was still watching the battle in the forest fiercely, and saw the forest disappear. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Two semicircular light groups. The good woods are ruined like this. I don't know what happened to Third Reikage-sama. Should we get rid of that Konoha shinobi? Liu actually thinks so too. Third Reikage ate two wind-style Raiznan shurikens. With double happiness, he ascended to heaven unhappy. At this moment, a purple figure interspersed between the two light groups, and with an unrelenting aura, came straight towards Liu. It's okay. Third Reikage AI's body was hit by the dense and small traces of wind-style Raizangan's shurikens. The thunder armor quickly recovered, and his momentum gradually increased as he ran. The right hand was raised flat, surrounded by purple lightning, and his fingers pointed in the direction of Liu. This is Lord Reikage's Hell Stab, Shivankanti. The strongest spear. The Cloud Shinobi village ninjas watching the game all around are inexplicably excited, waiting to see the Konoha shinobi defeated by the strongest spear of Third Reikage. Liu kept moving around, trying to interrupt the ninjutsu of the strongest spear, but unfortunately he was unable to do so. He used two wind-style Raiznan shurikens again to explode two huge spirals of white light, which only slowed the third. Raikage movement speed. Multiple shadow clone. Liu separated thousands of shadow clones, intending to use this to interfere with third Raikage after a burst of bang bang bang. A large amount of white smoke rose, and thousands of shadow clones were cleared in a short while. The avatar's strength is really not good, although it is a pity that in front of real power, it has little effect and consumes a lot of chakra, just to delay time and interfere with the enemy. Using the wind-style raise non-shuriken 4 more times in a row can only cause a small amount of damage to the third Raikage, and even 2 wind-style raise non-shurikens were empty. Third Raikage's Hell Spur 4 Gunchow, attacking the enemy as if it has a locking effect, can turn such a big bend of 90 degrees, and has a feeling of immortality for Liu. Liu, who was chased in embarrassment and hiding, had to turn on the 4th Sage mode again. After many attacks to no avail, Liu had the idea of running away, but he was able to escape from underneath his Mangekyo Sharinan and Earth style. Confidence. After so many years of training, Liu has never played against such a tricky enemy, allowing himself to use various tricks, but unfortunately this third Raikage is able to resist and fight, and his single attack has an explosive phenotype. From the perspective of the third Raikage Neng and tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, although I have more chakra, I can't consume it. For example, when Liu uses ninjutsu, it costs 50 chakra points and third Raikage only needs 5 to 10 points to defend against chakra, which is too costly. Liu also wants to use Sage mode, Wooden Golem Jutsu, Ding Shang Hua Buddha, Sage Artwood style Shinsu Senju. Can you kill third Raikage if you miss a few hits? Elephants hit mosquitoes and nails with their hands, hurting the enemy 5 points, and consuming hundreds of chakras, which is not worth the loss. Third Raikage sees that Liu can only dodge, not daring to fight head-on. Ninja of Konoha, I see how much chakra you can consume. Liu had never been so aggrieved. He felt like he couldn't use it. He suddenly slapped his head. Didn't I develop a new ninjutsu? I have been beaten for so long. Suddenly, Liu felt the familiar Hokage BGM ringing in his ears, his eyes changed from slumping, he quickly moved away, and his hands quickly formed marks. A number of wooden tentacles stretched out on both sides of the body, and 2 wood-style clones were separated again. One wood clone rushed out in one direction by itself and found a place to stand. This time Liu saw third Raikage rushing head-on, not avoiding or escaping, intending to defeat the enemy in front of him head-on. Success or failure depends on this time. Looking at the rushing third Raikage, Liu bit his finger and quickly formed a seal on his hand. Summoning Technique 5 Rashomon. Pressing both hands on the ground, black runes appeared on the ground, and accompanied by a huge white smoke bang, 5 giant gates of evil spirits were blocked between Liu and third Raikage. This is the first time that Liu has used a complete 5-tier Rashomon against an enemy. The last time he used a triple Rashomon to block the powerful wind-style ninjutsu in a match against third Hokage. Boom boom boom. The first 3 Rashomons burst into a burst of white smoke under third Raikage's Hell Stab Shivankan, and then they rushed towards the 4th door, and saw the 4th road gradually cracked under the attack of third Raikage. Boom. After the 4th door turned into a burst of white smoke, the impact of third Raikage was greatly reduced. After installing the 5th door, suddenly his body moved laterally in one direction uncontrollably. Boom! The 5th Rashomon's task of changing the predetermined direction was completed and turned into a huge cloud of white smoke. It's now Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. The wood-style clone has been waiting for a long time, preparing for this ninjutsu for a long time. Liu here has a blue raise-non in his right hand. Under the operation of the 2 hands of the next wood-style clone, it slowly transforms from blue to cyan, with a white shuriken halo around him. Sage Artwood style raise-non shuriken. Third Raikage, this time I will give you a taste of this exclusive new ninjutsu. Third Raikage was changed direction by the 5th Rashomon. As soon as he rushed out of the white smoke range, his feet could not move, and his whole body was sinking slowly. At this moment, Liu used the special kunao that had been inserted to the side, brought the cyan rays non-shuriken in his hand, and used Flying Thunder God to come to the edge of the swamp. Without giving Third Hokage any time to react, he threw the wood-style rays non-shuriken in his hand. A burst of blue light exploded, and the tree vines tied the Third Hokage sturdy like a python entwining its prey. The tree vines kept rotating at high speed to shrink and squeeze, sending out an unpleasant squeaky yet. Liu on the side was not idle either, standing still, with his fingers interlocking, his eyes looked at Third Hokage AI like a torch, and he continued to add chakra to the ninjutsu. Third Hokage AI, who was tied up in the middle of the swamp, kept shouting in his mouth, trying to use brute force to break free of the restraints, and his body's thunder armor floated with lightning. Ah! The high-speed rotating wooden vines rolled all the mud in the swamp and splashed all over his face. Liu remained motionless and kept his fingers crossed and clenched. After the last clone of Kamui's space bang turned into a full white smoke, Liu entered the last sage mode. There were wood-style clone guards on both sides, and Liu added a force without thinking about it. Aha! I saw Third Hokage, eyes, ears, nostrils, and the corners of the mouth quickly shed bright red blood. Die to me, Papa! After a burst of bones, Third Hokage AI Kakiao spewed a lot of blood, and with the disappearance of the purple thunder armor, his life came to an end. Boom! A large amount of bones, internal organs and red blood sprayed into the air, and the red blood column sprayed more than 10 meters high. This feeling is like squeezing a jelly with the palm of your hand. It cannot be described in too many words. The scene is tragic. Liu put down his hands, panting heavily. Finally killed Third Hokage, I'm so exhausted. The nearby Cloud Shinobi village ninjas saw Third Hokage tied up. In the worship of the power of Third Hokage, they were not too worried about the failure of Hokage at the beginning, but unfortunately things went against their wishes and were far from what they wanted. Lord Third Hokage lost. How can it be? One by one they lost their fighting spirit, and finally saw Third Hokage die bloody on Liu's hands, which aroused all the bloodiness of Cloud Shinobi. Avenge for Hokage Lord. His chakra is almost consumed, kill. He is alone, we will kill him. Liu smiled contemptuously, looked at the dirt and blood stains on his body, and looked disgusted with himself. This time 60% of chakra was consumed, and a lot of chakra was wasted to solve the battle. I'll go back to the break first, you two will kill them. After speaking, he activated his left eye, Mangekyo Sharinan, and disappeared in the same place after a moment of space distortion. The two wood-style avatars looked at each other and rushed into the crowd of ninjas in Cloud Shinobi village to start a massacre. Chapter 45 Killer Bee debuts, for collection. On the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire, Tsunade took a large group of more than 2,000 ninjas, and spent 5 days reaching the boundary line to meet with the Liu team who went to support. Sister Tsunade, finally waiting for your army. What's wrong? Have you encountered any difficulties? Liu reiterated the situation he encountered along the way with gestures, the thrilling, dangerous, and dry mouth before he stopped. After listening to Liu's narration, the Senju clan ninjas who followed the large army were full of admiration. Several women Senju clan members also raised eyebrows at Liu, hoping to take care of the Senju clan chief. Knowing Liu's strength and subtlety, Tsunade clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After listening to Liu's gorgeously decorated experience, Nawaki, are you finished? When you are finished, give it to my old lady and get out of here. Cut, I don't have any patience to unload the mill and kill the donkey. He hugged his head in his hands, whistling in his mouth, and swaggered out of the tent. Liu, who slipped out of the tent, changed his frivolous expression and left with a serious expression. In fact, it was Liuki, but Tsunade brought so many tribesmen that he had worked so hard to take risks, and he didn't notify him as the patriarch. He was really a relative. The main thing is that the village third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen put one another. This wood-style clone is very uncomfortable. It is still necessary to complete the main body explanation. Chakra still has to save some flowers. At this time, the large troops of Cloud Shinobi village of Thunder Country have also come to the border and set up camp. The leading ninja had dark skin, light yellow hair, and a very strong figure. He wore a white cloak, had a green Churi logo on his shoulders, and was wearing a wide belt and heavy armor. The fourth Raikage from the future turned his head and said to a ninja, "Killer B, this time I suddenly changed the plan to attack the land of wind and land. My father asked me to directly lead the team to attack the land of fire. What do you think?" Killer B talked and sang, beat himself to the rhythm, his body was still twisting. "Yo, this time Master Raikage, let us hit the fire country, he has his own ideas, don't comment too much, oi. This time it rhymes very much, write it down, write it down." He took out a booklet, opened it, and wrote and painted on it. A group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas with about 50 people, many of them came to the front of the team with serious injuries. The leading report: "Master AI, the striker has suffered heavy losses." "What happened?" "Originally, when we were about to annihilate the Konoha Defense Force, an elite Konoha support team emerged. The leader did not know what ninjutsu was used, and killed a large number of outstanding ninjas in the team. The ninjutsu power in the Konoha support team amazing. Oh, Konoha has such a powerful ninja out there, those from the family. The Uchiha family, the leader Konoha Shinobi and many ninjas with the same emblem do not know what family they belong to. There is this matter, go to investigate quickly, and send the injured to Yonokuni. Yo, brother, if you are in trouble, I will help you solve it. Konoha Shinobi is nothing great. Look at my 8 tails Jinchuriki, oi." Killer B used that crappy rap again to make an impromptu rap. Looking at the performance of this righteous brother, S2, although I have seen it many times, I can't help but turn to Byakugan and helpless. I'm going to see how powerful Shimo Konoha's ninja is and beat my vanguard team so badly. On this side, Konoha also received information that the large forces of Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi village have arrived, and there is a possibility of war at any time. Next day, Killer B followed AI and brought a group of Cloud Shinobi village elite ninjas towards Konoha. "Big brother, what are you doing to bring these people?" "It's better to bring them all, and quickly settle the battle so I can go back to the concert." "Huh, how can it be so simple to fight war? You think Konoha is so easy to deal with?" Yo, with my 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer B here, all fighting is not a problem, brother, please rest assured and watch me easily solve Konoha's group of ninjas. Killer B spoke with a weird tone, and came out with an impromptu rap. Cloud Shinobi, who was on the road nearby, was full of weird faces. He didn't feel cold about Killer B's awkward singing. "Killer B, don't shame me then." "Understood, brother." The Konoha patrol found a large number of Cloud Shinobi approaching, and immediately sent people to inform that the main camp, Tsunade, was here. As soon as we settled down, Cloud Shinobi came with a large force. It was really impatient. I don't know who the ninja led by Cloud Shinobi village is, I just happened to meet them. Tsunade has a leading aura, a green gown, wearing a grey low-cut dress, a blue waistband, dark 9-point pants, and a pair of black ninja shoes with a heel. Tsunade's standard clothing style. He hugged his chest with his hands, feeling ready to come out, with the aura of some superiors in the sensuality, and glanced at the group of Konoha Jonin with his eyes to see their reactions. Yes. Liu was not shocked by Tsunade's aura, he just swallowed, and whispered, "Unfortunately, it's a sister, if it's a wife, it would be fine." Forget it, my Yueying is not too small, You have to be content. No one knows that Liyu's mind will be sloppy in this kind of combat meeting, and his thoughts are no longer there. There is no way. This is the story of knowing that the Fire Congress will win and Konoha village will win. The result is easy and freehand. Nawaki, Nawaki, do you hear me? After recovering, Liu quickly responded yes. What do you think? Come with me to meet the Cloud Shinobi troops. Liu didn't hear clearly what other people were going to. Liu quickly agreed and left the tent behind Tsunade. Following the steps of the team, they proceeded in the direction notified by the patrol. The forest was full of trees, and there were constant sounds of sand. The noise of the forest caused the birds to startle. Finding a large number of people in the oncoming forest, he found a clearing and stopped and waited. For a moment, swish, on the opposite side of the ground, a black cloud shinobi stood scattered on the tree, each carrying a shinobi sword behind them, and most cloud shinobi had dark skin. The two strong men in the lead stood at the front, pointing to the team on Konoha's side and shouting. The Konoha shinobi on the other side, who played against our cloud shinobi striker a few days ago, I want to see how good it is. Yes, Konoha shinobi will come out soon, I don't know which family it is, come out and practice with us. Seeing that the leader of the opposite cloud shinobi came out and shouted, Tsunade did not show weakness. Oh, how come you want to practice, singled out or group fights, all will be accompanied. Liu, who was next to him, recognized the leader of the opposite cloud shinobi at a glance, and reminded him aloud. Sister Tsunade, opposite is the son of Third Hokage and the brothers of Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer B. Let me meet them, other people can't be horrible. Well, since you are asked to bring it up, go ahead, be careful of everything. Just let me see how your strength is. Chapter 46 The Test of EPUB Brothers, Recommendation. Liu took a step forward, took off the huge scroll on his back, and handed it to Tsunade for safekeeping. It was of great use. The one you are looking for is me. I am the leader of the Konoha support team. It is me who killed the team in front of Cloud Shinobi who lost their helmets and armor, Senju Nawaki of the Senju clan. While talking about his identity, his hands were not idle, he took out many special kunao in the ninja bag, and was ready to throw it out at any time. Yo, it's your kid, look at my uncle, here's to beat you down, let you taste the power of my sword. When Killer B was still halfway through the rap, AI couldn't stand it anymore, his whole body was shaken, and Hokage's exclusive skill Armor of Thunder was activated. The whole body was surrounded by blue thunder and lightning, and he stepped on his feet. The goal was directed at Liu. He wanted to use a fast attack to catch Liu by surprise. Big brother, you are cheating. Liu had known for a long time that the violent future fourth Hokage would make a move at any time, quickly throwing out the special kunao in his hands with both hands, and inserting them into the nearby trees on the ground. Then he took out a handful of kiwu and held it in his hand to deal with AI, who was hitting Liu's face in a punch. Throwing away the special kunao in his hand, Liu disappeared in place, leaving only the special kunao spinning in the air. Liu appeared on one side, above the trees. The future fourth Hokage AI saw that his punch had already been taken, and saw the target suddenly disappear, but could not stop the blow in his hand to accelerate the punch, only saw the side is spinning, doing a special free fall kunao. Liu launched the second Flying Thunder God, came to AI's side, held the special kunao spinning in the air, added a lot of strength, secretly added a layer of wind attribute chakra on the kunao, and moved towards AI's thunder. The armor pierced down. Liu, with light in his eyes, said silently in his heart, "Come on with legs, I want." Suddenly a huge force pushed AI out from behind, and a section of octopus tentacles replaced AI's body. "You are waiting, my octopus leg." Puff. With the help of Liu's strange power, he cut off the octopus tentacles with one blow, branded the mark of Flying God on the retracted tentacles with one hand, and picked up the broken octopus tentacles on the ground with one hand. Huh! Liu came to Tsunade and pulled away the scroll standing on the ground, pressing the tentacle with his left hand in the middle, and pressing the word seal on the scroll with his right hand. A set of operations was completed during the ignition time. With a group of people dumbfounded, Tsunade, the tool man, was still holding the scroll without responding, and cooperated to seal the chakra of 8 tails into the scroll. Tsunade watched Liu's come in front of him, watched Liu finish all this, quickly rolled the scroll, and handed it back to his own hands. "Sister, keep it safe, this is a good thing, I will get more later." AI, who was pushed by the octopus tentacles on the ground, just got up and saw this scene. The anger immediately came up. "You Konoha shinobi, you are so deceiving." Liu learned from the original story of Namikaze Minato's operation and successfully showed off, and he got the chakra of 8 tails. He was happy. "Now, just get more. If you can't get it, forget it. Don't look at the octopus tentacles are too short. There is no less chakra in it than a jonin." Regardless of it, AI rushed to Liu again, yelling, "Take my life. Don't be so stingy, you have a lot of 8 tails Jinchuriki chakra." Liu, who just smiled, suddenly changed his eyes. From the plot of the original story, AI Yale's armor protector also needs Killer Bee to push with his tentacles to avoid Namikaze Minato's stab. "UAI and your Laozi 3rd Raikage still far worse." Liu greeted the future with 4th Raikage AI's fist and punched it up. "The fist you thought I was scared of." Boom. Liu took 3 steps on his hind legs, and each step made a big crack in the ground. AI was directly knocked out and hit Killer Bee directly. The tingling sensation on his hands was relieved, and the slight scorch marks on his hands slowly faded away. Liu set up his posture and prepared to have a few tricks with 4th Raikage in the future. This time he took other people's things and it didn't end well. Cloud Shinobi didn't look good, and he was in a tense situation. On the other hand, the 4th Raikage of the future, after being caught by Killer Bee with his tentacles, his face was dignified. "Big brother, this Konoha shinobi is not easy to deal with, I may have to turn on the tail beast to defeat him." AI took a look at Liu, who was holding his injured right hand, his eyes widened, his whole body trembling, and he couldn't swallow the breath. "The gap between me and my father is still too big, and I still cultivate the Thunder Armor home. The place here is too small. There are not many Konoha shinobi people. We have a lot of people. I'm afraid of accidental injury. I'd better go back first. Besides, I just came to try this time, and I didn't suffer much." "That's right, big brother, next time you change to a spacious place, I will get you back." "Okay, it's so decided." In fact, Killer Bee still has a worry that he did not say. Although his tail beastization can kill a large number of Konoha shinobi, the big brother AI is very likely to be killed by the Konoha Senju kid. He does not want to see this happen. Choose to take a step back. AI, who took Liu's full blow with full force, actually only suffered a slight injury to his right hand, which also reflects his physical strength. Although it is not as good as 3rd Raikage, its current strength seems to be close to the cage-level powerhouse. It's a pity that the Thunder Armor hasn't gotten home yet, the defense is still limited, and the strength is not enough. Killer Bee helped AI, put down a cruel word, and turned around with the Cloud Shinobi Village Ninja. "Konoha Shinobi, wait for me." Putting down such old-fashioned ruthless words, doing the most embarrassing thing, and running away with people, did not give the ninja on Konoha's side a reaction, and those who came and went quickly. Did the people of Cloud Shinobi just leave like this? I thought there was going to be a big battle. Shall we not chase? Chasing, what to do if there is a trap? Yeah, come in a hurry, and go in a hurry. Seeing the disappearing figure of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja in the forest, the eyes gathered on Tsunade one by one, waiting for her to give orders. "Go back and discuss it again, At least you know who is the leader of the deal, and you have a small advantage. Tsunade has just been paying attention to the confrontation situation. It is very surprised that Liu has used second Hokage Senjuto Birama's Flying Thunder God so proficiently. Randomly, it is such a simple fight several times, and the master has already seen Liu by dealing with it. It's not simple. In order to reduce casualties, he decided to retreat. Turning his gaze to Liu secretly, looking up and down, thinking, the thing I don't understand most is that Liu is clearly a wood-style clone. Why is his strength still so strong, and where he runs, how strong he will be? Sister, when I come back to Kimura, I don't even come to see me. I will send a clone to the battlefield. One day, let me see your body and see how I clean up you. Liu, who was specially made kunao, was recovered everywhere in the forest, feeling a cold gaze from Konoha's team, making Liu aroused, and turning his head to meet Tsunade's playful gaze. Chapter 47 Tsunade Charm, Recommendation. Back to Konoha camp. Before attending the meeting, Liu entered his tent alone with the seal scroll on his back. Suddenly the curtain of the tent was pulled open, and a beautiful figure came in, and came to Liu without evasiveness. Sister Tsunade, what are you doing here so late? What do you want to explain to my sister? With a trace of her daughter's fragrance in her body, she leaned in front of Liu, with a hand on Liu's cheek, with a trace of resentment in his eyes, and said softly in Liu's ear. My Nawaki grows up and grows tall, so I don't want to whisper to my sister anymore. In the past, only my sister had such a high chest, now my sister whispers to you, and it's not enough to stand on tiptoe. Tsunade was so close, smelling the scent, feeling the softness and slight pressure on his chest, and there was a warm whisper in his ear. Liu couldn't help but get up in his heart, his face flushed. Liu immediately took a few steps back, pushing his palms outwards, his face was unnatural, and he smiled forcefully. Sister Tsunade, I'm not just a wood clone, a tool person. If I have something to do with him, I will work as soon as possible. What is a tool man? As soon as Liu was nervous, he didn't put the door on his mouth, he came up and said the new words of modern internet, and he had to explain. Oh, the tool man means that I am a hard-working tool called by others, and there is no emotion at all. Oh, that's how it is. Then tell me, do you have any other purpose when you come to the battlefield of Thunder Country to help this time? This is very simple. There are 3 points. The first point, protect you, Sister Tsunade, the second point, reduce the loss of the Senju clan, and the third point, collect chakra from 8 tails. Liu was very thief. He said that he succeeded in 3 points and added it to the first position. He couldn't help but proudly said, I'm still very nice, the main body can only help you so much. After listening to Liu's answer, Tsunade was surprised. I didn't expect that the first task is to protect myself, and my younger brother really cares about himself. Although you don't know if what you said is true or false, as your only sister, you will support you in everything you do. Liu looked at Tsunade with a blooming smile on his face, but he said that he didn't believe it, and he was relieved. Women, it's often wrong to speak. I clearly believe it very much. I still say that. I'm talking about something to add to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, I heard that the casino in the village is also built for you. The family has spent a lot of money to build it. These new gameplays in it have taken a lot of time to come up with. Oh, so I'm in the family casino, I can play whatever I want. Speaking of the casino, Tsunade immediately raised his voice by an octave, and suddenly forgot to ask where Liu's body was. The crisp chest and the flattery just now turned into a fanatical fighting spirit. I don't know if it is the fighting spirit on the battlefield or the fighting spirit on the gambling table. Liu can only sigh and sigh. The gambler is so crazy, inherited the bad troubles of first Hokage, obsessed with gambling, but often loses every gambling. Tsunade rubbed his hands, with an itchy rhythm, his eyes flashed, but his mouth was serious. My sister will spare you this time. Work hard on the battlefield and end the war quickly, so I can go back and see you. Understood. Obviously I wanted to go back to gamble, shake the dice, and play roulette. Liu curled his lips and prepared to invite the Tsunade out to talk, so that he can rest well and save chakra consumption. By the way, brother Nawaki sees that you have women. What is your name? Uzuki. My name is Yu Yuing, and Yu Zian is my student. Yes, Uzuki Yuing, when will we get married? When will we have children and carry forward the Senju family? I said, Sister Tsunade, this is not something I am a tool person to worry about. I will talk about it someday when I meet the body. Saying that Liu couldn't bear it, he held Tsunade's shoulders and helped him turn around quickly. The mountain on Tsunade's chest turned around with a beautiful flick, pushing Tsunade out of the tent from behind. Successfully pushed Tsunade out, and said with a sigh of relief, finally can rest. Suddenly the tent was raised by a corner. Tsunade bent over and stretched out his slender white neck. His chest is even bigger because of gravity, and he said a little angrily with his mouth curled. Don't think I don't know, the clone is lifted, and the memory will be shared with the body, just like you said. From Liu's perspective, he could see everything clearly, and he couldn't help being surprised. I don't know the majesty of the mountain if I don't see it with my own eyes. I don't want to listen to it, let's go. Liu flipped over Byakugan, and was irritated at night, so he had to rest early. It is estimated that Tsunade is still too lonely for so many years, with only Shizun's company beside him. He clearly wants to return to the village to meet Nawaki and the only brother. I haven't seen him for many years and I want to say a lot to Nawaki. It's a pity that Nawaki, who disappeared in the hospital that year, left a pendant on the pillow, and there was a letter under the pillow to Tsunade, which was to let Tsunade not worry about his safety, and let Tsunade look for a period of time in the village to leave the village and stay away from the war. Indirectly protect Nawaki, let some people in the village relax their vigilance. Tsunade won the title of Sunin in the Second Ninja War at that time, and his reputation was high. The only male of the Senju clan, Nawaki, was not dead, and he left the village to protect the family and Nawaki. The Senju clan loses Tsunade, the only male is disabled and missing. The Senju clan will have no sense of existence in the village, meaningless. The only meaning is the long story of first Hokage Senju Hashirama establishing the village and second Hokage Senju Tobirama governing the village. Although Liu regained his strength with the help of Orochimaru and has unlimited potential, joining Hokage Umbu made some people in the village dissatisfied, but at the beginning, he did not see it. Even if he is good at Umbu, the village has no reputation. It can be said that the villagers and the big family do not agree. That is, Liu pushed forward step by step, kept secret, accumulated strength secretly for many years, and gained a lot of prestige on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, and then successfully transferred from the part of the strength secretly to the bright side. However, there are still many things that still need to be hidden, such as the sage body that takes into account Cherry-non and first generation. Strength is the basis of everything, and the future enemies are getting stronger and stronger. There is no such thing as Liu. Invincible and unsolvable skills, only a strong self is the biggest capital. In the Third Ninja World War, a lot of prestige and Eight Tails Chakra's small goals were basically completed. Now it's just a matter of how much. Set a small goal first, let's say I earn it 100 million first. Cherry-non who earns Uchiha Madara is a good goal. Having a pair of Mangekyo Cherry-non will be a leap. In addition, Liu is better than Obito and integrates Hashirama cells perfectly. Becoming the physique of Sage Body, Mangekyo will never lose its light and will last longer. Chapter 48 White Zetsu Team, 4 Collection. Kamui Space. Liu, who got up with a yawn, was called by the alarm clock, washed up as usual, ate something casually, put on a mask, and put on a black robe. This time, Liu was smarter and didn't rush out of the Kamui space. He opened the Mangekyo Sharinan with his left eye, opened a small gap, and observed that there was no one nearby. Then he jumped out of the Kamui space with confidence. Standing on the top of the mountain, Liu took a deep breath. How beautiful this world is and how fresh the air is. Yesterday, I killed 3rd Hokage and many Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who came up to deliver food, and recalled the memories of the next 2 wood-style clones. The 2 wood-style clones were really rude yesterday. They easily killed the hundreds of ninjas who rushed up. Cloud Shinobi, who was stunned and frightened, could not resist the fear of death in the end. They scattered and fled. The wood-style clones are also symbolic. After catching up to kill a lot, he didn't bother to chase after him, so he automatically dismissed his ninjutsu and turned into 2 plumes of white smoke. This time I accidentally ran into 3rd Hokage. It's bad luck for you, bad luck for me. It saves me going to Cloud Shinobi village to do sabotage, and I save time on the road. Liu took out the map and looked at it, found the right direction, and headed towards the land of the earth. Since he accidentally killed the 3rd Hokage, in order to balance the strength of the villages, in order to balance the story of the land Iwagaku's 10,000 ninjas should also be solved. Liu, who was just about to go down the mountain, suddenly discovered that there were multiple white figures in the grove in the distance, helping to transport the corpse of Cloud Shinobi on the ground and collecting them completely. Oh, the white Zetsus have a lot of work, not only collecting intelligence, monitoring ninjas in the villages, but also stealing corpses on the battlefield. It seems that the business is quite skilled. I must have done a lot of this kind of things before. To contribute to Hokage's world environmental protection and prevent a large number of corpses from rotting and polluting the environment, they should be rewarded. It suddenly occurred to Liu that the Senju family had established a ninjutsu development project, and completed some second Hokage Senju Tobirama that could not be developed, or developed a general ninjutsu. So much material should not be wasted. There are so many things to worry about as a patriarch. Looking at the white-faced physique of White Zetsu, the thought of coveting a white fleshy body was revealed. Secretly counted the number of White Zetsu who was working, and did what he thought of, and Liu secretly calculated it. Opened his left eye Mangekyo Sharinan again, and after a while of space distortion, he entered the Kamui space. With the materials stored in it, Liu used the sealing technique he learned from Uzumaki Kushina and arranged 2 sealing circles to join the illusion. Seal White Zetsu's actions and make the place dormant. Jian separated 4 wood-style clones on his hand, and left the Kamui space with 2 wood-style clones. The 3 of them looked at each other, with a triumphant smile on their faces and Jian on their hands. Boom boom boom. 3 White Zetsu, transformed from Liu, made their debut. The 3 fake White Zetsu slowly sank into the ground and sneaked towards the White Zetsu team. After drilling out of the nearby ground, walked to the White Zetsu team to help transport the corpse of Cloud Shinobi. Looking at such a bunch of white and colorful dough-like White Zetsu, his eyes lit up. Hey, you 3, just came from nearby, go to work. The noodles are very raw, forget it, go to work. Liu immediately nodded and bowed, and slowly approached the leader of White Zetsu. There are 5 or 6 nearby White Zetsu. Liu had to be careful, afraid that one would be careful and let them escape in all directions, and they would not be able to chase them. Superior. When they were only 3 meters away, the 3 of them made a decisive move. The White Zetsu found something was wrong and just wanted to ask for help. You. Immediately surrounded by the 3 of them in a triangle formation, the wood-style avatars on both sides had chakra with 5 fingers in their hands, cross-buckled them on their shoulders, making the 3 brothers good, hooked shoulders and back. White Zetsu, the contractor in the middle, became dumb immediately, unable to speak or move, and was framed by wood-style on both sides and left. Following Liu, he immediately spoke and shouted to a kind of fresh White Zetsu. All work, what to see, Master Black Zetsu has important things to pass on. Several other White Zetsu continued to work with doubts, and White Zetsu in the distance did not notice anything here. In this way, he left the army and came to a secluded place. Liu put his hand on the ground to let go of his perception, and found that there was no White Zetsu nearby. Opened his left eye, Mangekyo Sherinan, twisted for a while, and threw the suspected contractor White Zetsu in, and then walked out of a wood-style clone to look like a normal White Zetsu. Liu continued to Jin and became the contractor White Zetsu, followed by 3 wood-style clones who became White Zetsu, and successfully mixed into White Zetsu's team. Liu commanded the White Zetsu Corps transporting team arbitrarily, allowing a single White Zetsu to follow his 3 wood-style clones to work in a remote place, and then let him seal it and hide it. In the same way, the ones behind became more and more bold, taking 3 or more people to remote places at once, and hiding them all in one place at a time. "Oh, how many years have you been doing this?" "I have been doing this for some years." "How about you, have been working for a few years?" I can do this kind of thing today." "Hey, man, have you noticed that there seems to be fewer and fewer people?" "Really, why didn't I find out?" "Well, there are indeed fewer people." "Will someone get in?" "I don't believe it, we work in secret, and some people let it go." "How to contact them?" These conversations are all of Liu's 3 wood-style clones. They almost became one with White Zetsu. They thought it was too boring and deliberately brought up the topic of few people. A few silly White Zetsu didn't believe it, and they also figured out how to contact those few feng. How to contact White Zetsu? Liu couldn't stand it anymore, and winked at them. "Be quicker, finish the handwork." "Got it, boss." The 3 wood-style avatars looked at each other, holding a White Zetsu in one hand, and subduing the 6 White Zetsu here, quickly controlled White Zetsu. Liu opened his left eye, Mangekyo Sherinan, and turned white on the ground. "Zetsu is all in the Kamui space. Then go and call out a few vented White Zetsu with a secret signal, and seal the control." After finishing all this, Liu lost a sigh and leaned on a tree. "No way, without Madara's copy of White Zetsu's technology, I can only grab some first and use it first." Back in the Kamui space, looking at the 37 White Zetsu in the seal formation, Liu smiled triumphantly, and there were more than 50 packed Cloud Shinobi Village ninja corpses next to him. "There are materials available for the experiment, and then I will go to Uchiha Madara to do more White Zetsu, and finally get the production technology. White Zetsu is also a good carrier, see if there is a chance to upgrade." Ninja World does not have to worry about collecting intelligence, finding people, and monitoring certain people. Chapter 49 Battle Rock Shinobi 1. Liu harvested a lot of White Zetsu, put it into the seal formation in Kamui space, and set foot on the road to the land of the earth contentedly. As for the missing White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu will find the problem. If something goes wrong, it will not be the target. I don't know who did it. Even if they will find themselves in the end, it will be a long time later. I firmly believe that at that time, I had already got what I wanted from Uchiha Madara, and the disappearance of White Zetsu was nothing. After half a day on the road, condescendingly on the top of the mountain, Liu looked at the distant skyline, and a piece of darkness was moving towards the side. There were 2 small hills separated by a dozen miles apart. Liu couldn't see the specific situation, so he sat down in a place with a better view. It seems that these should be Iwagakure's 10,000 ninja troops. Looking so far, it really looks like a group of ants crossing the border. Liu opened his left eye, Mangekyo Sherinan, took out a bottle of water from the Kamui space, took a sip and was shocked. Hand seal. Multiple shadow clone. 5 avatars were separated, and the 5 shadow clones entered the Kamui space under the distortion of Liu's left eye, and sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. Liu Jian again, with 4 more figures wearing black robes and masks with green patterns on his body. There are 4 wood-style clone guards, and Liu also sits cross-legged, closing his eyes to absorb the natural energy in the air, waiting for the 10,000 rock shinobi troops to approach. Just as Liu was a little drowsy absorbing natural energy, the clone next to him coughed a few times. "Are there yet? Is rock shinobi here?" Liu was shocked, stood up inside and looked up and down. "I'm going, good fellow, so many ninjas wearing forehead protectors. I'm waiting for the flowers to thank." After speaking, Liu took the lead and jumped down from the top of the mountain. The clones next to him were dumbfounded. "It's more than 300 meters high here. If you jump like this, you will fall into a meatloaf." "Forget about falling to death. Made it myself." "That's it?" Each of Liu's 4 wood-style clones has different attitudes. Huh. Liu mobilized Flying Thunder God suddenly appeared behind the 4 wood-style clones, his face was full of ill intentions. "What are you talking about? I'm hanging up, and none of you can run away. Go, go, go." After talking about the starting sprint, in a handsome posture, he turned 720 degrees in the air, and dived down, with his hands not idle, and quickly settled. "Tiga, no, I'm Pu. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu." Liu appeared under his feet, starting with his head, and quickly spreading out his limbs, followed by a huge wooden golem in the air. Boom! The side of the mountain bursting and cracking. After a loud noise on the ground shook and the mountain shook, and the 100-meter wooden golem squatted to the ground. The huge splashing wave set off a hurricane, engulfing trees and sand, blowing around. What? Have there been an earthquake? It should be a typhoon. Volcanic eruptions. 10,000 Iwagakure ninja team. There was a loud noise in the team, which caused a huge riot, and there were divergent opinions. Many ninjas who were not well educated were on their way, and the ground suddenly shook their feet and fell unsteadily, and they fell down. There was a butt sitting on the ground, some people hit people, some fell into a dog chewing mud, some hit their heads directly against a tree. There is a lot of trouble. Many ninjas can still continue to manipulate chakra to stabilize their body without falling, but still stand firmly in a very embarrassed manner. After a hurricane of sandstorm passed, wooden golem's huge body of 100 meters was exposed. Whhhhhhh. The 4 wood-style clones came directly behind Liu, each nodded, and quickly left wooden golem's body and headed in 4 directions. Liu looked at the 10,000 ninjas of Iwagakure. He was shocked by a sudden shock and caused a commotion. He was full of ugliness and couldn't help showing a triumphant smile. It really feels like watching a disaster movie in a beautiful country. No matter how good your technique is, you can't handle emergencies. Just like disasters, aliens invading beautiful countries, when big events happen, there are serial car accidents on the road every time. How similar the scene is. After the hurricane and dust dissipated, the rock shinobi saw the wooden golem ascending 100 meters, and they all made different sounds in their mouths. There were surprises, fears, and fears. They couldn't help but step back a few steps. What is this? So big. The enemy. Are you an enemy sent by Thunder Country? Some rock shinobi, who participated in the Nation of Birds and besieged Liu, recognized this ninjutsu. No, he is Konoha Umbu's ninja, he is Konoha shinobi. Ah, it's him. Yes, it's him. Why did he come here? Seeing the effect, Liu had achieved the expected deterrent effect, and he was not waiting. He controlled wooden golem to bend his knees slightly, bent over, and arched his back, ready to go. Water-style water-traveling wave. Wind-style vacuum continuous waves. Water-style water-severing wave. Suddenly appearing from 3 directions, 2 water-styles and 1 wind-style ninjutsu, attacked towards the crowded periphery rock shinobi. What? What? The screams resounded immediately in the rock shinobi team. Under the continuous sweep of the water-severing wave high-pressure water gun, more than a dozen people's heads flew up, the trees and rocks were neatly cut, and the nearby rock shinobi retreated frantically. One side of the vacuum wave, Danzo's masterful skills, was injected with a large amount of chakra by Liu wood style clone and precise control. The density and lethality increased greatly, the stumps and broken arms splashed, many rock shinobi gathered too much, and when they escaped some of them smashed together, leaving behind a spot of blood stumps, and then evacuated back. On the other side, it is more harmonious. The huge current of the water-traveling waves is like a dam flood, rushing into the rock shinobi crowd with a powerful aura. Many ninjas were knocked out by the impact or choked by the water. In Liu's intention or disapproval, he drove rock shinobi in one direction, and rock shinobi, who had evacuated back, gathered in an embarrassing manner in the middle of the team, and was alert to see if there were any enemies around. Would style the arrival of the tree world. Liu in the black robe came out from underneath, standing in the middle of rock shinobi's driven crowd with his hands folded, and shouted loudly. With this wood style clone as the center, vine trees grow crazily around, and they are constantly bound to the surrounding rock shinobi. By absorbing the chakra tied to rock shinobi, the trees grow faster. No, this is wood style. I can't cut it no matter how much, so much, no. Do not. It didn't take long to turn the nearby 100 meters into a wooded forest area, and the trees were tied up with the withered rock shinobi. Some peripheral rock shinobi ran out of the tree world and came to have lingering fears. Looking at this cannibalistic forest, they were afraid. When they came to the rock shinobi team, they couldn't calm down, and each looked around like a frightened bird. Standing on the top of wooden golem, Liu watched with satisfaction. The performance of the 4 wood-style clones nodded very satisfied. He made such a big movement to attract attention and make rock shinobi village ninjas pay attention. On the 100-meter wooden golem, 3 wood-style clones attacked and launched ninjutsu. While killing injuries, they deliberately drove cloud shinobi to gather in one place. Finally, using the ninjutsu of arrival of the trees, with a huge range, can also use the enemy chakras ninjutsu to solve a large number of enemies. This time, Liu's beautiful tactics successfully solved more than 1,000 ninjas. Liu looked at the black pressing ninjas underneath, and felt that 10,000 ninjas were not so easy to deal with. Unfortunately, without Rinnegan, it might be easier to solve more ninjas with Chaoshenra Tianzheng, which is not a problem for Liu Chakra. Chapter 50 Battle Rock Shinobi, 2. Seeing that the wooden golem effect had been achieved, Liu controlled wooden golem to stand up straight, and accompanied by 2 booms beside him, turning into 2 clouds of white smoke. Sage Art Big Ball Raise Non-Shuriken. Mao Ziujin threw it towards Rock Shinobi. The big ball Raise Non in Sage mode was huge, and its attack range was enlarged and strengthened. No, what is thrown by the Konoha Shinobi? 2 white light shurikens. It's ninjutsu, defend quickly. Earth style wall. Earth style wall. Earth style wall. Although Rock Shinobi has just begun to suffer a big loss, there are many elite ninjas among the 10,000 ninjas. The leading ninja commanded the use of ninjutsu to resist the attack. In 2 directions in the team, there were more than 40 soil walls suddenly connected. Appear. The condescending Liu saw that among the tens of thousands of people, nearly 100 walls of earth flow suddenly rose on the ground. The scene was truly spectacular, and it was impossible to see so many of the same ninjutsu feats in an ordinary battlefield. Although I have been fortunate enough to have seen it several times, it is a pity that this time is the biggest one. Boom, boom. The 2 loud noises turned into huge rotating white light, hundreds of earth walls turned into dust on one side like dominoes, melted into the huge rotating white light. I do not know whether it was the rolled up dust or a lot of blood, which made the white light dim. Until the storm and the light disappeared, only the thick, reddish-black mud was left in the 100-meter huge pit. S-level ninjutsu has the blessing of Sage Mode, where can some B-level ninjutsu be resisted? Even Uchiha Madara fought the ninja coalition forces, and the fierce fire-extinguishing B-level ninjutsu was only blocked by dozens of people. Liu's Sage Art Big Ball Raise Non-Shuriken is not known to be stronger than geometry, and it will not give birth to the enemy. Any idea of resistance? There are so many chakras, just so arrogant. Liu controlled the wooden golem not to make fake moves, and quickly bent his knees, rushed into the rock shinobi force with a big jump, and immediately turned into a Gundam, punching and kicking nearby rock shinobi. The scene and its violence, no one can stop wooden golem's punches and kicks, as if entering the land of no one, it can vent Liu's frustration in the third Hokage battle. You block, block. Who else? Have you seen the big fist of the hill? Liu became more and more enthusiastic as he fought, and he didn't have a door on his lips. It was so happy and comfortable to hit. But the happy time is very short. This kind of punch and kick is really too slow. Many rock shinobi directly dodge and dodge in the back, so you can't kill a few with one punch. Fire-style flame bomb. Earth-style rock iron cannon. Lightning-style thunderball. Water-style water dragon bomb. Wind-style wind blade. Rock shinobi is not muddled either. Seeing Liu manipulating wooden golem to kill all quarters, he immediately organized an offensive and launched his best attack ninjutsu from all around, intending to kill Liu with a single blow. Oh, the willpower is not bad. If you are killed, you can organize an effective attack. Liu didn't care too much, and continued to seal on his hands, in a desperate posture, with no intention of defensive. Wood-style wood dragon technique. The wooden dragon on wooden golem immediately came alive and continued to attack rock shinobi, manipulating the wooden dragon, running rampant, the dragon swinging its tail, sweeping across the army. Seeing that their respective attribute ninjutsu was about to hit wooden golem, rock shinobi looked forward to seeing the result when a shocking scene happened. All ninjutsu is like hitting the air, passing through wooden golem, as if hitting a phantom. Ninjutsu passes through wooden golem, hits the ground, on the tree, rock shinobi's own team, creating a blockbuster. Riot. How can it be? How come the attack failed? Consuming so much chakra, such a good opportunity is missing. Konoha's ninja is so strong, can we win, can we win? Many rock shinobi retreated, fighting for so long without an effective attack, being slaughtered all the time, and unable to fight back. Don't be afraid, we are crowded, and the total energy consumption will kill him. Yes, as long as we don't give up, we can definitely kill this Konoha shinobi. Yes. Yes. The rock shinobi were determined and rushed to the wooden golem with the determination to die. It was bound to consume Liu and kill him here. Liu looked at rock shinobi's situation and didn't give up. Does the morning soldier win? Not necessarily. It seems that you still don't see the situation clearly. Since you rock shinobi are so not afraid of death, they all rushed to me, that's just what I want. The flying wooden dragon returned to wooden golem. In the Kamui space, bang, the second clone turned into a white smoke. Liu continued to maintain Sage Mode, and his hands were printed. Sage Art Wood Style Ding Shanghua Buddha. 1,000 Zhang Giant Buddha stood up from the ground, folded his hands together, sitting on the futon, behind him thousands of giant hands, arranged layer by layer like a peacock screen. Liu stood on the 100-meter wooden golem, and the wooden golem sat cross-legged with his hands folded. He changed his sullen and angry look just now, with a detailed and pious look on the head of the giant Buddha. This is the authentic version of the Buddha on the top. On top of the giant Buddha, wooden golem sits on it instead of white Zetsu fighting against the ninja army. The pirated version used is comparable. The size of the figure and the size of the giant hand behind him are even more of a cloud of mud. Do not. Standing on the 1,000 Zhang giant Buddha overlooking rock shinobi on the ground, I just felt that they were grasshoppers, but now I think rock shinobi are ants, and only black spots are left in their eyes. This is the super cage level strength, the first time I use it, tremble earthling. Rock shinobi underneath was stunned. Many of them sat on the ground, shaking constantly, their pupils dilated, and an atmosphere of despair passed through the team. This is. Is it still a man, is it a miracle? All hallucinations, all hallucinations. Haha, you are all going to die, you are all going to die, haha. She mustered up the courage time and time again, was hit by reality again and again, couldn't stand the stimulation. Rock shinobi was driven crazy by the momentum of the giant Buddha, and had no intention of fighting at all. It was also the first time that Liu performed this technique, and he was feeling that this giant Buddha was so big and powerful and oppressive. The effect is almost there, it's time to end. Sage art wood style Shinsu Senju. Suddenly the palms behind the giant Buddha moved, turning into a fist aimed at rock shinobi, which was a mad smash. Boom, boom. There was a constant rumbling and the ground shook. Thousands of rock shinobi turned into meatloaf under the attack. The screams were submerged by the constant loud noise. A large amount of sand and dust was lifted up on the ground, covering the situation of being attacked by the giant Buddha's fist in front. Liu took a deep breath and bombarded for 5 minutes. Chakra consumed a little too much, and he controlled the giant Buddha to retract the giant palm. F***ck, so fierce. The dust dissipated, and within a few hundred meters of the attack, the ground sank 7 or 8 meters, and the ground was flat, as if it had been crushed by a road roller. The thousands of ninjas remaining in rock shinobi were beaten by Liu's attack just now. They stood still, and they all forgot to turn and escape. Would style the arrival of the tree world. Would style the arrival of the tree world. Would style the arrival of the tree world. The 4 tree realms that have suddenly entered, do not give rock shinobi any time to think, and intend to wipe out the remaining rock shinobi in one fell swoop. Run. Run. Withdraw.